started with it. So during our course, we will be going through what Workday is, what Workday integrations are, in particular what Workday Studio is, and just let you know how to be familiar with the terminologies in Workday. Okay. For the agenda of the course, first we will be having our introductions, then we will be going through the course curriculum. After that, we will be learning first what Workday is, like how it started, the history of Workday, how it is currently working in the landscape of HR systems and ERP systems. We'll be seeing the job trends and as well as the salary trends we have for consultants or the people who are working in this Workday functional or integration domains. Then we will be seeing the industries that uses Workday. Then we'll have our course objectives. There are certain prerequisites for this course. Then we will be introducing you to the Workday Integration Studio, and then how Zarantech is different from any other learning sources and what it offers, why to choose Zarantech, and the learning platform. We have the learning management system as well as the LinkedIn learning community. So coming to my introduction, I am Aryan and I have close to a decade of experience in the Workday integrations domain, having worked with both partners, Workday partners as well as clients. I have worked across globe for different clients, part of around, I can say like close to 10 to 12 implementations or AMS projects. I hold certifications both in integration score, Workday Studio, as well as third-party payrolls. I have delivered around 3 to 4 sessions already for people going to for certifications, helping them and mentoring them how to get certified or developing their skills within Workday. Okay, so before I think starting on the course curriculum, I would just this is about the course curriculum. So our course curriculum is basically divided into 2 parts, as mentioned by Alok. Like first is the basic introduction to the integrations, and then we have specific topics for Workday Studio. So while going through the introduction to the integrations, we'll have an introduction to overview of the integrations, reporting, reports and navigation, terminologies and concepts of business objects, creating custom reports, editing custom reports, contextual reporting, totaling, and then like all of these reporting level things. And then for the integrations, we have core connectors, EIBs, as well as Workday Studios. In the second part, we have topics specific to Workday Studio, where we will introduce you to Workday Studios, how the assemblies look like, the scalability of these Workday Studios, how big and scalable these integrations can be when you build it through a Workday Studio, the reporting as a service that can be used within Workday Studios to fetch data and transmit it to the third-party vendors, the advanced concepts of Workday Studio, the debugger, which will help you debug or look for any errors or issues if you're having any of the existing integrations, and how to just like go in and deep dive into existing integration. That helps. The debugger is a very useful tool. And then after that, we will have some basics of integration attributes and some certain components, not just route components. I think there would be other components as well. So moving ahead with our course objective, and during our course, we will understand the Workday integration tools, architecture, and security mechanism. We will go through the workflows of EIBs, core connectors, as well as studios that all covers within the Workday integration landscape. We will see and build workflows, handle APIs, and manage large data sets, prepare the certifications with targeted learning and exam practice, and apply our skills on real-time scenarios. So I think as most of you are looking to develop your skills, and this is where this training becomes crucial, be it you're going for a certifications if you're already having certain knowledge about Workday integrations or studios, or you are just new. This will help you to get into this landscape where we have so many possibilities within the Workday Studios or Workday integrations. So there are certain prerequisites for this course. We would expect you to be a little familiar with the HCM payroll and financials and the reporting sides of Workdays, understanding of basic integration tools of EIPs, Cloud Connects. I think these are certain very basic things. If you have ever worked or seen Workday tenants, or even learned a bit about Workday integrations, must have heard about these APIs, Workday APIs, or core connectors, or cloud connectors. Then having a programming language experience like a Java or ML is an optional but a plus point for you, because when developing integrations through the Studio tool, this is certain things where we have certain lines of codes which goes into Java programming languages. So that is also very helpful. Technical requirements which we need in in your computers would be Oracle GDA and JDK, the 1 GB RAM, 1 GB disk space, and a high resolution or a display resolution of 1280 by 1024 or higher. And of course, the debugging skills or error handling skills would be very handy for you while developing or creating or even looking for existing assemblies into Workday Studio. Going ahead, the benefits of this course would be that, be it someone who's trying to develop certain more skills into Workday Studios and integrations, be it someone who's going for a certification, all those kind of participants would be really happy and knowledgeable, like develop more skills after this course has been delivered, and you will have a lot of hands-on as well as assignments that would be going in your way. So that will help you more other than just PPTs or webinars or having knowledge. We will let you know will give you certain assignments as well as hands-on experiences. So enrolled students will receive courseware, which is assignment, assessment, labs, and case studies. That is that very crucial thing and important things while developing a skill, because we can definitely go ahead and read a document, but unless you do a hands-on on it, you will not be very confident about how you will behave or how will handle a situation where a case study comes in. Okay, so talking about who should take up this course, integration professionals looking to specialize in Workday, which I believe most of you are looking for from your introductions. Workday consultants aiming to expand their expertise, IT professionals seeking to design, implement Workday integrations, HR and payroll specialists, career switchers. Like, I think there are a couple of people who are working into different ERPs and now looking to switch their careers into Workday, and specifically on the technical side of Workday. Then certification aspirants, people who are already having knowledge into Workday integrations but looking to attain certifications and go for the certification exams. This course will help you and be prepared for the main event. Talking about the history of Workday, I think we'll start with, I will suggest you guys to just after this course, go ahead and look for www.workday.com, where you'll have the main website listing out everything in detail if you want to explore and how it started and how it turned out to be such a big company serving all of the Fortune 500s. Almost all of the Fortune 500s are clients of Workday. So yeah, it started in 2005 where Dave and Alil co-founded Workday. First, they launched their financial management system, and then Workday expanded to HCM application. In 2010, in 2011, Workday goes public and becomes publicly traded company. In 2013, announces partnership with AWS for their cloud-based applications to have financials and HCM management into cloud-based platforms. In 2015, Workday acquires a company provides tools, talent acquisition, and management. In 2017, Workday announced launch of Workday Financial Management System. In 2018, it expanded its product lines to include business planning and budgeting tools as well. And in 2019, announces the acquisition of Adaptive Insights, which is very much of I would say, a very useful tool or technology that is currently rising in within Workday. Most of the clients are looking for adaptive insights and adaptive planning. Coming back to, once again, coming to the slides here. Next one is the introduction to Workday integration. So Workday integrations, as any integrations, is basically designed to communicate between two different systems. So Workday integrations helps us to communicate between the Workday world, which is a cloud platform, and to the outside world. So any data that is sitting, be it HCM, be it financial data, sitting on the Workday clouds for the clients, would be able to go in and out of the Workday platform through Workday integrations only. So Workday integrations helps us to enable seamless data exchange as well as workflow automation. Key reasons why Workday integrations are crucial: because it helps in automation, it helps in real-time insights. People who might have worked upon Workday reports, they must be aware that how a custom report or a matrix report would just fetch up data in the click on the click, and within few seconds the real-time data which is sitting in the tenants or Workday accounts for the clients, it will help you define, for example, any of the previous month's hires, terminations, how salary changes have been there, how many people are on their leaves. So it's a very useful and powerful tool, I would say, for the end users who are using Workday for reporting purposes. And one of the major things which Workday Studio stands for is scalability, or even general integrations within Workday stands for is scalability. It is built so much extensively that even if your clients or your company's population grows particularly in the coming years, it will still handle most of the things, and it will not fall or collapse because it is scalable. And then compliance, we have different compliance coming in for different kind of countries or geographies. Currently Workday takes care, since it's based on cloud, it takes care of the compliance capabilities as well. Let you ask if you have any questions. Okay, go ahead.
Questions for you guys. Is that okay? How many of you have knowledge in HCM here? You are directly getting into integration and studio, right? If you can unmute yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're directly getting into integration studio. Have you ever worked on a Workday platform?
I have worked on SAP, but it's an offline stuff. And I did go through the trainings for report and all. I'm not pretty new to this Workday, but I didn't work on the live projects.
Right.
And okay, you are familiar with it, correct?
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm familiar with it. Yeah.
And I think you mentioned you have worked on Oracle PeopleSoft, right?
Yeah, and not PeopleSoft, not PeopleSoft. Okay. I have knowledge on SAP system.
Okay, SAP systems.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I have good knowledge on the programming and databases kind of stuff. And I also have good knowledge on, I would not say good knowledge because I didn't work hands-on on any of the Workday project yet.
Okay. Yeah. So if I'm assuming most of you guys here are not working with the Workday customer or a partner company, is that correct? Or is anybody here working with the customer company and partner company?
Right. This is Prabhu. I kind of, not now, but until December 31st, I was working for a client who had Workday, but I didn't. I was working on project management side, but not into core or any technical.
Okay. The reason I was asking is because how many of you are looking for the certification as well? Or if that is the direction you want to go?
Yeah, definitely. I am looking for a certification, but is that really feasible?
Yeah, so that's one. I'll touch base on that. I'll share you some screenshots and everything, and I'll showcase all of that. Who is going for the certification as well after this training?
I'm interested.
Okay, so a couple of things I just want to, I just buzzed into like that. But one thing I just want to tell you quick is that, as you all know, to get certified in Workday, you have to either work for a customer company or a partner company or Workday itself, which is impossible. But anyways, I mean, it's, that those are the two options, and then you can get certified. But then there is another option, which is getting your reference through Zarentech and finishing up Zarentech's training. And we refer you to the staffing partner company, because sales, service, and staffing, three companies, partner companies, can also get you certified. So we have a direct reference where after you've completed our training, we refer you to the partner company where you pay the money for the certification, and then you can get certified. We'll talk a lot more about that after when Aryan's done with his session. All the slide PowerPoints he's taken and covered it all. And we surely can. We have, in fact, getting many people certified. So we'll talk all of that here very soon. Okay. So that's the most important thing, what Zarentech does. And a lot of times people join our training because of that. Because if you don't take our training, we don't refer you or to any of the partner companies. Right now we have collaboration with 3 partner companies. One is a sales partner, actually 2 are sales partners, or one is a staffing partner. Actually, one is staffing partner, sorry, 2 are staffing partner, one is a sales partner. So we have collaboration with 3 companies where we can refer you and you can get certified. Again, when we do refer you, you are the one who will be paying, because they're not your employers, so they don't pay for it. Okay. So again, I know I touch base on it and you have a lot of questions. So I'll cover all your questions. In fact, I'll explain everything at the end of this session, and then you can ask me any question. Okay? Deal?
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, it's all yours now. Go ahead.
Yeah, again, I think we definitely have certain section after these slides where introducing into Studio and integrations, what Zarantech does and how it is helpful for you to get certified or develop your skills within Workday. So yeah, coming back to Workday Studio. So what is Workday Studio? Workday Studio is a robust IDE which is designed to develop or deploy complex to medium complex, and even I would say to certain extents which are not possible, certain things which are not possible with the deliver connectors or reports from Workday. We can do it all from Workday Studios, develop custom integrations and deploy it to Workday to exchange data with third-party systems. So the key features of Workday Studios would be definitely this. The first one is this is a Eclipse-based IDK. So this helps us develop drag and drop based integration components and helps us create integrations, not just like even if you're having not so much hands-on into programming languages, then even this is for you, because there are only certain line of codes that you might have to write. There are drag and drop components which you'll drag and the code would be written automatically. So that's one of the key features which helps us in developing integrations to Workday Studio. It supports advanced protocols. It has tools for error handling and debugging. Scalability, as I told you, is one of the major things why we look in for to Workday Studios when there are no possibilities or less possibilities with the deliver connectors within Workday. The benefits of learning Studio integrations as well as Workday integration is it is very much in demand, as you must be aware and have learned already since you have come to this course that this is very much in demand. There are lucrative salaries for people who are very much skilled into Workday Studio and integrations. Career growth is one of the key important things. If you develop a skill into these domains, you will have a very great career ahead. Looking at the job outlooks for Workday integrations, in the US, I think the Workday Integration Manager average salary is around 115K per year, and it can go up to 271K. Looking at the job titles, different kind of job titles, which companies have, be it a client company or a partner company. So they will have Workday HCM consultants, HRIS analysts, human resource manager, integrations managers. The top 5 industries would be information technology, e-commerce, automotive industries. I think apart from this, there are many government sectors which are deploying or using Workday. There are a lot of healthcare sector, healthcare clients which are already into Workday, and they're like huge in size. Looking into the specific outlook of if you're a Workday consultant into Workday Studio integrations, then again, the average salary for a Workday consultant who's a specialist into Workday Studios is around 115K per year, and it can go up to 140K. The job titles for Workday Studio consultants would be studio developer, studio consultant, senior Workday consultant, technical lead, architect, and all these. And as mentioned, like healthcare and life sciences is one of the major industries Workday has been growing recently. EdTech is also one of the other industries, financials, professional services, manufacturing and distributions. So there are a lot of opportunities if you develop these skills. So there are 2 kind of certifications into Workday. So this is what I think most of the people who are looking into getting certified. So first is the entry level certifications where you get certified into the basics of the integrations, which is integrations core or the Workday Pro Integration Surface certification. Then you have the advanced. So this slide shows you about the details of the Pro Integration Service certification. So where you have to enroll into the program, then you have a certain fees to enroll into the course, which is instructor led, which give you trainings. Then there are customization integrations which you need to develop, which is a self-learning or self-paced program. Then you have to give a exam for the enrollment, so which is a certification exam. Then once you have cleared the certification exam, then you are certified and you hold a certification that is, as told by Alok, is can be with a partner company or with a recruiting partner these days. So there are a lot of opportunities for you. Once you're certified, huge doors get open to you since you have the certification. And many of the clients, not most, but I would say many of the clients are looking for people who are certified and specialists into Workday Studios or integrations. And then after the basic certifications, you get into specialty certifications. So specialty certifications can be benefits core connector, or we called it as CCB, core connector benefits in Workday terminologies. And then we have Workday Studio certifications. Another I can add is third-party payroll certifications they have. So all these fall under the advanced. So once you have get the basic certification, then only you can go to the specialist certifications. So these are kind of advanced level of certifications you can achieve and develop your skill into. So again, I think this slide shows you about the details of the course. If you take a certification exam or a certification from Workday, you'll have to complete the program. And then first you'll have to enroll the program, then enroll to the course, and program completed and certified. After the examinations, you will be getting certified into the integration exams or as well as studio exams. And based on the result, I think if I remember correctly, still the criteria is around 80% of the marks you need to get into certification exams to clear those and get certified. And then getting to Workday Studio certifications, we have similar kind of platform where you'll have to enroll the course, you'll have to get learned self-paced, and then you'll have to complete the certification. Okay, coming to the consultant salary, as already seen in the previous slides. So average consultant would earn something around $153K per year, and it can go as high as to $195K. So that's in the US, it's like a good skill to have if you're looking for certain salaries or grow into your career in this manner. So looking into the industries Workday has catered or already has clients. So I think these would be just a small number of industries I can say here we have put up on the slides. If you go to workday.com, you'll see they'll have drop downs or sections where they have highlighted the industries they have, the clients they have, and you can see almost all the Fortune 500 clients are associated with or partnered with. Everyone is using Workday. So you can imagine how big the Workday landscape is. And based on that, the kind of job opportunities or skills that is required, since it's still a niche skill, it is not readily available on open source. It is not there on Google. There are, I think, very few, or Zarentech is one of the primary sources of education. If you already do not have and you are not associated with the partner company, then Zarentech is where it stands for. It has a great training program developed where it can help you in developing skills as well as getting certified into Workday. Otherwise, if you'll try to learn it yourself, you will not get it, because what Workday has is a community which gets accessible only when you are certified. So it's a very niche and a closed network. Then coming to the Workday integrations. So what are Workday integrations? Workday integrations are like single architecture, cloud-based enterprise applications which can combine finance, HR, and analytics into single system. Our Workday integration is used to balance high security standards, agile updates, powerful insights, intuitive UI across devices, So these UIs help you access Workday not just through your laptops or your computers, but you can access and do tasks or perform reporting through your mobile devices as well. Getting into the enhanced security concepts of like how the enhanced security works into the Workday's integrations as well. A single security model monitors processes and data and devices, customize access and security easily with ease to use security control. So if we talk about customized access, so there are role-based or user-based securities defined within Workday. So that helps us in like particularly enabling accesses to people, to certain fields, to certain domains, to certain business objects, so that they can view only that part of the information and you do not have all the landscape open to you. So that's why Workday integrations are called very secure, because generally what we'll have a domain level access given to most of the people, or we have a super user access. So that does not work in Workday integrations. We have specific domains, subdomains, field level securities. If you have those securities, then only you can see those data. Otherwise, it is not feasible for you to see those data. Easy operations and analytic interfaces, as I told you, like Workday can be used not just through a laptop or a PC, it can be used through a tablet or a mobile device. It is focused on simple interfaces. Workday creates easy to read visual presentation of live data. There are dashboards where you'll just log into the Workday system as an end user, and you'll have those dashboards on your home screen, and that will give you live data, those bar graphs, those pie charts, whichever is being incorporated in your dashboards. And these dashboards are also very customizable. So if you need certain data to be refreshed or to be presented to you when you're logging in every time, so you can create a dashboard for this and just tag it to your home screen. It will just pop up every time you log in. Okay. And then add, I think that's where Workday dashboards are. Moving ahead, I think talking about the scalability of these applications, cloud-based applications. These are cloud-based applications and growth with the organizations of any size, providing a scalable solution without continual data and system migrations. So, okay. And if you have any questions, because maybe I'm presenting, I'm not able to see your hands currently. So please go ahead and unmute and just ask me to stop and ask your questions.
I don't think anybody else has a question. Go ahead. You can proceed.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Coming back to the scalability of these applications, as organizational needs and teams grow with time, every other organization is trying to grow in size and in number, in revenue. So these integrations, be it Workday integrations as well as Studio integrations, are built so scalable that, say, if you grow exponentially, even then these integrations are built to cater such high number of populations and deliver the outputs needed. Workday integrations also provides us a cost-effective solution that is easy to adopt without any extensive training. So as I told you, since you do not need a very much deep understanding of programming languages, Workday Studio in particular, or even in Workday integrations which are delivered, which are built within the Workday tenants, are something which you just need to configure or drag and drop. You do not need to write extensive lines of codes unless you're writing an XSLT, which is another part of the Studio integrations. Most of the components or the things which you need for Workday integrations is just configurable or drag and drop. So this slide shows you the different kind of things Workday interacts with. So it can interact with the application tracking system. It can track with the background check system, a benefit provider, payroll provider, career management. It can send data to CRM. It can interact with other ERPs like SAP. It can interact with analytics tools like Tableau. So all this is possible through Workday integrations only. So Workday integrations are automated and critical functions such as talent management, payroll, benefits, financial planning, and financial systems. It utilizes real-time APIs and core connectors, which are most of these are APIs and core connectors are delivered within Workday. You just need to configure these systems, and this can help us to ensure to send data in a fast and reliable manner. And that send data, I mean, you can communicate both ways, incoming as well as outgoing.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Aryan. So I have a quick question actually. If you go back to the slide before that, so where the Workday is integrating with the couple of this one. So so it integrates with all the other CRM, SAP, and other systems, right? So how does it communicate? Like when you compare with other integrations, right? Like if XML gets so other system expecting some other format like
Yeah.
JSON or other. So it does right the same.
Right. Yeah, I get your point. I think you're talking about the different languages is it communicates into. So, SK, I think developing a Workday integration or studio integrations helps us in configuring the output in the desirable format. So say Tableau needs something in XML, then we can deliver the same data in XML. Say Salesforce is coming provided us in CSV, then the output can be provided us to them in CSV formats. You can have text documents with XSLT transformations using XSTs and other programming languages. I would say a part of the integration components. So there are a lot of things which we can do. We can generate Excels, we can generate zip files. I think other than that, we can have PGP encrypted files as well within Workday, and that can be delivered and decrypted at the vendor's end and read the information as per their rate. So this all depends how the third party needs. So if say ADP or SAP is any of the payroll workers, so ADP would need it in XML, we can deliver it in XML, but SAP would need it in comma separated values. It will deliver in a comma separated value.
So the most of the logic will be using which language? Is that XSLT?
XML is the base, I would say, SK. XML is the base, but then we have options. So like in EIBs in particular, we have options to deliver it into a CSV or as an XML format. And when we go particularly into studio integrations, then XSLT is something, you named it right, where all this magic can happen, that you can transform that source XML. So the data comes in from a report or from an API into Workday Studio as XML, and then it can be transferred in the desired format.
Got it. So mainly we will be using XSLT, not Java, Python, other stuff, right? So,
no. Like I think Java only, those are the only basic concepts you might need during creating certain MVLs or evaluate conditions. So within the components you might need, but that's like very basic, not a deep dive knowledge into Java.
Okay, and so for the customized, we will be using the XSLT itself, not
right.
any other. Okay,
yes.
Got it. That's answer. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so moving ahead. So coming to the landscape and how a Workday integration looks like based on its architect. So if you see, there's a Workday cloud. Within the Workday cloud sits Workday applications as well as Workday integration clouds. So if you have any third-party systems like cloud application, on-premise application, benefit providers, payroll, LDAP, everything connects with this Workday cloud, which in turn connects them to the Workday integration clouds, sends or receive data, and gives you access to the Workday applications as well, where you have public APIs as well as web service APIs, custom APIs going in, where you can just call these APIs and see the data. Sorry. Coming to the next slide, we have web service APIs as a top level ready, easily accessible information on the things we have delivered by Workday. So these web services are already created by Workday. You can just use a Postman or any web service calling tool to get this data if you have access to this data once your credentials have been created within Workday. The next level of interfaces that are used are integration tools, which include EIBs as well as integration studios. So these are third-party integration tools, customer or partner built. So this has to be built by us since these are customizable. And then within this, we have different categories, like we have Workday Integration Network, we have packaged connector as well as core connectors delivered by Workday. We have tailored integrations, which basically studio integrations, which you can build on the need basis. If you have more than a single data source. So one of the key features we'll look in further in the slide is why we use Workday Studios is like we are having multiple data source and we want to combine all in one. Say you are having certain data about compensation of the people, and then you also want demographic details like their addresses, their phone numbers, and this wants to be sent to the payroll. So this can be of multiple data sources. So you can either create a report or call different web services to get these different data sets, use XSLTs to combine all these data sets into one and deliver it into one file. So that's how a studio would be preferred and would be used. Going ahead, and this will show you how a Workday Studio integration looks like, or what a Workday Studio integration is. It enables us to build, own, and support much more sophisticated integrations which Workday hosts and runs. Workday Studio is a unified Eclipse-based, since it's a Java Eclipse, is a Eclipse-based development tool. It helps you develop, deploy, debug, and support complex integration studios. It helps us with the debugging capabilities, as mentioned earlier, that you can just go ahead, and if your integration or your application is having a lot of issues or any of the errors are coming up, you can use the inbuilt debugger within Workday Studio to just look into the particular component or the part of the integration where the error is coming up. So unlike simple EIBs, the Workday Studio is not limited to one data source or one transformation. It can have multiple data source, multiple web service, RAS reports, multiple levels of transformations. You can use the same data to be transmitted into the XML as well as a CSV using different kind of transformations. So these are all capable only within a Workday Studio integration and not into a simple integration like a EIB or a core connector. So coming to the one of the most important slides. So if anyone who's going for a Workday Integration Studio or like a certification, be it basic or a Studio one, or even for job interviews, I think one of the most asked questions would be around this slide. So how do you define, so if you're an architect or if you're a senior consultant, anyone would ask you that how do you define what kind of integrations you need to develop. So you have a certain set of requirements from the clients, you have everything when they're like what is the requirement, what is the vendor that needs to be communicated, but how do you define that you need to create a EIB, you need to go with a core connector, you need to build a studio. So this tree helps us. So the first step would be, is the integration already a packaged integration offering? So as I told you, there are network integrations. So there are companies, software partners within Workday ecosystem who had already developed or created integrations which you can just easily import and into your tenants and into your client tenants, and you do not need to develop anything. You just import them, configure them, switch on the delivery or retrieval service, and then you are all set. So like I can give you example of TDP or ADP. These are payroll vendors which have packaged connectors delivered. So what they give you is an import ID. Then you need to just go into the tenant. There's a task called import solution. The solution is imported, and then all you need to do is just configure a delivery service. So these are very much built because over the time they have developed or even gone into advances and updates with these integrations which are Workday based, and the client does not need to do much of the R&D around it. After that comes upon is does the integration fall into a use case covered by connector like a core connector worker or benefit connector, or these are there are other connectors as well as a VT, a PT, a payroll integrations, a payroll certification, and then there are one second. Then there are, I would say, payroll effective change interfaces. There are payroll interaction interfaces. So these are all something that falls under the core connectors. And then there are endpoint connectors, like if you have single data source, if you have a simple type of modification or transformation that can be done, you can use a EIB with a DT. Or if there is no transformation required, you just need to export a report to a vendor into Excel format or CSV format or even an XML format. You can go ahead and to with the EIB. And then if there are more complex needs, like multiple Workday data sources are required, highly complex integration requirements are there, multiple outputs or inputs are involved, then there comes our Workday Studio, which is a tool-based integration development, where we will develop the integration outside of our tenants and deploy it into the tenant through the studio itself. And then comes there, if you want to interact with the real-time integration requirements, Workday events, business processes, there are Workday web services provided and created by Workday. You just need to call them, and that will give you data in real time. So on this slide, anyone does have a question, because this is something which is crucial for your Workday integrations or your Workday Studio things, that how you need to follow the hierarchy of the integration to be developed or deployed.
What is the last?
Prabhu, I think the last one is Workday Web Services. So these are
There is an or there instead of no.
yeah. So this one is like just if these are the complex requirements. So the most complex would be something that can be catered by Workday Studio. And then if there is certain simple requirement where you need real-time data, and that is readily available through a Workday web service, that's why it's written as an or, if there is a real-time integration requirement. Then
So
you can.
that is all delivered. What I understand is the last
Right.
one is more like a delivered
Web service.
yeah,
Right. Yeah.
web services. I'm sorry. So the studio is the most advanced portion of integration within Workday.
Exactly.
So whatever I need to develop, be it, can I do the same work what I do in an EIB within a studio?
No, I think you can do the same work within like EIB thing can be done, but it cannot be vice versa. So
Vice versa.
in EIB you can have a single data source only, but in Studio you can have multiple data. It can have one as well as multiple.
So if I am very good at Studio, all the above three can be easily achieved through Studio.
Right, through Studio. But this is how I would say a tree or a hierarchy is to be followed. So we do not get directly into studios. What we have is, that's why we train into Workday integrations as well. Studio is a complex or a later part. If something which is available or delivered through a package connector, through a service software provider already, then why to have a hustle around creating this integration through an integration studio? You just need to click in import and configure the integration. You do not need to.
I understand, just for the understanding purpose.
Yeah, but yes, you're right. In terms, if you want to see the capabilities of Workday Studio, it can achieve anything which has been stated above.
But I would say that it is reinventing the wheel.
Yes.
Right.
It caters any of the custom requirements. So these are specific requirements it can look into, but Studio is something you can have custom requirements. You can have certain things which are not directly, say, the core connector is delivering a certain set of data, but it's missing certain fields because maybe it is built on a worker profile. So this is where Studio comes in. It will get the data from core connector and also add in the missing data and deliver it into a single file.
That's a good example. Thank you.
Yeah.
So once we develop the code, so where are we going to test? Is it in SOAP tool, or what is the tool we are going to
No,
test?
it is in Workday tenants. So even even if you develop a studio, you will deploy it through the studio into your tenant, and then through the tenant you will be able to run the integration, test it, create your test cases, like say sample employees or anything, and even see the outputs in the tenant.
Okay, we will not be using any third-party tools.
No, you will not be using. It is all web-based. You just need a Chrome browser, any browser for it. The only tool I think you would be using is Workday Studio outside of the tenants.
Okay. So in case of any complex scenarios, right, any complex logics that we could not achieve the requirement based on the customer, whatever it is, right? So have you come across anything? So do we need to use any customized, Python or Java, or do we need to raise a ticket with Workday? Will they help? I mean,
no, I think I would say anything which is like, as you go on with your career and things, I think the more complex or advanced you get into Workday Studio knowledge, because this is containers. There are like a lot of components. I would say you will always get to know within your technical experiences. So as you go into, everything is possible within Workday Studio itself. And talking about tickets, I think, yeah, that's not something Workday helps us. If there is something, there is a missing functionality or something, say a core connector is not working or a studio is
Okay.
not working correctly, then Workday tickets are raised. Otherwise,
Okay. Technically, challenges we will need to take care of it. That's it. So they will
yes,
not.
yes. As
Okay.
consultants, you need to take care of it.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I think if we do not have any questions, I'll move it to the next slides. So let's see what is Workday Studio. So Workday Studio is an Eclipse-based environment which permits clients and parties to create, develop, deploy, and troubleshoot that particular complex mixes running in Workday. So everything is running in Workday, but Studio gives us a way or a tool to deploy or create and deploy integrations outside of the Workday tenants and just deploy it and see how it is running going back to the Workday tenants. So Workday's most powerful integration platform is Workday Studio. As I told you, it's a graphical developer tool. You just need to drag and drop certain components and you do not need to write. If you'll see the background of those components, you will have like hundreds of lines of codes, but you do not need to write those codes. You just need to drag and drop and connect those components together, and rest will be taken care by the Workday Studio. And that's the knowledge you need to develop: how to, which component to be used when, how to connect them, how to traverse data from one component to another. So that's the main knowledge and not the programming languages you will need to develop a skill into Workday integrations and studios. Coming to Workday Studios, it is for complex integrations. It gives you rich graphical development environment deployed and run in Workday Cloud. So yeah, as I think SK, you asked, it is deployed and run in Workday Cloud, and it's just like the development is done in Studio, everything else in done on the cloud.
Got it.
Okay. Going to when to use Workday Studio. So if you have multiple data sources, as already covered, or have delivery requirements which have like multiple files to be delivered, or complex logics to be built, scalable and efficient things and data sets you need to create. Like if the size grows, I think a studio integration can run up to 2 hours, and that would cover lakhs of population. So that's how efficient it is. If there is like, I would say, just like 10,000, 15,000 population that your integration is handling or data set is handling, then I would say it will run within minutes. So it's a huge tool and is very efficient. And since the components are already developed by Workday, you are just dragging and dropping those components. This helps you get this scalable Workday codes within your integration system. Okay. Complex looping logics are required, dynamic data or external variables are required. That is where we need Workday Studios. And then if there are complex error handling situations there, if there are a need for a rigorous code source control, unit testing, debugging, as I told you earlier, is very much an readily available components to help us debug the codes. If you need to enhance the custom capabilities implemented in Java, Spring, or third-party servers, that is where we all come to the part of Workday Studios. And within Workday Studio, we had report writers. Report writer is a sub component or a sub application within Workday Studios where you have reporting capabilities. So a Workday report writer designs a custom report by enhanced report groups, prompts, filters, sorts, and total data. I think all of these things, if I'll tell you now, you will not have much idea. But once we deep dive into the course, you will see what a prompt is, what a sort is, what are filters for custom reports. It designs a basic matrix reports. Matrix reports are, I can say, a combination of multiple custom reports for data visualization. It will have links. It can have any graphical representation of data. And then there are calculated fields. What are calculated fields? These are something which is not developed or delivered by Workday. So name, I can say Workday, like your name can be a Workday delivered field, but if you want a full name with a title, that can be a calculated field. So we can combine or concat your title as well as your name or your, say, a designation to be created into a single field that would be called as a calculated field. So these are like very basic concepts of Workday integrations, which we would be seeing during our course. Custom reports allow you to analyze real-time data and can be used as data source for outbound integration. Workday software is designed for financial users to simple and use. Embed reports is business transactions to offer relevant data for making decisions. And reports used for outbound integrations are reported as report as service, which we call as RAS reports. As a Workday terminology, report as a service. So RAS reports, any a report which is developed within a Workday tenant or through a report writer in the Workday Studio needs to be RAS enabled. So there is option to enable a report to be RAS. So then only it can be used or called within a Workday Studio integration, so that the data can be flowed through the integration. Okay, coming to Workday Studio integrations, I think Workday Studio integration is the third level of integration. So this is the third level of integrations. First, we need to look for the Cloud Connect integrations or the package or connectors which are delivered by Workday and software partners. Then there would be, if there is just a need of a simple data source and simple transformation, EIB integration would be required. And when the requirements get complex, the decision making or the logics become more of looping conditions or have different sets of files to be delivered to different kind of delivery areas using a SFTP, using an email, or any of the other available output formats and delivery mechanisms, then Workday integrations is something that we'll go with. Coming to the fundamentals of the Workday integration systems, a Workday users tool helps to build and maintain Workday integration systems. Different technologies are being used to integrate with Workday. This helps to understand and strengthen ourselves with concepts of Workday. And I think also this also helps us introduce basic concepts of XML. So XML, as I told you, is the main or the underlying language what a Workday integration or a report would interact with the components, be it inside a studio or through a custom report or EIB, even in the core connectors. The underlying language would be XML. And then thereon, you can have transformations or type of deliveries that can be configured to get the desired output. So Workday Studio is a consolidated Eclipse-based environment, allows customers to develop, deploy, debug, support complex integrations running in the Workday cloud. What are the Workday Studio languages? The Studio runs as a software as a service, the best delivery in instance, JavaScript based in the Workday app. They use PHP, Java, Python, C, C++. These are the certain things which are used or embedded within the Workday Studio integrations, but this is not something you need to be an expert of. You just need to develop your skills mainly into XML or XSLT and just know a basic concepts of Java or any of these languages. What are the advanced Workday Studio components? Like, I think the things that are really useful when you deep dive into Workday Studios is into XSTs and XSLTs. So XSLT is the programming language or style sheet, which helps you play with the data coming out of Workday as reports or as web services. So XSLT is the main component. So I would say currently we have XSLT 2.0 as well as XSLT 3.0. 3.0 is a very advanced version where you can have grouping, you can have iterations within the style language, and just do all those things which earlier used to be done separately on the component level and um, decrease our efficiency. So XSLT 3.0 is something where your studio codes will be more efficient, but these are like more advanced level of features. Going to So this slide just helps you see is like what are the different components which are included or involved in a XML or languages within the Workday Studios. We have XSL, we have XSLT, we have XPaths. XPaths is nothing just like the different parts of the components of a XML output. Coming to our first topic, what is Workday integration? Before that, I would just like to introduce what is Workday for any of fun who has not joined our demo session. So Workday is a cloud-based SaaS or a software as a service application or a ERP, where you can store and manipulate and transform data related to your human resources, your finance, your learning modules. There are like a lot of things that you can do. You can do recruiting, you can do finance like ledgering and invoices creations, everything that can be done in Workday and needs a data to be transmitted to third party or get the data from third party is where the scope of Workday integration begins. So Workday integrations helps us communicate between two systems, which is Workday primarily and a third-party system from where we can either receive the data or send the data from Workday to the third-party systems. So on a broader scale, if I talk, there are three kind of integrations, be it any connector or any other packaged or delivered integrations that are there. There are three kind of integrations that can come. Either it can be an outbound integration, it can be an inbound integrations, and it can be a boomerang integrations. As the name suggests, outbound integrations are something which is sending data out of the Workday systems, or the source of truth, as we call it, since Workday is the main source of truth. If we have implemented HCM, so all the data related to workers or human capital is stored in Workday and maintained in Workday. So Workday is the source of truth. And say we want to send it to a benefit provider or a payroll vendor, we will build integrations going outwards from Workday, which are outbound integrations. Similarly, if there are certain things like say Active Directory, if you are aware of, where we maintain our system credentials. So for single sign-ons and all those things, like I would say configuring the homepage and things, if we need data, then there would be an inbound integrations coming from Active Directory to us for the purposes of single sign-on or configuration. So those would be any kind of inbound integrations. So inbound integrations, what we will do is like we will get a file or a web service call from the third party, transform it into a particular structure which can be read by Workday and upload it into our Workday tenants. After the process has been completed, you can see the same information in real time in the Workday tenants. Going to the third type of integrations, we have boomerang integrations. Boomerang integrations is something which is like we are reading the data from Workday and updating the data in Workday itself. So like if you are eligible, say you have completed 5 years in your firm and you are eligible for certain kind of anniversary bonus or appreciation or notifications being sent to your managers and teammates, then what we can build a boomerang integrations that will see whoever sits in the Workday domain with certain kind of eligibility criteria who have completed 5 years in service. It will trigger a notification or trigger a bonus in Workday itself. So that would be a boomerang integration. Okay. So moving forward from the types of integrations would be a selection criteria. I think what we had covered in the last class, in the demo class, and even a few who was available during the demo class can help me understand what we discussed about choosing the right kind of integration or the flow of integrations that would be required for us to do while implementing or developing an integration, if anyone remembers it.
So the hierarchy you're talking about?
Yes, correct.
I think if anything is available within the Workday, within the offering within the Workday, we will use that. If not, we will use the connectors, which is already available. And then if not, we need to, if we need to find, different data source, I think we go to Studio.
Right.
That's what I remember.
Yeah, I think you are 80% right. So that's really good of you of remembering that from the demo class. I think that's what we need during whatever we discuss during our demo classes. You just have a recap of it, and any of the things which I tell you that these are important things. As I remember, I told you that this is one of the very basic questions you will find during your interviews for Workday Integration Consultant or a higher post, even for a higher post. That what would be the hierarchy or the flow of the integrations you would choose. So you have a certain set of requirements from the client already. Now you need to develop an integration. So how would you choose? The client will not tell you that we will need a EIB or a studio or a core connector out of. They just tell you that we have this set of information. This is our vendor. We need this information to be transmitted to the vendor in a certain desired format by the vendor. So this is where your consultant skills comes into place, that you'll be firstly identifying or judging based on the requirements what kind of integration you need to develop. So as Abu told, the first one is a packaged or a delivered connector. So there are software partners who are working with Workday that have developed the packaged connectors. Like Fidelity is one of the, I can say, is one of the software partners which has developed benefit connectors. So say for your clients, you are developing a integration to send data to Fidelity. So you will see like there are multiple Fidelity connectors which are available. You will ask them if there is one you have developed. So they will supply you the information of that solution. You just need to import it and configure it. So that's our first criteria, like first level of integration that you need to see if that can work. That is a package connector. Moving from that, if a package connector is not available, we'll see if there is a core connector, like a core connector worker, core connector benefits, any of the core connectors which are being developed already by Workday, and you just need to configure it into the tenant by enabling the configuration. So that is the second kind of integrations we can cover. The third is EIB. EIB is something where the package connector or the core connectors cannot work, and you need to develop or send certain data from a data source, from a single data source, and then that needs either a transformations or can be sent directly. And so for creating an EIB, you would need to create a custom report first. So that would be, or use a web service as well. So that would be your data source of the EIB. EIB works in three stages. Mainly one is data source, the other is your transformation, and the third is your delivery. So for the data source, you can either develop the custom integration or use a web service. Custom integration is something that is really helpful even for reporting purposes, which we will be going in depth in this course. So once you have selected the data source, you can see certain kind of transformation, be it a basic standard transformation, SLTs transformation that can be done. And then after the transformation, we will see how it can be delivered. It can be delivered to FTP, it can be delivered within the Workday tenant, it can be delivered via different means. So that is available to us. And then EIBs are also inbound EIBs, where you have basic templates or Excel sheets available, which are in a definite format. You will need to enter data, say a worker demographic details need to be entered for hundreds of people. You'll not go in there and set up or enter everything one by one in a Workday tenant. So what you can do is develop an inbound EIB with a particular data source or a web service that would help you to do this, and then enter all this information in a Excel sheet or the template which has been provided, and upload it into the tenant using the run of the inbound EIBs. So once the integration run has been completed, all this information you would be able to see within the tenant for the workers. Coming to the next category or the next part of integrations is studio integrations. Whenever there are multiple data sources, be it like inbound integrations or outbound integrations, are required to be used in the like the business requirements you have from the client, then you would be going for studio integrations, which is the most advanced part of Workday integrations, because within a studio integration, you can play with a number of data sources. You can transform it into one or multiple files. You can have different kind of formats being delivered. You can have any kind of compressing can be done. You can directly call their web service from studio. So all this is doable from a studio integration. So maybe something where we use a single data source, but if there are more than one data source and complex logics needs to be built, then we will be going through a studio integration. Okay. So I think that is what is Workday integrations are. And then
I have a question.
Yeah.
So the package connector, what you said, is something that is built by the third party, right?
Right. In collaboration, in collaboration with Workday, the main software or the main company, they have developed certain kind of, it is based on core connectors, I would say, but they have already pre-configured everything. So like a core connector benefit is something which is already developed by Workday and is available for you to use, but a package connector, which is a core connector from Fidelity, if I say as an example, that is something they have already configured everything. They have configured the third party name, they have configured the file format, whatever they need. and all you need to is to configure it within your tenants.
Right. And the core connector is something Workday has developed for the third parties.
Yeah, this is like a template which has been developed by Workday. So as I told you, this is a blank template. Then say for any of the XYZ third-party vendors are there, and you need to configure this and have a more of a particular format, how the file would look like, and all those you need to set up. So the difference between a packaged and a core connector is basically a packaged connector is a core connector which has already been configured. You just need to import it into the tenant and just like run after the configuration, basic configuration has been done. But a core connector is something which is a template which has been developed by Workday but needs a lot of configuration on the basis of the requirements you have from the third party.
Okay. And then you said about the EIBs, right? A data source or a web service. So
Right.
how do we differentiate when to use a web service and when the data source?
I would say for web service is available if there are a list of web service as you grow with experiences, or you will have access to communities. You will be able to see that there is a list of web service that is available within Workday to be used. Or even from the drop down of EIBs, you can see different kind of web service available.
So we can walk through that, right? You will show us
Yes.
how it looks.
Yeah,
Okay.
I will definitely show you. But I think going and exploring each of the web service or data sources is something I would ask you guys to do hands-on on after the trainings. I can show you one of each of the types, and then you can go in detail and explore.
Okay. But we would we would be working on one of the package connectors, and you would be showing us, right? What is the package connector?
Package connectors, I can show you if that is available, because generally we won't be able to, I would say, import anything without an ID from a third party, but I can show you. I will try if I have examples within the tenant where there are package connectors already being configured.
Okay. Yeah, that would be helpful just to see how it is configured and how we can use it.
Definitely. Sure.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Package connectors, we cannot reconfigure. It is a delivered one. We can just utilize it. But otherwise, the core connectors, you have the option to configure. Can I say that's the main difference?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the main difference, because for a package connector that is applicable for a particular kind of third party.
Right.
Okay. But core connector, you can use it within your organization for a third party. Sending data from within your organization means, say you need to send it to a data lake or a data repository. You can definitely utilize a core connector worker and send all the data demographic details of the workers sitting in your Workday tenant to your data lake.
And also it is connected with a particular vendor. I would say, like in this example, Fidelity, you cannot use that package to any other vendor. If I'm changing the vendor from Fidelity to MetLife, I cannot use it. I have to reconfigure everything.
Right. You have to reconfigure everything, and maybe you'll have to see if maybe risk.
Like that. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Are you doing births reporting with Studio on this class?
Births reporting, I think reporting from Studio would be very much just I'll be showing you the interfaces, because I would say reporting from Studio is not very much into the concept of our basic Studio integrations or integrations. That is a reporting in itself specifically, but reporting is a different domain if you want to have a advanced kind of concepts for but reporting. But yes, I'll be showing you how a report writer looks like in a Studio and how you can develop a report and design a report.
Okay. Thank you. I bought a class and I read on it, but I want a practical application of it. That's right.
Okay, sure. Okay, so since we have covered about the different kind of integrations and what a Workday integration is, I'll come up with the next topic that would be very useful for you before we start with any of the integration types. I say like EIBs or core connectors. That would be reporting. So in Workday, there are two types of reports, or I would say, or basically, maybe 1 second. I will just try to see. So I think since we have already talked about Workday and Workday integrations, and before going to reporting, I would say, and love to show you how interface or that Workday tenant looks like on the web. So since it's a web-based application, all you need is just to type in the URL of your tenant into your browser, any kind of browser, say Edge or Chrome. I would say Chrome is a more suitable tenant which performs very efficiently with Workday. So I would suggest you use it in Chrome. Then once you have the access and login, you will see this kind of screen, and it will have a header in your name saying a good morning. All this is configurable. Whatever you see in the screen is configurable and falls under the functional part of Workday configurations. So like having the home screen, having the dashboards, the actions, and all this I would say, is a functional configuration. So starting from the top, you see implementation preview, Signa, and then this is a tenant name. So this kind of banner signifies what kind of tenant it is. So definitely we would not be developing anything even in real time directly in our production environment. So for this, we have implementation tenants. So implementation tenants is where we design, develop, and build any kind of integrations. We test them, unit test them, and then after we are very sure that this is working fine, we have delivered files to the vendor, they have confirmed everything is coming fine, we will move it to Sandbox. Sandbox is the next level of tenant which is available for us before production. So Sandbox is just a copy of production which is a week older. So every weekend there is a refresh that happens in Workday for certain kind of security patches over the weekend that happens. And at the same time, the Sandbox tenant is being refreshed with the same set of data which is available in production, unless until we ask for an exception for Sandbox refresh. And what is an exception? Say you have developed the integration, okay, and you have moved it to Sandbox, but you are still want to test it with the real-time data which is available in production. So during our testing, the weekend comes over. So over the weekend, the Sandbox will refresh, and all your configuration or which you have moved to Sandbox will be gone or will be wiped off, and you'll have to remigrate to. So for such instances, what we have is a exception that we need to raise a ticket with Workday that we do not want our Sandbox tenants to be refreshed as we are doing certain kind of testing or developing certain things in a tenant. So over that weekend, the Sandbox tenant won't be refreshed, so you can continue working in it. Once you are pretty much sure you have tested everything, again from Sandbox, you have done your SIT and UAT from Sandbox, then you move to production. And for migration between two tenants, there is another tenant which is called as Customer Central that is being used. So these four type of tenants, I think anyone who's working in the integrations domain would come across like one is implementation, other is Sandbox, top level is production, and then there is Customer Central. Customer Central is being used to transport from one tenant to another. So you will create packages, or packages is something like, I would say, a solution you can create from the tenant of your integration and reports in a one bundle, and then that bundle can be used from Customer Central to be transported from, say, you will select from implementation tenant, then to Sandbox. Okay. So I'm just telling you all this information so that you have an idea of the landscape and the diverse things we need to do while implementing or developing integrations. This is, I would say, not be covered on the slides because this comes up with your experience. You can be able to develop, but yes, going forward, if you have certain questions or interviews where they will ask you like, how do you maintain integrations across different tenants, this information would be helpful.
So Aryan, the developers themselves create these migration packages and migrate to the target environment?
Right. That's why I told you anything which we discuss during this course, like I'm telling you to be familiar with this, because this is our responsibility as integration developers or integration consultants to do these things. So testing we won't be doing, but migrating till Sandbox or till production is something that we need to do or govern. Maybe at times there are clients who have a production support team different from a development team. So you usually won't be having access to production. So in that case, you will be creating everything within for the migrations from implementation to Sandbox, but from Sandbox to production, they will be doing it under your governance. So you will be leading it, but the team responsible for doing it is something like a production support who has access to production. Okay. So moving ahead, seeing the interface of Workday, I think from the right hand corner, if I'll start, you will have a kind of profile. If someone who's there, I'll start with the proxy. So start proxy, please remember a name like this task. because as I'm not sure what kind of access you will be having, but even for an integration admin, there are certain things which are not accessible to us. Maybe for DPT tenants, there are super users that you need to proxy to. So that is a beautiful thing available for us in implementation, is instead of going ahead and logging in as someone else, you will not be able to see this kind of thing in production tenant. But in implementation tenant, for us to do it in a more efficient manner, you'll have a task called start proxy. Just give me, I just need to check for this training tenant who's the proxy user. Okay. Yeah. So if you go in, start proxy as this person, this is a super user as told by the tenant configuration and support team. So this is a super user which has been configured for our training purposes in this tenant. So if I'll go here, now you can see a profile picture is there. It is saying on behalf of, and it starts saying even on the after the tenant banner on behalf of, because this is in a proxy mode. So now you can see more stuff here on this profile. So you see home, you see my account, you see workbench, you see sitemap. So if I'll go and show you view profile, so now you can see the whole profile, even if currently I'm not sure what kind of HCM tool you are using. If you're using Workday currently in your organizations, you will be able to see a similar kind of setup where you can see your profile. This will show you all the hierarchy or the supervisory organization you belong to, your manager, your employee ID, your job details, your position. If I go to the teams, this will give you a very interactive kind of display of how your hierarchy looks like, that this person reports to Logan McLean, and there are other persons like Maria and Jacqueline who also reports to Logan. And then Logan reports to Joe Banks, who's the CHR, and then Chief Data Officers is Steve Morgan, and that is a top level supervisory organization or top level manager of all these people. Okay, let me go back and show you what all other things you can see on the profile. Then if you click here on summary, you will see everything which is already on the home page, and you have jobs. So, and now comes the different kind of sections we have in Workday. So like any kind of information you need to see for a person related to their job, like their job details, their positions, the organization they belong to. So you see different kind of organization setups. There would be a cost center, there would be a company, there would be a pay group. Pay group is something which helps you get picked up by a payroll interface. Or a payroll interface, this is one of the major or primary organizations that is being created, and within this organization, whoever is being workers are there, they will be paid in a similar manner, like with the same frequency, monthly or bi-weekly, or with the same pay date. So that's how we group these people and put up in a pay group. And then we have different kind of supervisories, reasons. Going ahead, I go ahead and show you how a personal information looks like for a user is something like this. You'll have a gender, you'll have a date of birth, you'll have an age, marital status, race, ethnicities. Then comes your IDs, like your government IDs, your national IDs, whatever has been uploaded. So say United States SSN has been uploaded. So this will be available in here. So this comes handy. Why I'm showing you the UI is because I know you would be having certain questions like, we do work in the background, why would you need this? This is handy when, say, a particular use case or a test case is there. You are not able to see the data, but for most of the, say, from out of 100, only 2 employees does not have a national IDs. And you're seeing why it does not have or vendor raises, we have a missing national ID for these people. So before going into the integration itself and seeing why is there any error, we'll first check up those employee IDs, go to their personal data and see if either it has been updated or not. There might be chances that this is not a mandatory field within Workday and this information has not been put up in our tenants for this person. So that is where you come up and see, okay, this is not available in Workday, so we won't be able to see it or transmit it to the third party. Okay, so you have different kind of licenses, you have passport information, you have other IDs, any kind of different IDs like a visa or anything which is coming up, be able to see here. And there are documents, different kind of documents like a passport, vaccinations, all kind of vaccinations you have. Then comes a major part of the compensation. So this is where you'll be able to see a total compensation or a different kind of elements in the compensation for this element, for this employee. So if I go to this screen, you'll see a total salary and allowances is something like 149K, and then the position is being said, and then a total compensation is 179. How it comes up is because the base salary or the salary is 149K, and then 3% is a merit salaried. This kind of different kind of, I would say, compensation elements. One is a basic salary or a salary plan type. Then one second, just got diverted from the screen. Yeah. Then there are bonus elements, say like variable bonuses or performance incentives are there. So that is 10% of the annual. So all these things comes up. If you have stock grants being granted to you, everything will come up under this compensation screen section. And from here on, you can see the pay change histories, like different kind of compensation reviews, like whenever your salary has been changed, you can see. This is helpful for you, say you are developing a report or a integration where you are sending all the previous compensation change events for the workers. So say one of the events or one of the salaries, the latest one is not coming for any worker. So you'll be going into the screen and seeing this screen, you can see the different dates and the salary has been changed for this person. So this is the effective date of the compensation change event or the new compensation effective date, I would say. Okay. Then you have different sections for bonuses and OTPs. OTPs are something one-time payment. Say, and during your joining, you got a joining bonus. So that is something a one-time payment, not a recurring payment. Bonus would be something that is a part of your salary structure, but not a OTP. But OTPs are something that is like, say, for one-time setup cost of your infrastructure for working from home has been delivered during the pandemic. So that will be configured as a OTP. So you can see all those details in here. Going to this pay part of this screen, you will be able to see the pay slips if that has been configured in your tenant, different kind of pay slips which are available. You can see, you can print it from here. This is where all the different kind of user information you will be able to see. And one of the tasks or things I will ask you to note down is going to the action. So what we call in Workday terminology is this as a related actions. You go to the actions button, the related actions. And one of the key things you will be needing during debugging or any of the testing of your integrations is view worker history. So what worker history gives you is like a sequential event of all the changes that have been done to this person. So say from top down, you will see there is a performance appraisal that has been gone on date. Effective date is 9/25. So this has been done on 9. This is to be effective. So this new salary or the performance appraisal would be effective from this, but this has been initiated on different dates. So there are 2 dates which are available for any kind of business processes. Mostly one is effective date and the other is entry date or the initiated on date. So effective date is something that this business process or this task could be effective from, but in Workday, it can be implemented or that action could have been done in past, like your salary might be going to increase on 1st of March, but the annual appraisal cycle happens now. And once everything is finalized, your new salary has been decided. So that would be entered somewhere between Feb or Jan. So the initiation date would be, or the entry date would be from Feb or Jan, but the effective date would be 1st of March. Any questions till now? Okay, I'll move ahead. And then the next thing which you need to focus on is the status of the business process or the status of the transaction. This is in progress. So any of this in progress statuses is generally not picked up by integration. So if you have developed a report or an integration, and the vendor says or the testing team later on says that our test cases are not working because this particular transactions we are not able to see, you will go to that person, go to their worker history. That is the key part, as I told you, and look at the status of the transaction. If it is in progress, it is not completed. So mostly our integrations or our reports would pick up completed transactions only, because anything which has not been completed, why would you want to report it? Say someone comes up and say, oh, I made a mistake after reviewing, or a senior level for whom the approval has went to, person cancels it or revokes it. So something it will come like a cancel status, but you have already reported it. So that will create a chaos with the data that you have already reported this, but then later on cancel it. So those kind of things are there where the integrations are 90% of the times built on successfully completed status to pick up these transactions only. Okay, so you'll see different kind of transactions. Anything that has happened for this worker, you will be seeing the worker history. Like if they have taken a leave, it will come up as an absence request. If they had updated a profile, there is a compensation change, a promotion, if there is a job change, going from sorry, one second. Yeah. Starting from your very first event, that is a hire event of a worker. If you'll see, when this worker was hired, this was hired in 2007, way back in 2007. Like maybe since if you see this kind of information, like the hire date is preceding the initial date. This means this worker is in the organization even before the Workday was implemented. So the Workday might have been implemented something around this. So when they loaded the previously hired like working employees, they would upload them with a particular kind of effective date or the hire date they were originally hired for. Okay. So just to give you an example, if you want to go and see how all informations are being entered in a hire business process, you will be going to the transaction on the business process and seeing the details. So at the time of hire, someone would have entered their hire date, their first day of work, the reason for hire is a new position. These are the jobs, and HR admin or a HR partner, I would say, they would usually do it through Excel, through a upload, or even at times they do it manually. So after the recruitment process has been done and the offer has been extended to the employee, the candidate, then post offer acceptance, they will go and create their profile in advance, so that when the person comes in and joins, their profiles or their Workday accounts have already existing. Okay, so they will tag what supervisory organization this person would work under, the position, the employee type, the location, job details, job title, everything which is there, this would be entered. Their working hours, either they are full-time, part-time, their work shifts, if any. Okay. So this would be something like would be done by the end user who would be using this for their hard purposes. For us, what matters is to see what different kind of steps this hire business process has performed, I would say. So this is the main hire process, and these are steps. And currently you see just a single step, a proposed compensation step, but usually in your tenants, if you'll see while working for clients, hire would be one of the biggest kind of business processes, I would say, or the definitions that would exist in your tenants. Hire would have something like initiated from hire, then proposed compensation, then their pay group definitions. There would be notifications going to their manager from the hire. There would be information which are directly tagged to particular kind of integration. That integration would trigger from this business processor itself and send it to AD to create a Windows user ID credentials for this person, and then maybe to create an email ID, register it, going for the benefit providers to initiate or just put the profile of this person or the new employee into their benefits, setting up the payroll. So this would be usually a very big, humongous kind of business process you will be able to see in your tenants. Okay, so this is how I would say worker history would look like, and anything you have developed and you're facing problems like this issue or this transaction is not being captured, I would recommend you to go into that person, look at their worker history. This usually comes up with the effective date sorting. So you'll be able to see that, okay, this was available on this time, and maybe say they're looking up for the second event which is showing on the worker business history, and that is not coming up. You'll see the status is in progress. You'll tell them that this transaction needs to be completed, then only our integration would be able to send it. Okay, going into the next part on the view profile, I think this is related to the person, how you'll be able to debug or see. I'll go to the sitemap. As an end user, if you're using sitemap, you will be able to see different kind of tasks and reports you have access to. This is a section where all the available reports and tasks are shown to you. So On the left-hand sides are the different kind of business objects. Business objects are just like, if I can tell you, is a data structure or data definition where information or fields would be stored into. So say if I'll go to worker, second. Okay. If I go to worker data, and then these are different reports available to this person, which is with reports that she can operate on, and these are the tasks that she can do on the worker data, business object and data source. So these are request reference letters, create reference letter for worker, and these are certain kind of reports which are there. So coming to this takes us to the reporting part of the integration. So for reports, there are usually two kinds of reports. One is standard reports, which are delivered by Workday or created by Workday, and one is custom reports. Custom reports is more specifically our scope of this course, because you will be developing as part of integrations, you will be developing custom reports. Standard reports is more specific to end user. Say you are an HR admin and you want to see a custom report, something like worker details up there. So 1 second, if I go to standard report, you will see run. So yeah, this comes up like this, a standard report which is already developed by Workday. If you'll just click in, and you will be able to see the worker details. Say you want to search for the particular, this is all developed by Workday and basically for end user purposes. Okay, let me check if I have access to any other training workers. So this is a custom report. You see the custom report. I'm just trying to show you summary. 1 second. Okay, one of the key task I'll ask you to note is view custom report. This is either a standard report or a custom report. You'll be able to, most of the reports you have access to, or even if you do not have access to, you'll be able to see from here. If I'll say CR for any of the benefits credits, okay. So employee benefits credit is run, and so this is a custom report that has been built for giving the employee benefit credit details to, say, reporting within the organization or sending it to a third-party payroll or third-party benefit provider, not a payroll. Okay, so basically a standard report is something which is, I have already told you, like delivered from Workday, but that is basically from end user perspective. I'm not able to find a particular kind of definition what we can see. Reports, we have seen how a report data or output would look like from a standard, but I do not think this particular user has access to the definition of the standard reports. So maybe I'll try to explore it after the class and show you in the next session, or see if this access can be extended to see a standard report definition. But then coming to the most crucial part of our scope of our Workday integrations is custom reports. So custom reports.
What do you mean by definition of the report?
Definition of the report is like, I would say the report would have a structure where you will, as integration developer, will have to define what all fields, what all filtering criteria, prompts and everything you need on the report. Okay. For you, as integration developer, this is more important. For end user, running the report or the report output is more important. But for you, you will have, say, a certain set of requirements for you to develop a custom report for a worker to have their, I would say, addresses. Okay, so you will define this custom report, and once that has been completed and saved, it will look like this.
Okay, so this is the custom reports and this is the definition, right?
Yeah, this is the definition page.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so why I'm calling it a definition is, if you see and run this, 1 second, copy text, you see, if I'll just enter this report and put it in the search bar and send it, this will give you a run criteria or the run dialog box of the report. So you just need to say, put in the worker or the prompts you want to run it for, and from here, if you click OK, you will get the details of this worker. But if you want to see how this is being set up, because this will show you only the columns and the fields, but if you want to see how this report has been set up, you'll need to see the report definition. And for this, I would say a shortcut for you to notice is RD. RD is report definition. Okay, and then the name of the report, say employee. Okay, so employee employment history. So if you put this, you will not be going to the run screen, but instead you will going to the definition screen of the custom report.
So RD stands for report definition.
Right. Right. RD stands for the report definitions. And okay, I think I'll tell you more about these different kind of suffixes we use for searching. So in Workday, we usually have a very advanced or smart search. Say you want to search for anything. All you need to do is just type in the first three letters of the word, okay, employee, and say I want to again search for the same report or employment. Okay, you do not need to type in everything. You just need to put first three initial letters of the word and put enter. So these are the different. If you just put enter and not go to the particular report or task available, you'll see a lot of things which are coming up with this search result. And then there would be tasks and reports. There would be people. Say you want to search a person with this name, then you'll need to go to the people section. And if you need a task or report from this name to be searched, then you'll go to the task and report section. And now you see there are two things coming up. One is employment history. If I click on directly on this and new tab, it will run the report for me. It will ask me for a prompt and a criteria to be selected. Okay, but if I go and select the report definition, it will show me this definition page of the report. Okay, so that was about how Workday search works. But different kind of suffixes I would ask you to notice. One is BO, the first one. Well, BO is nothing but business object prefix, and then you see BO. If you want to search for a business object worker, if you search for, this would say finance charge or invoices. If I say ledger, okay, this would be a BO. And what is BO or a business object? I'll tell you right now. So business object, I would say, is a data structure where all your fields and definitions sits for this particular business object. So this business object would be called worker, but there would be fields which will be available in Workday to fill information for within this business object. So all these fields would be tied under the worker business objects, and different, say these are limited around 4840, but there are like 10,000, 15,000 fields. So how they are related to each other. So each PO has a related business object. So these are the related business objects you can see from this PO. So yeah, one of the key activities I would say after this session for you to do is just go and explore what are business objects, how a business object looks like. And once you get the tenant, I would ask you to just see this table, the view I'm currently having, where you will be able to see all the fields, all the related business objects, all the data sources available on this business objects, and the reports that have already been created for this business objects. You'll get a lot of information, and this would be helpful for you to develop your skills or knowledge based upon someone has given you, as I told you, to get the demographic details or the addresses for the worker. So work address might be something which is not directly saved on a worker business object, but there can be a business object addresses linked to the worker business object that will have more details about the addresses of the worker. So you'll need to explore this and see what kind of business objects you will need to select to get the information in your integration or the custom reports. Basically, or majorly on custom reports, this is a very useful thing for you, because if I'll show you definition again.
I didn't like you were on that business object and there were data sources. I mean, this go back to that related business objects.
Yeah.
Is there an easy way to look for it, or we need to scroll down here? Like,
you need to scroll down here, because I said all the related business objects, but say addresses. So you see addresses, then there are links to these addresses. How will you be able to get the address details of this worker? So the related business objects would look like this, and the field for linking is addresses. So if you need to build a report around it, you need to first select the related link in the field, and then from that field, the next business object you can select is address and get all the details. If I'll go to this RBO, this is a business object in itself. Okay, address. So now you will have a different set of fields available under this business object. You see, now the fields have changed, like from 4,000 something in the worker business objects. Now they have reduced to 179 because only 179 fields falls under this business objects. And if you want to see any of the details, say like address line 1, 2, you will not be able to get direct instances of these fields on the worker business object, but you'll have to go to the address business object and get these details. Okay.
How do we connect the two different business objects? Say, I'm assuming business object is kind of a table.
Right.
So you want to connect worker business object to address business object. So I'm assuming there should be a
linkage,
location,
right?
or something that should be a common field in these
Right.
two.
That's what I showed you. So if you see, these are related business objects. So related business objects is like something we can relate from the worker business objects or have a link to. Okay. And then this is the address business object. So this business object has a direct relation with but how do we establish a link? This is something, second. This is address. I'll show you on the worker itself. Okay. So this is address. Then there are a number of links. So there are a number of links that you can use from the address business object. So first you will be having this field to be like configured on the primary business object or the main business object worker. And from there on, you can add the different business object related to address and use its field. So once you have it, so like I'll show you once. If this report already has mailing address by company, let me just go and since we are going it, we'll go it in detail because I'm explaining the business objects currently, but just to show you how object linkage would work, like I'm creating a new report. So while I'm creating, I'll just show you the different types of report types which are available for us to create from a custom report. Is advanced report, composite, matrix. There are like different kind of reports but for our integration purposes, advanced report is something we have the major focus on. And this is something utilized across our integrations, EIBs and everything. And for EIBs or reports to be used within integrations, we will have to select the flag as enable as a web service, not a work service. And then this tick is for optimized performances that will give you only index data sources. This is a very, I would say not a very recent, but yes, a recent in terms of Workday. So when we used to started working in Workday domain, the initial data sources were available which were not indexed, but eventually when Workday developed and grew, it started having index data sources. So anyone who has a background about how a data source would look like or RDMS system, so you would know like what's the difference between an index data source and a non-index data source. So one of the key things I would tell you is index sources, data sources are indexed objects are usually created for easier or efficiently sorting and finding the objects. Okay. So if we remove this, it will give you all the business objects available for the data sources available for the worker. Okay. I will have all active and let's see reporting if I select any of the data sources. Okay, so the main or the primary business object is something which will automatically be published on this first row or the column you'll need to add. So you say employee ID. Okay, next you will put up another. So anything which you add here would come up as a column in your report output. Okay. Then we have address. Okay, so this is one of the address fields and one of the returns all the addresses, including default location addresses. This is how you can see what a field would do, what would output. So either it is a custom or a calculated field. Calculated field is something we as developers create. This is not which is not delivered by Workday, but if you see any field source which is marked as Workday delivered, this is a Workday delivered field, and you can directly utilize this. Okay, so if I use addresses here and then put address here as the business object, so this is now we have taken under the business object, we have taken the related business object. So now you see, this is how we link related business object to a main business object. We'll create the field for it, and then we will add the address in the related business object in the next line and say, I will add line 1, address line 1 on this. This would not give much details if even if it is has. So you see worker address formatted line 1, these are calculated. You will not see this field directly available on worker business object. So that's why we need to create or look for related business objects and see for the links, and then use those links in our in our reports or integrations to establish the connection and set up the output. So if I'll say
So basically, addresses is a link in
right. Address field is a link.
Addresses is a link in the worker business object.
Right. This field is the link. Addresses is the link. If you are able to see my screen on the business object. Okay. From worker, this is the related business object. You're seeing the heading clearly saying the related business object. And then this field is the link. Addresses is the link. So once you have added addresses, you can directly from the next instance add this related business object under your business object definition of the report and use the underlying fields, which are these for addresses. So now you can see these 179 fields popping up or available for you to be selected.
So that link can point to a single business object, or can it be pointed like that link comprises of multiple related business objects, or is it a one-to-one relation?
It's a one-to-one relation. So it's like addresses. This particular field is a one-to-one relation between address and related, like our primary business object and the related business objects. But there are, I would not say that addresses is the only link. There are addresses local. So like for local addresses or addresses in the local languages, the link would be address local field. Okay, you see different kind of
each link defined under a business object will point to a single related business object.
Right. Okay. So this is what a business object would look like. And once you have access to the tenants, I would encourage you to just like at least go to this worker business object, see the different kind of fields available, the related business objects available, the data sources which are available, because this will help you in defining the integrations basics or configuration, like what to be used where. I can tell you certain examples, but in real time, if certain new things comes up, at least you know the direction, like where to look for. Like if you want to develop, say, for ledger, you'll go to the business object under the finance domain into the general ledger domain, and you will see the fields available, and you will determine, okay, these are the fields like demanded by your third party vendor, and these are the fields which are directly available in this business object. We can use this, create a custom report or utilize it in a EIB and then directly send it to the vendor. Okay.
I have a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm still not able to completely articulate this. So in this example, in your screen, you have worker business object, and in the related business object section, I'm seeing address as one of the related business object. And against that, you have 22 number of links. So why do we need to have so many links when they are pointing to the same business object, same related business object?
One of the key things I would say is like we are doing this, or Workday is doing this. So this is all set up by Workday because this is their data source. So make their system efficient and very secured. What they have done is like everything into different kind of business objects and fields, and also one second. You're able to see my screen yet, right?
You are very low in volume.
Yeah, you're able to see my screen, right?
Yeah, it's better now.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So coming to your question, I think my screen got switched to the other one. So yeah, coming to this question, since we have different kind of domains acquiring each of these work items, like different fields and different kind of related business objects. So as I told you, like something which points out to the address local, if you need just local addresses for this addresses related business domain, I would say you will point out to this field instead of looking to the addresses itself. So this kind of security setup was something which has been developed by Workday so that they can secure and have differentiate between different kind of fields, because say you have access to addresses fields, right? You'll be able to see any of the information underlying between addresses like address line 1, 2, but you will not be, you are not given access to addresses specifically in local languages to Mexico. So you'll not be able to see these local language addresses. So that is for security setup, they have differentiated every field or every business object into subdomains. And that's why these linkages are.
So link is basically number of fields or
Right.
number of fields.
Number of fields you can relate or look to this related business object too. Like say for adjustment.
Yeah, so can you open that address? In that addresses itself, there would be that address business. So if you click on that, it would be comprising of more fields, right?
This is a field. This is a main linkage field where I think the information related to, as I told you, like address line 1, address line 2, even address locals are available. But if you'll go directly to say address locals, you'll be having linkages, or you'll be able to find fields for address local 1, address local 2.
So how can we see in this addresses field name, how can we know that it has address line 1, address line 2 information? How can we know that?
I think I would say that comes up with experiences. That's where like you need to explore different kind of business objects and fields.
We should be able to see that, right? That addresses.
You are able to see if I'm showing you this address business object, right?
Okay.
So it has all these fields available. But going to this particular kind of domain like address line 1 or address local 1, that might be tied to this as well as certain subdomains someone might need access to. So you will only need access to local addresses, then you do not need to use this address. I think I would say this is kind of one or the other ways to get to the related business object. It's not restricting you, but like if you're developing or getting a local address in the field, then also you can get to the addresses business object and instead of directly going to the addresses field. That's why there are so many linkages. But when there comes a single link, then only field you can link or create the linkage using the single field available. Otherwise, for addresses, as there are multiple fields available, you can create multiple links. You can come from any of these fields to the related business object instead of just one option available to you.
So Aryan, that address is right. In addresses, that is a link. Can we say that it is a link? And then with that, we can fetch all the fields associated with that link, like address line 1.
Right. But that's,
I mean, can you go to that edit custom report so that it will be more clarity?
Yeah.
Edit custom report on the tab. So this is the one you are creating, correct?
Yeah. I just created.
Here, the second row is the link.
Right.
But the third row is the field.
Right. And why I say you a link in the field, because say, let me open Excel. If I have Excel on this, or maybe a notepad. Okay. So say, I hope you're able to see my notepad, right?
Yes.
Okay. So worker can have address like work address, and then can also have home address. Okay. Now, if you see when the link has been created or the field has been created, you see, one second. If I'll go in here, you see multi-instance object. If you see like different kind of, is the logo for multi-instance object or multi-instance field, sorry. See, field type, it's a multi-instance. This means there can be multiple instances of this address field can be saved. It can have work address, it can have home address. Okay, so once this multi-instance object or field has been included, now you have included the same field as a RBO, like the RBO of this. So how the output will come is like, now you have added address line 1. Okay, and then this will also have address line 1. So how the output would come is like the worker would be there in a column, then there would be the address, like it will give you the entire address like a work address or a home address, and then within this there you will have multiple rows saying address line 1 for the home address, address line 2, address line 1 for the work address. So that's why we add this multi-instance object first, and then so that you can see which object it is directly related to. I will just try to maybe run, because this will take time. Since we are like already on top of it, or in the selection list, value specify. Okay, I will remove the prompts. I'll run this report. There are 2 errors. So any kind of red error is something you cannot move ahead. Groups and headings to be created for subgroups, missing subgroup addresses. Okay. Now you see, since we have come up from main primary business object to a related business object, we need to give up a heading for each of the business objects. So for address, we need to go to ADD orderless. Then there is another error because the report is web service enabled. Types of prompts. So since every web service enabled report might have prompts already, so we will populate the default prompts from here. Contingent worker, worker type, the default type, specify default value. So now we have created the report. If I'll go and run this report, so it has given you see addresses, different kind of addresses, and then address line 1 and address line 2. So these are two addresses that are coming up for this person, and then address line 1 and address line 2 for each of the workers, for each of the addresses. Address line 1 for first address, address line 1 for second address. Okay, that's why grouping or the heading for the work for the related business objects is necessary, because this will group the multi-instance fields into one, and this particular address is related to one of the objects of the addresses available, and the address line 1 for the other address available.
So Aryan, this address is the second column is already grouped, right?
Right.
Only
So
when we are fetching the address line 1,
right,
that time we need the grouping.
right, that time we need the grouping, because address line 1 is from on the related business object. I'll show you. So you see only address line 1 is on the RBO, otherwise addresses is directly on the worker business object. Okay.
So then if we add more fields, we need more grouping. I mean,
if you'll add say line 2,
or only one time for every new object.
Exactly. Every new object would you need a group. Okay. So I have edited the report. I will refresh this page. Okay. So you see everything is coming under address line 1. So address line 2 now is a question of why address line 2 is not coming. So if I'll go in and see for this employee, say I think this person does not have access people, 1 second, or maybe to Logan. Okay, I'll go to this person, just like how we debug, as I told you. If you go to this person, the personal information, we will go further. If it is not available directly on the page, we'll go to view contact information. You see addresses. So different kind of addresses which are being maintained. So address line 2 would not have been entered, so it is not coming up on the output. Okay. Any questions?
I have a question. So if we choose the primary object as worker, and we chose the addresses, correct? So
right.
So if I create a custom field, do I need to link that to worker object? Then only I can have it as a primary, or else I need to
Right. I'll maybe in the later on classes when we go to the concepts of calculated fields, you will see different kind of possibilities we can have. Like for instance, if you're saying you want to create a custom field to look into the addresses or into the address line, like directly instead of fetching from this way, you can create a lookup related value. This is kind of a calculated field which will go in, which will take your primary business object of the report and then will look at the related business object. So in that case, the related business object within that field will be mentioned as addresses and the output. So address line 1 would be the output, and that will directly give you the same kind of information, but the difference would be you will have only worker object, and you will add another row on the worker object and add your calculated field directly here.
Okay. So at any point of time, we should have only one primary business object and associated fields when we are generating the report.
Right. So yeah, everything while developing or creating reports will revolve around your primary business object, which is mentioned in here. As soon as you create the definition, this will come up as a primary business object based upon the data source you have selected. So now you see this data source says indexed. Another way to find out how it is indexed or not is like there is a lightning symbol over here. So this shows that this is a indexed data source.
So let us know what is this data source.
So data sources, like I would say, if we have knowledge to like database concepts, this would be business objects would be something like a table, and then there would be a whole lot collection of tables which will reflect to this data source. So every data source would have, So database is like, yes, all these concepts of database, like you have tables, then you have grouping of tables, all this related to this a particular set of database, and then there are different databases available within tenant. So Yeah.
So it's like a database in which all worker address, all
Right.
those.
All tables and all fields are the structure is sitting in. So once you
Only for the worker, right?
right. Yeah, only for the worker.
That's the difference.
That's the difference. So for a different kind of field, if you are a business object, the data for your data source will differentiate. So if you go in and see view data source, if you have access.
I cannot hear you, Aryan, if you're talking.
Yeah, I'm saying let me just see if data source, there's a task to get the data source. Otherwise, like once you have access to community and things, so you see different kind of data sources you can explore from here. So once you have access to the tenant, right, you can explore a lot. You will see
what's the backend used for the storing the data?
Sorry, I'm not sure because since it's a cloud based, all I know is like Workday is using AWS for now. But if you ask me like what their primary technology of having the database on or what they are using in the background, I won't be aware.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
so how should we? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying because all we need to like worry about is like getting those fields and those tables and primary business objects in the Workday tenant. How it's resting inside Workday is not in our scope. That is like something if something happens to this data source or this delivered field, we might need to raise a ticket to Workday, and then they will help us with solving those problems. Yeah, go ahead. You were having some question.
Yeah, so regarding this data source, right, how we know what are different types of data sources, what information it has.
That's why like you can, like you have all this list of, you see, a lot of data sources which are available, and you can go ahead and tell you. But during the course, I can tell you for at least for HCM, a few of the major data sources that you will need while working on integrations or custom reports. One is, of course, what I told you is around the same data source, like an index data source for workers for HCM reporting. This is index data source, and there is another all active and terminated workers. So all active and terminated workers is something when you need to get information around people who have also been terminated, like not just active in the Workday tenant, but also being terminated. So you'll need those kind of data sources. So I can give you certain examples which would be widely used across integrations and reports. But yes, exploring all the different kind of data sources will tell me, even I would not have worked on many of these data sources, like say 095C, and only when you get a requirement from the client where you need to get this information, you go in, look for the data sources which are available for this information and try to develop the logic.
What's the difference between data source and business object? So you build a data source on different business object and then give it to use.
Right, yeah, to be used within the reports or integrations.
So business object is a subset of a data source.
Data source, that's right. Like you use different primary like business objects within a data source. That's what.
So the same business object may not be available or will not be available in another data source.
Data source, yeah. Or there can be, I think, linkages to different kind of data source. I think worker, as you say, worker would have a lot of business object like data sources. Yes.
Yeah. So that will be the secondary business object which links to the another data source.
Right. Right.
Say if I want a payroll information from worker, I need to access the payroll data source, and subsequently I need to access those business objects within the payroll data source to get those data.
Like these objects, these data sources are linked to these objects, and then once you select while creating the custom report, you'll need I think if you might have missed, so what we get on the screen is not something as a business object, but a data source. So this data source will have those multiple business objects within it.
Right.
Okay.
So
which are
choosing the right
interrelated as
data
argument.
source is important.
Right. That is the most important thing. Correct. Choosing the right data source is important. Like if I say just for worker, you'll see so many, and all of them will have the worker informations and things, but in different manners. As I told you, like all active and all active.
In our report, we cannot have two data sources, right? If we are fetching for worker and we want payroll information.
If those are linked, definitely you can have from the data source. Like if those business objects, like where the payroll information has been saved, like it's usually saved on the compensation business object. Okay. So you can definitely have, but if there is particular thing which is not available in the data source, then you need to select the right data source. That's why just knowing the right data source, exploring the right data source becomes crucial, not just because getting the output, but also getting the output efficiently. Like I told you, you might have an indexed or a non-indexed data source. You can build report on both. But later on, if your organization say grows in size and lacks, then an indexed data source output or integration run will complete very efficiently and fast rather than a non-indexed data source. Okay, that's why you need to just explore and see what are the different options available. Okay. So coming back to the reporting concepts, I think briefly we discussed about business objects, data sources. So this table nearly represents the similarities of Workday objects with the RDBMS concepts. So if you see a business object or a PBO, it is similar to a table or a worksheet, Excel worksheet in RDBMS, I can say. And then when we say about data sources, it is equivalent to a view. So view is like a subset of data. So a particular kind of data you can see. So that's why we had so many business objects pointing to, so like single business objects pointing to multiple data sources. And then we come to report fields, which acts like columns. And then we have related business objects. Related business objects are something we can call as child objects. And then they have a relation or a links between them, and then the data is called an instance. As we saw, there are fields which are single instance or multi-instance. So like addresses, we had multiple addresses. We can have a home address, we can have a work address. That's why it was a multi-instance field. If a name is there, name would be just, or a legal name is there, would be just a single instance kind of field. So you'll see only one of the data that can be populated inside the name field. So yeah, I think in your courses, you can just take a note of this slide and try to understand everything around the business objects and data sources with an analogy to RDBMS concepts. Okay. Moving ahead, I think this is a definition of Workday business objects. At Workday stores your data as a business objects, organization, workers, and positions. These are all examples of business objects. Just as a database table or worksheet has columns and rows, Workday business objects has fields and instances. Fields would be something like, you can say the address line 1, the heading is a field, and the instance, the data stored inside it would be an instance. Okay. What all a business object can do, it stores data as business objects composed of a set of related fields. Fields can be Workday delivered or calculated fields or custom fields. I think we briefly discussed about there are two types of fields. You can click on Workday and go to that related action of any of the fields and see if it is a Workday delivered field or a custom field or a calculated field. Then we have instances, as we just discussed, and we have links from one business object to the related business objects. Okay.
How calculated fields considered as a business object?
It's not considered as a business object. It's saying fields can be Workday, and it's like a part of the business object. As we saw, like a business object worker would have certain delivered fields. Similarly, if you create a calculated field with the business object worker, it will come under the same table, but it would be a calculated field, not a delivered field.
So does the business object tell us how many calculated fields are there and which one to use, or?
No, but business objects can tell you all the fields. I think if you remember, I showed you last time. Let me just open it.
And one more question, like, can we create a custom business object? It's all like very good.
Like those are very, I would say, advanced things. Those are something related to functional aspects as well. We can have custom fields or custom objects, but that's not the scope of our integration training.
So calculated field will not be covered?
Calculated field would be covered, but he's asking about custom business objects.
Okay.
Okay. So even
so what it is called, custom business objects?
These are called custom objects within Workday. Okay. So
no, when we need to create a custom objects, right, business objects, what it is called, how it is created, it's something functional people do it?
Yeah, functional people do it, and mostly it is based upon requirements. If I think I'll show you custom, we have custom objects or custom fields are there. I think I do not have access to this task particularly, but this is mostly on the side of functional things. They set up, say, they have a new kind of flag that is to be set up for international assignment. So they will create a custom object, create a field inside that, and set up this flag. So those kind of requirements which we cannot already have. Most of the thing, like I would say 99% of the things are already created, but it's in exceptional cases that you might need to go ahead and create custom objects or custom fields within tenant, and that would be part of the functional setup. This integration.
One more question, Aryan. So this object worker is like locked, right? We cannot customize this.
No, this is delivered.
Right?
No, this is delivered. Yeah.
Okay. Then I have another question. So when we create the RDS view, can it have multiple data sources? I mean, multiple primary objects?
When you create a custom report?
Not custom report. When you say RDS is something like a view, right? That's what you...
RDBMS is report data source, but even data sources you cannot create. Data sources are already delivered. Like a business object is delivered, the views of the table or the RDS report data sources are also delivered. You cannot create a data source. Those are all delivered by Workday.
So if you wanted to have multiple custom fields from multiple primary objects, can we have that?
We can have, yes. I think as we saw, right, like a worker business object getting connected to the address business object, and from the address business object you can have anything which is related. Say a custom field is there for the address business object, you can have that field, and later on say there is another position business object that can also come inside, and you can have the fields corresponding to the position business object. All you need to do is understand the links between these business objects and establish it into your report.
So we don't need to worry much about how big the report is, right? Because when we say addresses, it has multiple fields in it. So if that also will be included in the report, as well as if you want just an address one, correct?
No. I think only the fields. The object would be there, and then there's a field column. I think we'll go ahead and see it in detail in the later part.
I got it.
But
okay.
Yeah.
I think we'll cover it later part. Thanks.
Yeah. So I think some of you had a question like what a business object or worker looks like. So if these are fields, and there can be, let me see if there is any calculated fields that have been created already. So you see CF, DD. So you have.
In field source, we see that calculated right here. So is that
right?
Does that mean it's a calculated? Okay.
No, this is the name. I can maybe, this is certain kind of integration best practices we do, CFS.
Okay.
But yes, when you open or go to the related actions or 3 dots, as we call it in Workday, the related actions of this field, you will see a calculated field. Okay. This means this is a custom field. Okay.
I was just asking, in field source we see calculated, right?
Right.
The third column there.
Right. That is also there. But even if you're certain, like say, adding it into your report, you will not always have this table popped up. So what you can do is like enter the name of the record or the field and just see its description. It says calculated field, and if I'll go ahead and see any of the delivered fields, let me just, this is
I'm a bit confused. Can you clarify my doubt here, Aryan? You said like we cannot customize the delivered business objects, right? So in this case, we are adding custom calculated fields to the delivered object.
We are not customizing this worker or business object, or you said like any kind of changes other than fields are directly associated with it. We're not changing it. We are adding a field. You can you cannot change kind of
we can add custom fields, but we cannot modify or delete any of the existing.
No, exactly. So anything, you cannot do any actions, edit or anything directly on the business object. But fields are a different category. Fields are, I can say, columns. So table you cannot delete or modify, but you can add columns to the table. Okay.
So Aryan, this calculated fields can comprise of different business objects?
No. Since we are seeing only one, I think you guys can hold on to your questions. We will discuss these concepts in detail when we go and create a calculated fields or custom report, because then you'll have a clarity, like how a calculated field is being created, what all the options that are available, that only one primary business object can be the source of this calculated fields, and that's how it is tagged to this business object. Otherwise, you will see this randomly, right? If we can have multiple.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So just like we saw a calculated field, if it is a delivered field, fields source would say Workday delivered. So this is something you cannot change. Delivered fields you cannot change. You can copy or create a calculated fields, but you cannot edit or modify any of the delivered objects, be it a object, be it a cal fields, data sources. Anything which has been created by Workday, you do not have rights or permissions to do that. Okay, moving ahead on fields and instances, I think we discussed.
Can you go back to that business object one more time? No. In the tenant. Go to the fields. Okay. Oh, I was just checking where do we specify the data type of a field. Okay. Here you have.
I think that's why I mentioned that when we create a custom field, you'll be able to understand how it is coming, like a field type, because you have not created, so you cannot see how do we specify. And as I told you, delivered fields you cannot change. This is a Boolean, this will stay as a Boolean field type. If it is a text, it will stay as a text or a number. But when you go and create a custom field, there you have the abilities to choose what kind of field you want. Accordingly, the data type will also be selected.
Okay. Thank you. Please proceed. Yeah. That answers the question.
Yeah. Okay. So I think fields and instances are something we just discussed. Instances of a business object is Workday are like rows in a table or spreadsheet. Each instance represents a unique occurrence. A business object can have no instances, one instances, or many instances. Okay. Calculated fields, as we discussed, these are custom fields. You can have arithmetic calculations. You can have a logic to look up from one business object to another business object. You can have date calculations that can be driven. So there are a lot of possibilities which we will discuss while creating a calculated field during our creation of a custom report. Okay. And these fields, I think the second point says like the important thing, this is not just limited to reporting. A calculated field is also in scope of a functional person who creates a business process or the flow of a transaction. So say they want to automatically pick up the name for the candidate during the hire process or the offer process. So they will use these fields or calculated fields within their business processes or their configuration as well. Okay. Or currently enable or select list business objects, external data is permitted. I think this is something you already have access to, so I'll not go entirely on the data. So this shows you a comparison between a business object and a data source.
Can go back to that slide, custom fields, external data. So what it is, external data?
External data is populated via integration. It's like something, as I told you, like AD, like your Windows username or something is being presented in AD or stored in AD, but it is coming to Workday so that they can map the employee information. So this is an external data. Anything which is coming from outside world, say the pay slips are coming, that's an external data. So they are getting saved into your Workday profile. Okay.
Okay. So how is custom fields and calculated fields are different?
Custom fields and calculated fields. Custom fields, like you can say custom field is a calculated field. Calculated field is a terminology we use in Workday. That is like for your understanding that there are delivered fields and there are custom fields.
So calculated fields are custom fields.
Yes.
And there is nothing like custom fields, or there are
specific terminologies, like when I tell you that there are custom objects, right? When an object is being created for you to store certain data which is not already there, as I told you, like a assignment flag or an entrance assignment flag, then those are something a custom object can be created, and the fields under that you can call it as custom fields, but they are also calculated fields. But since it is related or tied to a custom object, that's why they're calling it as a custom fields in this slide. Otherwise, we always call it as a calculated field.
Okay. So custom fields are something that is created out of custom objects?
Right. And if there is a Workday delivered object, then those calculated fields will always be called as calculated fields.
Okay. And when we create the report, is there something like external data? Sorry, I don't get that part of external data. I know you said
You cannot create a report is something you can create from the database, right? So if it is already entered into Workday, then only you can create a report. You cannot create a report for a data which is sitting outside of Workday or called as an external data. Once an external data has been inputted into Workday, then yes, you can do actions or create reporting on it. But unless
so why it is called out here external data? I just want to know how it is related to report.
It's saying, because I think external data is something which is not there in Workday or created in Workday, as I told you, right?
So
like a name would be created or entered into Workday, but external data is something like payslip data that would come from payroll, not from Workday. If the payroll is a third-party vendor, that would come from payroll. The payroll, payslip ID, is external data.
So I get it now. External data, when we want to get it into a report, right, we use the custom fields for that. Is it something like that? Okay.
Right. So since I told you, and there is particular custom object that has been created to store something which is outside and already not delivered. So if you relate in those terms, you can call it. But yes, anything which is not directly created into Workday is called an external data. And if you are, I would say, referencing to it in your custom reports, then it would something like calling an external data. But you cannot directly call an external data unless until it is saved in Workday.
Got it. Yes. Makes sense. Thank you.
Anything, I think anyone else just had a comment or a query on this?
Prabhu here, I was about to ask that any data coming from external world, which may or may not be, which is not available in Workday. So we pull the data through custom field inside Workday.
Right. And not necessary custom fields, like there can be data.
Delivered fields as well. Yeah, got it. Yeah, right. But if the field is not in Workday.
Yes, if it is outside of our scope, which is already delivered by Workday, then we might need to. That's why I create like 99% of the time you will have. But if you will have a certain kind of custom requirement that you need a flag, apart from the international assignment thing, you need to have a flag for all those things which are required for your business flows or for queries or reporting, then there would be a requirement to create a business object, a custom business object, and custom fields.
I have one question on this custom field and calculated field. So what I am understanding is a calculated field is a custom field where you associate a specific calculation.
I would suggest you don't get confused with.
Don't confuse. Okay. Yeah. We'll get to know more in the later stage.
Yes. No. I'll say keep these things separately. I would say in Workday terminologies, call a calculated fields for like delivered Workday objects that you create for your reporting. Custom field is something which can be only associated with a custom object. A custom object is something which is not delivered by Workday. Okay. So say worker is delivered, but I want to add a business object on my name or say on your company's name, XYZ. You create a business object and you want to put details, add fields to this particular custom object in Workday to put in your company details. So those fields like your company name, your company email, company address, those fields will become custom fields. And this company business object is a custom object.
Correct. Yeah, that's where I'm going, because in a real world scenario, say for example, an employee, like say if he's working for a state organization, so they could have, apart from an ID, they will have a benefits identification number or a different number that identifies their state service eligibility. Okay. So usually in our ERP domain, we create a custom table and link that table to the main parent table, right? Exactly. So here, if we need to do that, we create a custom object and the required fields to that custom object, and then associate that object to the worker object.
Right, exactly. Like that's a great example, I would say there. Like as you said, like you would need to create a table for something which is not already there, like national IDs. So there can be multiple national IDs. In Singapore, I think there are different kind of national IDs for people working from overseas, like who are immigrants. So those kind of things, you create a business object or a table, as you say, okay, and then you add certain fields into that custom object, and then you can have linkages and you can use this custom object directly into your reports or integration.
But those fields can only be populated through backend integrations. But can they be exposed on the Workday pages?
Yes, they can be. That's why, like, if someone is entering a new hire's information, that's why I said you that this is all functional setup. If you want a custom field, that is something the functional guy will come up. They will take in the requirements, create the object, and create the fields, because we might not need a custom object or a custom field in the background. We can create the calculations or do something in the XSLT or any of the coding things we have. But for a HR to enter this national ID, as you said an example, they need to have a place, right? So they will create the custom object and the field and then associate it to the page on the Workday.
Okay.
Yeah,
usually the duty is done for a technical, but I'm hearing it different.
Right. For us, for Workday integrations, anything like data inflow, outflow is something you are all concerned with. Anything changing on the UIs, on the business processes is something done by functional people, because that's their scope. The UI or the flow of the transactions is functional setup you would need.
Okay, interesting. Yep, thank you.
Okay, so I think that's the difference between a business object and a report data source. I'll just move on to module 3. Okay, module 3 has been covered. One second. I will hide this floating panel. And then we had module 4. We briefly discussed about creating custom reports, but we will go in detail. So yeah. There are two types of data sources, a standard or an indexed. As I discussed, index is something which has a more efficient and higher performance. This is basically an RDBMS concept that an index table or an index data source would perform the searches more efficiently because of the indexing they do internally. And then there are standard data sources.
In what cases we use standard? Because we always handle large number of data, right?
All right. So, Prabhu, as I think I will tell you an example, because around 3 to 4 years back, you would usually have just standard, or 5 years back, you will just have standard data sources within Workday. Index is something which has come up in the last 4 to 5 years, but this is still not available for most of the business objects, or many of the business objects, I would say. For workers, you will say you can find index data sources for many, but still there are restrictions. There are certain fields are not available on the index data source. So if there is a requirement which cannot be fulfilled by selecting an index data source, that's why we have the tick while creating a custom report. If you uncheck that, then only you can see the standard data sources. Otherwise, you will see all the index data sources. And in terms of efficiency, I would say even a standard data source would work till, like, say, around 10, 15,000 rows. If it is fetching, it will still work fine. But index data source is something when you have more than 50,000 records being pulled up and all those things are there. That's why we advise you to create initially a report on index data source if possible, but only go to a standard one if it is not possible, or your business requirements are something that you cannot cater from an index data source and the fields associated.
Thank you.
Okay, and then creating a standard and index data source, we'll see creating custom reports, report type. I encourage you to just go through the modules yourself, I will. So I think one of the things action was on me to show you a standard report first, like something which is already created and delivered by Workday. So before that, as I told you, I might have limited access. So can anyone of you help me? What is the action or what is the task, so that I can go and act as someone else? Okay, great. And you can use the same procedure when you have tenant accesses. If you do not have any accesses or you're not able to see much data, you can use any of the super users. You can remember this name and use the same super user. Okay. So I will try to see my workers would be something. Okay, you see my workers. If I click on this, it will ask you for a prompt, like what kind of reporting type you want to see. Direct report is either or matrix. So I will say direct for now, and it will give you all the 9 reportees it has under her directly. So since this is a delivered report, you cannot make changes to it. The only thing you can do from a standard report is to copy a report and then edit as per your needs. So if you copy a report, standard report, say copy version, I will copy. This is my copy. Then I can go ahead and make change to it. So again, a standard report can also be a advanced report or a simple report or any other kind of reports. So now you have copied this report. You can only edit this definition and not the original one. Okay, now you can add any fields that you want to, like if there is a requirement that my worker is currently working fine, but I want to add certain few rows or particular filters within the report. So you do not need to go ahead and create a report from scratch. You can use this definition of the standard report, copy the same definition and make changes to it. Okay. So since it's a copy of the standard report, this data source and everything is already selected as on the original report. So one by one, we will see the different parts of a report creation tab. So firstly, we have the data source. So whenever a data source is being selected, this primary business object or position is as in this case, would already come up associated with the data source, and then we will have columns. So columns would have different views and RVUs being listed here, and anything which you want to see on your report output, you will add it under these fields. Okay, then you have sorting capabilities, like a worker alphabetical sort is being done, so the name would be.
One question, sorry, can you go up to the data source?
Okay.
From the data source, I see position for my matrix and direct report is. So from this, I understand that I am a manager or a supervisor. I can see only my subordinate. Is that right?
Right.
Okay, so basically, all the parameters are internally supplied to this business unit. My hierarchy in the organization is internally supplied.
Right. It is like inbuilt logic within this.
Inbuilt logic. Okay.
Yes.
So
if you'll click on this data source, you can read the description. Access the position as primary object, returns one row per position, includes positions that the user manages. Like you are the user, you are running this report as your supervisory manager. Okay. So that's why I say, like, it's very helpful when you go ahead and have access to tenants just to see the different data sources, like what they read, how one is different from the other one, like if there are any inbuilt prompts. So if there are any inbuilt prompts, like in this case, reporting type is inbuilt prompt. So whenever you create a custom report out of this data source, in the prompts, it will be automatically populated.
So is there any dictionary delivered by Workday so that it will be easy for me to go and search, because it will be a ocean?
Right. I think I can, like, once you have tenant access, I think you can see, as we saw, all the data sources you have access. Otherwise, I'm afraid if you have access to Workday community, because only implementers might have. So in those cases, you can, and within the community world, so they have a whole kind of website for all those implementers and learners. So once you get into certifications and stuff, and even when you are tagged with a client, so clients also have certain access to community pages. So you can look up all these things, like a business object directory, a web service directories. But on the open world on Google, you won't be able to find. Okay, so this is kind of a standard report which is delivered, and if you want to create a copy and do certain modifications, you can do it from there. But let's go ahead and create a custom report from itself. So I would say create, since it's 3-letter search, I would encourage you to just type in the first 3 alphabets and do the action. So if we create a worker or a work sample or PT, okay. So in the drop down, if you can see, there are multiple kind of reports type that are available. But for this course, the major focus or things would be on advanced, because advanced reports is something that only can be used in an integration, be it an EIB or a studio integration. Otherwise, other things cannot be directly used. But I will show you first a quick example of a simple report as well, how a simple report looks like, and then you can draw differences between an advanced report and a simple report. Okay, so after the report type, there is a tick for temporary report. So in case you want to just create certain reports in your environments for testing purposes, you just need to find certain data, which is very helpful while developing, I would say, integrations. You want to see the report, like the fields you can have. So we'll create a test report or a dummy report just to get the business objects and different fields or things or calculations you want to do on the email IDs. So you can quickly go and build a test report and see all the different kind of email IDs that is coming up or sitting inside your tenant. Say it does have at the rate certain your company name.com or at the rate your company name.co.in. So all those things you can see by creating test reports. So in case you're creating a test report that you see you won't be needing in the future after certain days, you take this temporary report and this will automatically delete the report after 10 days. Okay. Then again, in the data source, there are two parameters. One is optimized for performance. So if this is being ticked, you would be able to select only index data sources. Standard data sources won't be available. So you have to untick this and then go with whether I'll show you with the I'll use workers for HCM reporting as a data source and click OK. So just keep in mind this is a simple report. So the UI of this report creation would be different from what we have seen in the examples we have done previously. Okay, so the top part of the reporting console remains same, or the report writer remains same. We have data source filters, we have columns, sort fields, and filter. We do not have prompts, we do not have sharing options and advanced options on simple reports. That's the major difference. You can only create get the data from the primary business object. You also cannot add any kind of BOs, because if you see, there is no business object column available for us to select here. Only fields from the primary business object or the PBO you can be selected in a simple report. Okay.
Data source filter, is that the filter applied on that data source?
Right. It is inbuilt with the data source.
So do we have any other filters?
It can or cannot be, yeah. So it depends upon the data source, what all different kind of filters it has been built up with. So you see all active worker, all employees, all active workers, all types, all terminated work. These are the filters that are pre-built with this data source. And also you can change the data source at this step while creating when you have not added any fields. You want to see what all different kind of data sources that are available. So you can change it from here, but the catch is only the data sources related to worker business object would be available now, because the primary business object has been defined. So all the data sources applicable to the primary business object would come up here.
Sorry, Aryan, when did we select that primary business object?
We do not select. We initially selected the data source. Okay. So the primary business object associated with data source has been already published. But now at this step, when we have initially selected the data source, only the data source related to this PBO can be changed. And if you want to altogether change the primary business object, then you have to discard this report and go from the beginning and create a new report with the exact data source so that it picks up the right business object. Okay. So that's, I think, one of the key questions I would say can be, say, if you want to looking for a change, that while reporting, if you have initially created the definition or the name of the report, what all can be changed? Can we change the primary business object of the report, or can we change the data source? So the answer is we can only change the data source. If you want to change the primary business object, then you need to create a new definition. Okay. Here I will add employee ID, will add worker, the instance of the worker. Okay. And now again, I will ask you and encourage you to go to the related actions of these fields just to familiarize yourself, like what these different symbols mean to you. So this particular symbol, if you see, there are, well, I'll enlarge my screen. Let me do that. Okay. So you see, there is like what we have a Venn diagram kind of logo coming in here. Then we have a hash for the other field. So why are these different symbols coming up? This is because the different type of fields. So anything which is as a Venn diagram is a self-referencing kind of field, and anything which is having hash would be a number field. Once again, I will go back now since I've shown you the. Okay, so if you see, the field type is numeric. Similarly, we have multi-instances, we have single instances, and those will have different symbols. I will add the worker here.
Can you explain that difference of Venn diagram? I mean, number I could understand. What does that Venn diagram signify?
Venn diagram signifies that like this is a self-referencing kind of field. You can, from the report, I will show you how it is different. From the report itself, you can go to this object or the field. So it will come up as an object, and then you can click on the worker itself and directly go to that profile of the worker. Just give me a minute. I'll show you like this is a text field and how it is different from a self-referencing kind of field. Okay, I'll quickly run this report. These are the inbuilt prompts. So see, I did not had anything or any of the tabs available to me to put in any prompts or anything. So these prompts are something which are already, I would say, built in on the. Okay, that got cancelled for showing. Or simple. Okay. So you see there are no tabs available for us to select the prompts or create any prompts in a simple report, but we see certain kind of prompts that are populating. So how they do come up? So if you go to the primary business object, and you will see, I think on this object, are they not mentioned anything like indexed data sources? Usually it is there. I'll show you that inbuilt prompt is something which is written. Maybe is it written on the data source filter, security group, access workers, primary business object contains. Okay, you see in the comment it is written contains built-in prompts for worker type, employee type, contingent worker type. So those are the 3 prompts you will see while running this report. Okay, I'll go ahead and put.
Is this always restricted? Can we, in a simple report, can you?
No, in a simple report you cannot. That's the difference between a simple and an advanced report.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, filtering and sorting you can do in a simple report as well. But prompts are something you cannot do. Sharing is something you cannot do. You see all those 702 records for this worker is coming under the first name, last name. And I think Uday was the one, right, who was asking what kind of self-referencing field is. So this is a self-referencing field. This comes up an object on the report output or a clickable link. In layman terms, if I can say, this is a clickable link. So what you can do is from the worker, since it's a self-referencing object, if you directly click, let me just show you. Okay. If you directly click on this link, you will be able to see the worker profile. As we saw, any of the information you want to see about this worker, and if you have access to, you'll be able to see from this page. Okay. That's the difference between a text. So this name is a text field. Okay. You cannot click this. You cannot perform any action on this, but on the worker, which is a self-referencing field, you can directly go to the worker profile.
So does it point to the worker object?
Right. It does point to the instance of a worker object. Since a self-referencing instance, worker object is like the definition, but Logan McLean is a instance of that object. Okay.
So, I mean, if you have full row level security, then you will be able to see that.
Right. Say worker details, you might not. If I'll go to the page again, you are someone who can just view certain basic details. So maybe you will be able to see summary, job, and all that. The rest of the tabs, like a personal information, which is a PII, or a compensation information, which is also sensitive information, if you do not have access to, you won't be able to see. Okay. So that was about simple reports. Okay. I think another thing I will tell you is about the
Aryan?
Yeah.
So I have one more question. So how is the data security applied in these data sources? Say, as an end user, if I choose a data source, so I'll say, for example, if I'm only authorized to see data for a particular department, what I mean is the row level security. How is it implemented?
So in Workday, there are basically security set up basically on 2 types, like a user level or role level securities, and everything is controlled from domains. So you have domains, what we call in Workday, securing each of these objects and data sources. For each of the object, and even for particular field level things, there can be something, I would say, performance rating. You can maybe have access to other things of the promotion cycle, but a performance rating is a particular field you do not have access to, right? So that is because one of the subdomains under the main domain you do not have access to. So That's why those same overview concepts come into place, where we have security setups being showed to you. Okay, you see the security groups like for this data source are also being mentioned here. So these security groups are nothing but like a role or user-based groups who can have access to this data source. Okay, let me just take down to your question and see if I can have any domains.
So from a developer standpoint, which data source usually we need to, like, say, if we are starting a new custom report, usually do you choose a data source which has open security or?
No one would have open security. It will definitely have certain level of securities, but it depends. And another thing is, as a developer, when you create a custom report, which we'll see in the later stages, that there is something called as ownership or the shareable kind of options for the report. So people with whom you share this information with or the custom report with can have access to this report, and based upon their security setup within Workday, which is already done when they create users. So based on that level, they can see the data or cannot see the data. Okay, view domains. If I have executable item. Okay, item. Just want to show you certain things around the domains. Okay, even I do not have access to certain tasks. So after the class, I will try to get my access extended or find another super user who has this access and then show you what a domains look like and a domain policy looks like. It needs to be enabled for that particular user or role. Then only you can see the data. Okay.
Field level restrictions also can be done, like if there's something like IDs, right? SSN ID.
Right. So it is already being set up, but yes, this all falls under the security setup of the functional configuration, I would again say. You will have to create roles if I will have. So this authorized users, you see, it is saying default areas. So anything which has default areas, it will be accessible to most of the people. But if I'll say maybe employee ID, you see default area as well as benefits eligibility is there. So if I go ahead and someone edits these security permissions who have access to and removes default area, then only if you have benefits eligibility, you can see this employee ID field. Otherwise, you cannot. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
Okay, so we were on putting up filters or sorts. So we want to sort on the basis of employee ID. Okay, so we sort on the basis of employee ID and create a filter. I would say company who belong to a particular company. So again, I'll go down slowly here. So we selected the field, okay? And then we have the operator. In the operator, we have different options. We have in the selection list. So what this will do is like in the column corresponding to this one, the comparison value, you will have to select certain values, and this filter will look for only those values. So that would be in the selection list, not in the selection list. So if you want to do the reverse of it, like anyone who's in the selection list, like exclude these people who are being selected, then you'll have to use not in the selection list. Is empty is not empty. Is empty is like when the company instance like is not being filled, and it's not empty, like if the company is not being inputted for any of the workers, it will not output that worker. Okay, so if I go ahead and use the in selection list and select any of the companies, maybe, I don't know how this result would look like, but yes, we can try. Okay, and again, you see there are three things that come up when you create the definition or save the definition. This is run, this is test, and this is run. So what's the difference between run? So run is something you will get access to the entire output of the report. Test is like it will give you randomly 10 instances or 10 fields from the output file. It will not give you the entire output. This is handy like when you are just trying to create the definition and running it frequently so that it does not take, and if the definition is taking a longer time to run, then you can test and see how the output is coming, and then finally when you are done and satisfied with the view of the report, you can run the report. Okay, so yeah, I think we selected certain filters. Now that's why this is not coming up. If you see the results are not coming up, I will go ahead and remove that filter, because there might be people who post to this person, like who are not entitled to this company, I would say. I think, yeah, we created a filter on the company, right? So if I remove this filter, put OK, and then have only the sorting done here based on employee IDs, and I refresh this page, so you see all the 703 employees in the tenant are coming up, and this is being sorted on based on the employee ID. So 21001 is the least number, and it will go on till all the pages. And one of the newer things I would say here to check and see is now Workday displays only the head counts or the page counts which you have selected, like 30 is the default, and if you want to just see everything, you click on all so that you can go ahead and see everything in the list that comes up. So you see everything has been sorted based upon the employee ID. Now again, if I go ahead and edit this report and say and change the sorting to be sorted from employee ID to first name, okay, first name, and now it can have direction also. Initially we did ascending, which is the default direction. Now I'm selecting descending, first name descending. Okay, and I again refresh this page. Okay, now you see this has been sorted differently. Now the employee IDs does not matter on the occurrence of the instance, but the first name sorting has been done. So we'll see, like starting from Z till the last one is A, it would be sorted.
The filter that you apply in the company is not part of this report, but still it is filtering.
No, it is not filtering. I think if you missed, I removed since.
You removed, but my point is it is not erroring out, even if it is not part of the column. See, there is no company here, but still you are able to add the column. Don't worry about the result, but you are able to add it.
Right.
Okay.
We can have the like columns, anything, but filtering is something you need to specify, and that's only like you can filter on anything like
within the business object.
Right. Any column is in the be it a part of a report or not. Okay. So say, I would say
not business object, but data source.
Yes. Anything you have, no. I would say on the business objects, you're not able to see right now. Yeah, you're not able to see right now, but on the advanced report, you will see you have two levels of filtering. One is filter one, which is based on the primary business object, and the sub filter, which is based on the RBO or the related business object. So if you want to do any filtering on the related business object, then you will have to go to the sub filter. So I'll demonstrate it to you later, but yeah, I'll show you. Maybe if active or on leave, is there anyone on leave? Status or status. Active status is usually is equal to. So now you see, since the field has changed, the type of field would be have changed. Since it's a Boolean type of field, the operators available to us has changed. Okay, so this depends upon the type of field you're selecting. Initially you had, since it was a drop down or list kind of field, you have the list to be enabled or to be specified. The comparison value now you have is blank, is not blank, is equal to or not equal to. So is equal to, so I'll want to select only the active workers. Okay, and I will go ahead and refresh this report again. Let's see if this impacts anything, if anyone has been. So I think all of these people have been are like active and not terminated. So we are seeing this. And you see, Prabhu, I guess we have not added an active field in here on the report definition, but still we can add that filter. Okay, so that's our simple report. I would still say I will stick to the simple report, because if I start the custom report topic, it would be a large one from here. But okay, sorting and filtering is done. If I go and edit this one, so and maybe I'll show you all the options available in a report which is similar, be it advanced report or a custom or a simple report. So on this report, you first thing, if you click on the related actions, is custom report. Under the custom report, you have edit option, where you can go and edit like we used to change the filtering, change the sorting. You can do that. If you want to, if there is an already existing custom report that's there and you want to build your report on top of it, you can create this copy. Similarly, like we did for a standard report, you just need to create this copy. If I'll create in the copy, it will ask you to give a new name, because the names cannot be duplicate, and click OK. So it automatically adds dash copy in front of it, and it will, if you'll just click, it will copy the entire definition of the report with the sorts and the filters already existing. And any changes you want to do from now on can be used in here. This comes up handy when you are creating certain reports in the starting of your project, and then there are multiple integrations that use the basic concepts or the basic things, but only couple of fields or things are changing. On a later stage for a newer integration, then you can go ahead and copy this report instead of creating from a scratch, and then add those fields or filters respective to the integration and utilize that report. Okay, coming back to the options, I would say, okay, so we saw copy, we see schedule. Okay, so what a schedule does is like we have created this report, this has been doing well, and then we want to schedule and the output of this report. Say you want to run it at a particular time in the future, not like run now. Then we will have a run once in the future. So the report criteria is something that is you see while running the report, right? Like the prompts. This is a report criteria. If you want to put in anything here, then the second tab is schedule. So since this is a run in once in the future schedule, you will have to put the date. Say I want to run it certain time. So now you have for every hour you have a 5 minutes gap. Earlier it used to be 15 minutes. Yes, now you have a 5 minutes gap. Like you can schedule it for 12, 12:05, 12:10, 15, and so on. Similarly, you can go ahead and select any time of the day, click run, and what it will do is automatically run the report. And where will it go? So it will go to your, I would say, my reports section. Okay, or it will come up in your inbox as well. So you will see this in your notifications and inboxes. If you go on your my reports section of this dashboards, I think they have not put up here, but on the profile, if you go, you have this my reports cloud logo in front of it. Okay, so all these definitions or reports have been run or scheduled for this person, and they have run up, and a file would look like this in a Excel or a PDF format, whatever you give, and it will come like, say, Logan McLean has given up or scheduled this report, the data would run up. So I think these ones are certain kind of bird reports or things they have done differently. These are not typical custom report outputs. It would come up in an Excel format.
So the My Reports will host that report output.
Right.
So is it to the person who ran it, or can we distribute that report to a different audience?
It's basically to the person who runs it. And I think for advanced reports, we do have option and once in the future. And even the output, if you'll go Excel, report tags, right prompts. So yeah, I think this was one of the things, like output can be Excel, a report, or a text. Then report tags are there. But for simple reports, I do not think we have an option to share it with someone else. But for advanced, we can explore it later.
So basically, simple reports will be used by end users in that case,
right.
Is it?
That's what, like, these are basically non-integration kind of reports. You, as an end user, like as an HR, you want to see the data. HR admin, you want to see the data, then you create these reports if you have knowledge to, and then you can just run this report. Or usually what integration people will do is like create simple reports for these people and assign this reports so that they can run and use these reports.
So where do you assign that report to a person?
In this, I think for simple reports, you usually have access open to it, but in advanced report, I will show you.
So my question is, say, for example, Logan, whoever is we have logged in.
Right. So
director or vice president who might not be that much aware of Workday.
Right. So what we will do is like just give them this name. Okay. And they will be able to see this name. So you see all these standard reports or simple reports are coming to me. I will just click on the report name, not the definition. Like I'll just put up the name, it will directly open the report and not the definition.
Okay. So we create the report and then give the report name to the end user.
And then they can access
that's for that.
And then and then the data is again subject to the access to the domains they have.
But
should have that share option for this custom report.
For advanced, that's the difference between the simple and advanced report. For advanced report, we do have option to share this report.
No, I do see we can share the simple report.
There is a transfer ownership. I'm not sure. Maybe I've not worked much directly on because as part of integrations, we never create simple reports. Maybe if you have that knowledge, do you see?
Can you go one more time? Schedule.
Okay.
Schedule. No, sorry. What was that? Yeah, go ahead. Go. Okay.
From this, there only? Like
Yeah,
schedule?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I see the output. Share is coming. I'm not sure because in the definition itself for advanced report, I will show you how a share would come like.
Yeah, because I can see same thing. Report criteria, schedule, output, and there is a share
For this report itself?
for this type of report.
Okay.
Simple report. Yeah.
Maybe there's something that is configured differently for this tenant. That's why we're not able to see. So yeah, if you're seeing the option, you can put up the name in there while scheduling, and that will go to their inboxes as well. So we can see that later on when we create a custom report.
Is part of this particular tab?
Sorry?
I mean, you said it is not configured properly here, or
maybe because I'm not.
It is coming at one more tab for sure.
Right.
Correct.
But what I remember, I think was the previous person speaking, because I don't think there are options available for on simple report definitions to share the report. So if this is something you're seeing differently in your configuration, otherwise if I'll go and show you any worker documents.
So is that because you have used a proxy and you're doing it?
I'm not sure. Let me stop the proxy itself. And now you see the user access I have, that is already not that configured well that I'll have access to things. So yeah, I'll have to again use this proxy itself, because since this is a DPT tenant or a like training tenant, all these things are very much different from a real implementation tenant. Because for training purposes, admins of this tenant can change it the way they want.
Share option is like that person can run that report, right?
Run that report, right.
And will that report come in there, that my report thing? How they will know they will have access?
I think for the my report thing, like you're saying, how will they know? We'll have to let them know that you have access to. So if the report is being shared, and once you run the report, say, I will say, show you the example itself, or positions, or what I have position details. I hope this is a advanced report. Now you should see share option is here. Earlier you just have 3 columns on a simple report. Now since it's an advanced report, you have prompts, you have output, the kind of output you want, you have share option. So anyone with now currently it is being shared with all the authorized users, but usually what you do is like share it with a authorized group or an individual user. So if you add that user group or the people in here and you let them know that you can access this report, they will just type in the report name and will be able to see that report or then run that report. And scheduling or getting the output directly is a different part.
Okay, this will just let them run the report, right?
Run the report on their at their will, like whenever they want to run the report. Usually even scheduling the report is something I would say is rarely used. It comes in handy when, like, if you're running a report, like it's a huge report, and prompt would come up like from Workday itself, that I think what the prompt says is it's taking longer than usual. So it will say notify me later. Okay, then what we will do is like click on notify me later, and it will say that under this name, this report will come under your my reports section. You will specify the name. So say I will specify position details. I will put up the date so that I can know that this is the report I ran, and click on OK. So whatever sweet time it takes to run that report, we will take in the back end. You can continue doing your work, and then later on there will be a notification to you that the report is available for you to see, and then you can go to your my report section and see the report. So usually a notification would come up. Anything which has been scheduled for later and is now available for you, a notification will come up to you that this report is available for you to see, and then you can go to the my report section and see it. So it won't be like you won't be aware. You will get the notification that this report is now available. Okay, ahead now we can continue from custom advanced reports from the next session, but that's a larger topic, and you can walk everyone through the LMS portal. In the meanwhile, since he's coming up with his screen, do you have any questions related to anything? I know this might be very new and that's why so many questions, but later on, as you move ahead, you will get to know the importance, like what are the things which really matters, like the business object and the data sources are just for your knowledge purposes and experience purposes. The skills you really want to develop as an integration consultant, like how to create calculated fields, how to get the output correctly, how to get the output in a specified manner. And then, yes, reports are just a small part of our integration course that can be used in EIBs and studios. But then there are custom core connectors and studio integrations package connectors. So those are like the advanced topics. So, but we'll start with creating custom reports, I think. And that we already did see how to run a simple report, how to copy a simple report. And then going ahead, I think we have the create custom report and different type of report type. I will explain you later. So I've prepared a different document for you, just for you guys to see what are the different types of reports available to us. Of course, we know there are simple reports and there are advanced reports, but other than those, there are composite reports, which fall under the reporting domain of Workday. So there are composite reports, there are matrix reports, but for the scope of Workday integrations, all we need to do is focus upon advanced reports. I'll just let you know and show you what are the different drop downs available. So if you'll go there and see, there will be something like a composite report. So what is a composite report? It's a combination of multiple reports into one report. Each sub-report can have a different data. Okay. The examples are budget, words by quarter. And then there are matrix reports. What are matrix reports? Like group and summarization, data by one or two fields that contain repeating values. So it's basically a matrix of numbers that comes up when you run the report. And these are the different kinds of data visualization you can do using Workday reporting. That's like a different domain from what integrations do. Integrations do is like work always on advanced reports and then use these advanced reports into your integrations, be it an EIB, be it a studio. You will be using only the advanced reports.
Can you just show us how it looks like in the tenant, if there are any?
Sure, I will. Let me see if we have you.
So composite reports are like they're a combination of custom reports?
Right. They're like multiple. You can have two custom reports or two simple reports, then they will be tied against each other and shown as one. Like you can have, as I say compensation data in one report, employment data or employee hiring data in one report, and then you can combine them and send them. It's like a join for, you can say, tables.
Got it.
Let me see if anything available. Otherwise, import later all reports from board and the transaction. You see, there are different tabs available, like the table, the rows of the table, and all rows, all data rows, calculation rows, combined data rows. I will see if we can have the definition as well. So if you remember, mostly when we go here, if we have this, see the different kind of this report, maybe it will look like something like this. You will have an inventory location, then the adjustment count, convert count. If you move, I believe these are the different fields that have been incorporated from different reports. Control fields as location, C1, and then you go in here and you can edit the headers. You can give the business object and rows. What you can do is go ahead and go like all rows. And these are the different rows available for you when you run the report. This is inventory location. And if you want to add a column, you will add a control field, everything after what one you want to add. And when the override is what you want to display the control. And if you want to edit this, you can go from here and get the data or calculation from here.
So how two objects are getting joined?
Even I would say I've not worked much on composite reports, as I told you. But what we have usually seen is somewhere like, I think here is a column name. What is it? Reporting column. And then there is sub-report name, you see, and there are sub-reports being used in here for getting the counts and the details within this report, sub-report inventory transactions. This is one of the other reports that is being used, and Then there is main object like inventory location, which is a different object. This is being pulled over here from the location business object is being pulled over here. And then for count, we are using another report. So this is basically how setup would look like. But yes, for the purpose of this course or the scope of this course, we would not go apart just knowing the descriptions about this, because you will never be using these reports, at least in the scope of your integrations. If you want to go ahead and get a reporting certification, or you want to start your career in the reporting domain, that's where you get to know about these different kind of custom reports. Even when you go for Workday Integration certification, they will just give you a brief introduction what these are, and then show you a simple report and an advanced report. And from there on, because that's like the advanced reports is basically where we start our EIBs.
I have a for integration, we required more knowledge on reporting as well, like more advanced knowledge in reporting.
No, I think that's what all we need is knowledge of advanced reports, like how to create an advanced report, how to copy standard report into a custom report, and then maybe change the different fields. Even simple reports, I would say, not being used because you cannot use them in a integration. But only an advanced report which has been enabled as a web service, only those can be used within your EIBs.
Okay, but we won't create like huge calculated fields like in.
You'll be creating, yeah. Those are the concepts within an advanced report, like different kinds of calculated fields that are available. We will be going through those as well.
Okay, got it.
I think those are the main critical things. Whatever is delivered by Workday, you can easily just drop and search, but creating a calc field, say looking for a value which is not directly available from a primary business object or a related business object, that's where a calculated field like a lookup related value, a value which is related to a different business object, can be brought in. So those are some certain things we'll have to see.
Okay, got it.
I think it was Tejasvi, right, who was asking this. So I think Tejasvi. Yeah, but even I wouldn't have much details or knowledge about these different types of reports because those are certain things which belong to the reporting scope of our Workday. But yeah, in terms of what different kinds of reports are there, I can tell you is like there is a matrix reports, there is a composite reports, and box is something I would say there are two-dimensional numbers which comes up. Those are N-box reports. Search is like there are instances of being searched, and there are trending reports and transforms. I think last one is transpose report. Transpose is like rows become columns, columns become rows. I'll start with an example where we create a simple custom report. Okay, and that's why I wanted you guys to have access to the tenant so that we can do a small activity for you guys to get familiar with it. So how it is different and what all things we can do. We'll first create a custom report using the task create custom report. We will give this a name. So coming to the name, so usually what Workday does, or like say if you are having an implementation project, and then if we are not aware, there's a thing called DA review or the Workday review that happens during or after your SIT has been completed or during your UAT cycle. That Workday reviews your integrations and integration objects. From integration objects, I mean your calculated fields, your reports, your business processes, and everything which is related to an integration. They review that. And one of the key things or key factors they look is some kind of a naming standard is being followed or not. So usually what clients do is like follow a definite naming standard. Like for integration, they will follow something as INT and then a number, and then the different type of like the type of connector or the type of integration it is. Say it is an EIB, so it will say underscore EIB, and then the name of the report or integration they want to keep. Similarly, if it's a core connector, they will say CCW. and then the name of the integration. If they want to say have a particular integration built up for XYZ vendor, they will say CCW underscore XYZ, and then outbound or inbound. It's if the type of integration, say if it's an CCWs are always outbound, but an AIB can be an inbound integration. It will say inbound or outbound to determine the flow of the data. So those are the things we need to follow. For report, we generally begin with the custom report, and then say we'll put in, for this example, we'll put in simple and then employ. Okay, so go in here. I think I have used this as an example. So can anyone help me what this tick is for? The optimize for performance
Index.
Okay. So if I do not select this, will it give me more data sources or less data sources for me to be able to select?
More data sources, and it is like an index.
Right. So if this is ticked, like if you want to work on only index data sources, then you usually go with this tick on. Otherwise, if there is a different kind of data source which is non-indexed and you want to use it, you will have to deselect this tick, and then only you will be able to select the data source from the drop down. Yeah. Going ahead, I think since we have simple reports, we will have only certain fields or tabs. We will have employee. I want to add a field. I want to now have a filter on the date of birth, set of conditions which are available for us to here. We have only since it's built on the worker business object, the kind of fields available for us to select in the filter on a simple reports become limited. So say if I want to do a filter on date of birth, I cannot do with a simple report. So all I have is just get the data from all active workers in the tenant.
Could you repeat that? What did you say?
I'm saying
why we're not able to select the filter?
there are limited fields for us since it's a simple report. If you see, there were limited fields for us to directly select from the report data. You see? So you again.
How can we see which fields are there?
You can just go to the filter and see the different type of, say, if you want to select and get a filter on any of these, see the number of items become less, right? You can see all the fields available for you to use as a filter. So like we use date of birth, but if I'll go and see date of birth is not available for us to select it for the filter field in a simple report. That's where we cover the use case of advanced reports comes in.
Oh, okay, yeah, got it.
Yes. So what we did is get all the thing there is the program. Why it is not working? Let me just employee. Okay, so this is a simple report. So what it will do is give all the employees within the tenant having birthdays, having their employee data if the birthday is available in the tenant. So if you see, these are certain fields or people whose date of birth is not coming up. But say there is a requirement that you want to have a report where the birthdays or the date of birth is available only for a period of time. So you want to look whoever had a birthday between or since 2000, the year 2000, 1st of January till date, and even whose date of birth is after that. So what you'll do is you'll go ahead and create an advanced report, not a simple report, because as we see, that filter date of birth is not available for us. So again, we will do is
can we convert that simple report into, sorry, Aryan?
Yeah.
Can we convert that simple report into advanced report?
I don't think we have, if we go ahead with this now, right? If you see, the only thing we have available is selecting the data source, which again depends upon the primary business object. We cannot do any changes after we have initially created the definition, right?
Okay.
If we discussed in the previous class that only the data source or the data source filter can be changed at this stage. No other thing can be changed if it's already selected on the initial setup page.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, I will go here and put the name as advanced and then put adding what we have. We'll use the same data source, and now we'll be able to see how different advanced report or different possibilities or things we can do in an advanced report. So we're using the same data source. Now you'll see a whole lot of fields that are available for you within the filter or the field now. Okay. So okay. So this is the primary business object which automatically pops in the first field, and then you'll have to select the field in the second column. This column is basically, if you see a report, this states like first name. But if you want to say rename this one as F name as a code for your, and then we'll later on see how the output would name. 1 second, I think that was first name. So I will first use that right field here. Okay. Yeah. EMP ID. That is date of birth, right? Okay. I'll give this the name as the header as DOB. Okay. So now I'll show you how a report can be enabled as a web service. If you see here on the advanced tab, there is a tick called enable as a web service. So this is required when we use the integration reports in any of the studios or EIB. It is enabled as a web service. It cannot be used in a EIB. Only advanced reports which are enabled as a web service are available for us. Okay? So going ahead now, we'll see if it is available, the date of birth is available for us to be filtered or not. What is could be what is happening. Did another support earlier. My director support okay, we go on to this report. It does not come. Okay. What's the business object? The birth, the name, my performance, and take this. Okay. Now we are having, so one of the things we can do using a advanced report is like, instead of just having a fixed definition, I don't want you to have a fixed definition that this report for a particular time period. I want to have the flexibility of running this report into different date ranges which I give or which I input while running the report. And one of the issues, as you see, like what we faced as we are working on index to data sources is like, since the data source was indexed and we had picked the optimized for performance, so only the fields which are available to us are also like indexed. So in those cases, if you untick this, there would be a larger number of fields that would be available for you. So say you see, clearing the checkbox enables you to select a non-indexed data source and non-indexed. This field might have been an index field. That's why it was not getting to us for selection under this. So I told you, we can definitely prompt the user while running this report. So what we will do is like have a operator. If you see, different kind of operators are there. Is blank, is not blank, equal to, not equal to. I just want to have the birthdays in a date range. So what I'll do is like put it in a greater than and less than equal to kind of prompt values. So I'll see the birthday should be greater than. So I'll select from the user for the value. Okay. And this is default prompt, but default prompt is something, if there is only one prompt, you can keep the label as. This is for us to identify which prompt is being called in the filter. So if I'll again go ahead and select date of birth to have a condition of, okay. Now I'll put less than or equal to, just to put it in a date range. I will again prompt the user for a value. Okay. Now, since these will become only like a default prompt, tables are being available here on the prompt tab. We'll see how these work. So just to differentiate that the start date or the first row on our filters prompt to a different, like look up for a different prompt, and the other one looks up to a different prompt. Will put the default labels as say starting prompt and ending prompt based on the logic that we want a starting date, so that birthday should be greater than or equal to. So we'll put the starting prompt, and should be an ending prompt that the birthday should be less than or equal to. Okay, so going to the prompt where we'll have to select these prompt values, is like we'll go to the prompt tab. We will and tick this box just to see all the different kinds of prompts available. So now you see, instead of just two, the starting prompt and the ending prompt, and the date of birth, which we selected from the date of birth, there are three inbuilt prompts which are already populated. So how do they get populated is because these are built on the data. So these have certain details. I think I showed you, right? Prompts for worker type, employee type, and contingent worker type. So these are the three prompts which are inbuilt on the data source or the report. So whenever you populate the undefined prompt, it will automatically pop in. So what we'll do is just be concerned with the kind of customization we do or we want to do. So the two prompts we have to focus is like the starting prompt and the ending prompt. Okay. So from here, I will say no default value, same. And if you want to have a default value and start with 1st January of this year, then you will say define that in the determine value at runtime and then specify a default value. If you specify a default value, say 1st January of 2025, if you put this, so whenever you run the report, the selection of the starting prompt of the start date will start automatically be 01/01/2025. What is prompt label? So prompt label is something which comes up when you run the report. So the report, the label tag or the prompt tag is starting prompt, but you want to put the date as or the label as start date and this one as end date. So this would be user friendly that these are the start and the end dates you are running the report for. And again, go back to no default values because I do not want to. So now these are certain options available to you. So it's a required field or not. So if you enable this, that it is a required, say, I would enable required as yes, then you won't be able to run the report without selecting or prompting values or criteria. Do not run prompt at runtime is something. Do not show that these won't be available. So say you do not want to use the default prompts that were available and you just want to run for the whole population. I will try to hide one of the prompts, which is contingent worker. Okay, I will enable this as do not show.
Can I delete the prompt completely instead of selecting the checkbox?
No, like the default prompts, you will be able to delete, but they will still be there. You cannot remove the defined prompt. But these you can delete if you want to like have a different kind of customization. But if you delete this, then our logic where we are selecting the date ranges will not work and it will error out. Okay, so you see, just take a note that we have only made required the starting date or the start date prompt, and we are not showing the contingent worker. So how different it will look like. Okay. Now you see there are errors being popped up on this report. Prompt label XML alias must be unique. So label alias coming up for us. Like this. The alerts are like something you cannot proceed with. So I cannot go ahead and save those reports when the red alerts are there. And if an orange alert is just a warning, so it's saying the optimization is not turned on. So if you want to work on optimized data sources, then you'll have to. So now, even when there is a orange alert, you will be able to complete your action. And this goes throughout Workday tenant, like be it a functional business step that is coming up, be it a warning on the integration. If it is orange, then you can go ahead and that is a warning and that will be highlighted to you. But if it is red anywhere in the setup in Workday, then you won't be able to proceed ahead and it will restrict you and give you the error, not a warning. Okay, so I'll show you how it mattered to us, like selecting the do not show. So now you see the contingent type or the contingent worker type prompt is not available because we selected as do not show at runtime. Only the two that we left it as is are available for us. And now you see the start date has a star marked. So this is because this is a, what we say, a required prompt. So if I will try to run, it will say that it will error out since this is a required prompt. We will have to put a value in this. And so say I want to see anyone who was born since 2000 till date. So if you can select on this calendar field or calendar with the current date available to you or highlighted to you pops up, you can go ahead and select any date from here, but just for this, I'm just going ahead and selecting date. So anyone who's born between 01/01/2000 and till date should be coming up. If you remember, I'll go back and run original support. We have people. Even this, since the data source was similar, and we did not have the options to remove the prompts or hide the prompts by selecting do not prompt at runtime. So you say everything is coming up. This contingent worker type is not available to us now. So these are the level of customization we can do while using a advanced report. It was a simple report since there was no filters. We got 707 values, and now if I just before today's date, so there was 707 values, and for our advanced report where we had a filter with people who were having birthdays only after 01/01/2000. So it's only 4 values that is coming up. Okay, so this is something where advanced reports come handy to us. We can put a whole lot of configuration, be it filtering, be it prompting. We can change the headers and everything. You can do different kind of using sub filters as well on the advanced things. Like say if you have used multiple business objects within the custom report, you can do a filtering on the related business object as well, but that would be done on the sub filter level. Okay, so if you see the simple report, we had just the headers of the report output would be something like first name, last name, employee ID, date of birth, whatever the name of the field were coming up. And for our advanced report, we change it to F name, L name, AMPL ID, and date of birth. Okay. And one of the other things I would say that's handy is like if you want to export this, you seeing this data in a UI kind of thing, but you want to say later on test it, export it to a Excel. So you just have these options available. You have export to Excel, you have export to worksheet, and if there is a lot of data that is available, you can also do filtering from here on the, say you want to filter on someone who just adds in their name from the data. Okay, so only one of the values comes up. So you can do this kind of playing around the data output from the report, even on the UI. Okay, and if you click on export document and then download it, I don't think we have Excel on this training system, so that's why I won't be able to show you how it will look like. But yes, if you see the extension, download, this is an Excel sheet that has been downloaded. If you have MS Excel on your machines, you'll just go ahead and click on this and it will come up, and it will have a similar format. It will have the report name in the first, then the prompt values, and from there on, it will have different headers within the Excel, and then each column will have these headers, and the preceding rows would be having values. So any questions or doubts till now? And whatever we did, how simple report or advanced report looks like.
So in that report, or if you are scheduling it, and then this prompts has to have a dynamic value, like every day.
Right. So I think those were certain kind of advanced topics, but
and also there were other options like filter and sub-filter. I think filter probably it's a kind of permanent prompt, but would like to know more about sub-filters.
So sub-filters, as I told you, are something that you can do on the related business object. So if I'll go ahead and say, I remember we used this one of the fields that, or the row in previous examples with the related business object for a worker would be an addresses, and then line 1, okay, address 1, directly the address line 1 or anything which is available directly on this business object, which is the related business object of worker. If you want to do a filtering on this business object, you cannot do directly on the filter. What you'll have to do is go to the sub-filter, the field, maybe, and then
For sub-filter, do we need to add that business object in column?
Right. Because this is because, say I have added one business object right now, right? A related business object. You can have multiple in your report. You can have like 4, 5, 6. As per your use case or requirements, you can have multiple. So you firstly want to specify on which business object you want to filter or do the sub-filtering on, then only the fields available for this sub-filter will pop up here.
So do we need, so if we don't want that addresses to be populated, but we want some filter like it should be in New Jersey only. So is that possible if we don't include them in the column?
Yeah, even if you say, give an example, right? We have added line 1 addresses, but say I want to do something on
No,
addresses.
I'm saying the
We have not-
business object. If there is something like job business object, right? Jobs. So if I don't add it into columns, can I
columns
just put
like
a filter?
here, right? Right.
Yeah.
If you want to, yeah, you can do that. Similarly, as I'm doing, like say, even the field can be something that you have not selected. Even the business object can be something that you don't want to output it, but you can do the filtering or processing on it.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So say that's we have these.
Can we select multiple business objects in subfilter?
Right. We have this complete this step. Okay. Compensation grade or something as compensation basis for reporting. Okay. So you see now we have not selected in the column, but this is available for us to do a sub-filtering or a filtering. Even for filters, you can do that. I think in the previous class itself, we had discussed that any of the rows or the columns we have not selected in here, we can still put a filtering on. Say, I want to filter out on hire date. I can put a hire date filter here. Do the same thing that the hire date is greater than or equal to. I will specify a value this time. Maybe anyone who has been hired since 2020 after 2020. So I can do that, right? And similarly on sub filters, you can have anything which is not available or which you do not want to output, but you want to do a filtering on. And I think the second question was we can do multiple business objects. So this is how we do multiple business objects. You see, there is a sub-level filter 1, then there is a sub-level filter 2. So these are both different business objects. One is addresses, the other is compensation basis for reporting.
Aryan, can you show that field? Like it shows like instance of something like that, right? Class of instance.
Where?
That subfilter. You go back to that subfilter. Yeah.
Okay.
And no, it's okay if you can do any business object, and then in the field we see that class of instance, that kind of filters.
The fields you're saying?
Yeah. If you go to all.
These are the fields. So these are different kinds of as I think we discussed in the like previous. There are different kind of logos available. So this one says self-referencing field that is available as a link to you. This is an effective date. This is a date. It will come up as a calendar logo to you. This is a text. Okay. So all these are text values. There can be true and false. It will say TNF. So all those different kind of, I would say, different kind of fields that are available, and these have their like symbols to help you identify which kind of output or field it will look like.
These subfilters also comes in prompt.
Right, you can have this filtering on the prompt.
So for any prompt, there has to be a filter.
No, it's not necessary, right? Like you can select from here, as I showed you with the hire date example. If you want to have a prompt, you select this comparison type as prompt the user for a value. Otherwise, you can like just map in here. You specified a value, right? Or maybe what you can do is value from another field. Value from another field comes in handy, like you create a calculated field or a dynamic field for report. Okay, now you will put this field in here, or like say, I will say current date or current date plus 12 months, anything which is coming up. So these are dynamic fields which are available. So it will automatically calculate the date and prompt in here. It will not ask you.
And this is the way are you answering the other question of mine, like dynamic values?
Right.
So that
this is one of them. Right. These are the dynamic values. Like fields are created separately. You are just like specifying in here from here. But yes,
to do the dynamic filter.
Right. That's the only way. You have to select the option as value from another field, and then that field would be a dynamic field, right? And then you have to specify in here. I hope that answers you, Prabhu, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Yeah. Going back, I think I will remove.
I think I still didn't understand. Like when we create a report with prompts, we wanted to schedule. How is that dynamically being populated?
Maybe say I'll show you by even here, like we have just, I'll take this example as well only. I think I have the sub-field thing for now. Okay, so we have the original report definition that we created, and what we were doing is like getting the values or prompting the values at the runtime. So if you want to schedule this report and run one, let's see, schedule not no, the right. So maybe what I'll do is you can maybe searching this thinking report. I'll use this report in a integration CDIB and then maybe show you with an example such as schedule on report enable as web service for the field command. Now as we have any transformation of the attachment so I want to just say you will integrate which is using this custom report. Okay. Now you see the same prompts are available. Now you see will say determine value at runtime. Here determine value at runtime. The same thing you can do using the within and say to from current date minus certain period of month. Date minus 13 months. End date would be today's date. Output now this is scheduled and you'll see the output. It will run with the
At the report level also we can run, right? We can schedule.
We can, but I'm not sure. Is it is there something because usually you have the option available here for you to schedule a report or run later. When I'll do it will directly prompt me, right? So that's why it is not coming up. I'll see if the tenant settings are different or the access is different. That's why I showed you the alternate way.
Yeah, can we have a look at the scheduled options in report level?
That's what I'm not having that access to directly show you. I will check why. Otherwise, what we have is like a run from here, and then we'll have a schedule report.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not getting that option currently. Run history is there.
Yeah, it depends upon the tenant, I think.
Yeah, it is like tenant configurable and also my access. If I might not have a direct access to the scheduler integrity. Yeah. I'm not able. 1 second, how to download. You see, the report output is available to you in the Oxygen XML editor, a tool or a software that we use to create XSLTs or read our XML. So since the integration default and the output we selected as the default one, it came as an, that's why we'll need an XML editor to do this. Otherwise, even Excel can do it like open with maybe you can open this page. Okay. You see, if I'll run the report with the same kind of parameters, minus 13 months, and there was no one or the no record will pop up. That's why even the report output is blank. So what we ran was something like from current date minus 13 months, so somewhere in 27 December 23 fall, and then current date. When we try to run on the end date is because of the different time zones. So currently the date where the server is set up is in the central time zone, I believe. That's why it's not taking as 28. So you see, even for this output, if we select the start date as minus 13 months, the output is coming as blank. And so was the output for our schedule report via an AIV. There was no output that was coming up. Otherwise, it will come up like XML tags, and then you will see workers in here. And if you want to change that output, we'll see later on. And while we do EIBs, like how a different kind of output can look like. Okay.
Did it popped out automatically, that file name, when you open that XML?
File name as in?
This one you are in.
Yes.
Just by opening it is popping out, right?
No, this is the kind of like the output of the file. These are the headers or the XML headers that we have. So even if the file is blank, if you have selected as an XML, it will give you headers.
Okay. just by you need to log in, right? No need to log in.
No, that I think what you're confusing yourself with is maybe you have seen this in any of your experiences. What you're seeing is like view URLs. When you go from view URL and try to run the report and see the XML output, like instead of running it through the integration and then seeing if you want to verify, then I believe you answer. If I'll go in here and put, I think even that is not gonna work for me because this tenant is already. So this is where you see a custom report Workday XML, right? So these are the steps to see the XML, how it will look like. Now you have to get the username and password. So for me, since this is an automated login, I do not have the credentials right now.
Okay.
I think one of the key things as integration developers for the rest of the class as well, who did not just follow up on this step, is like this is a custom report we have built. So of course you are not going to use it, the XML, or I would say the Excel output that would be for reporting for the end users. But for integration, you might be using that end output as an XML and consuming it in a studio. So before working on the studio or creating an XSLT, you want the output to work upon for the XML. So this is where you go in, you go to the related actions, you go to the web service, and this is coming up because if you remember, we enable this as a web. If this is unticked, you won't be able to perform this action on any of the advanced reports. Only advanced reports enabled as a web service would be, you would be able to do this action or do this activity. So you go to web service, you go to view URL. Similarly, you put the prompt like you run the report.
We can also call this as RAS reports, right?
Yeah, this is a RAS report. Now, since it is a web service enabled, so it is called a RAS report in Studio terms. Like when you call it in a Studio, actually it will be said calling a RAS. So RAS is a web service enabled report as a service. RAS stands for report as a service. Since it is available to you as a web service, this report you can call it from an external system as well. So yeah. Workday XML, this is where it is coming up, and this is what you want to see because this will be something which will be inputted in your Workday Studio. And now use this URL. If I just copy this URL and open a pad, just want to show you different things which gets handy on your later on stages while doing integration. You see, if you want to call a web report to an external, say, web service to like a postman or something, you will use this URL. You see, as per this is your tenant report, it is saying this is a current tenant name, Signa DPT1. Then you see this is the report name, your report name. Then after the question mark, whatever we have is a prompt. After the question mark, we have a start date. This is the XML label for the prompt. We had the value specified as 0101 2000, so it is coming up. And after the ampersand sign, there is a second prompt that is coming up, that is end date, and you have the value which is selected. So this is something that comes handy for you. Like anyone else asking, I want to try the source, I want to see how the report output would come like. So these are the web service URLs you need to give, and of course that user would need to get access to Workday. So the access is established as we are seeing on this page, asking for an access. If I'll have the username, correct username and password with the right, if I put sign in, it will pop up an XML on the screen. Okay, so everyone did follow this, right? How to see the XML, like report XML from Workday tenant, as well as how a URL for the Workday would look like. Workday report would look like.
Yeah, Aryan. Are we going to have a look at these Postman and iPaaS tools?
No, sorry. So that's not the scope of those are like, I would say, those are not very complicated things if you learn things like what the URL is, how the URL would look like, because that also comes up while setting out the integration. Some reports through a web service only, a limited part of reporting, like you are enabling the web service URL, but custom reports is something you use in multiple places, like on reporting to an EIB, to a studio as well. The postman and all, I don't think we even have access on the tenant and take on the system, and that's not.
Yeah. We can install that app and have it.
Yeah, we can. But again, if you see, even for us, since these are DPT tenants, nobody's architect, so even the accesses are predominantly configured for me as well. I do not have the username password. Maybe I'll try to get it, and if I'll do it offline, if I'll have that postman, that Chrome extension available, and try to call it, and if that is successful, I can definitely show you a demo if that's working for me. But for learning purposes, they will not be doing it within that as an activity. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
So I think any questions from anyone regarding creating a custom report and the different things or the possibilities which we saw from columns, what a column header is, what a prompting can be, how a filter is available to us, how I would say web service enablement can be done, cannot be done.
Can we see more on this advanced tab other than
right? I'll talk on each of the tabs now, not just on advanced. So I think for sorting, these are like sorting values based upon the alphabetical order. If you want to sort on any of the, say, first name, last name, then filter and sub-filter is what we already saw. Prompt is something related to filters. And one of the key things for you to remember is populate undefined prompts. So whenever you create a custom report and you first go to the tab, I would encourage you to just click on this tick and it will automatically pull up the prompts which are available directly on the data. And then output is there. So output has different values as chart, as a chart table, as a gauge. So these are like for the UI purposes, but for us integrations, we will be using mostly the XML part of it in our integration.
I have a question. What is the difference between filter and sub-filter?
Filtering is done on the RBO or the the EBO, like the primary business object, this worker, okay? And the filtering is done on any of the RBOs, related business objects, as we saw, like addresses or compensation, right? If you want to do the filtering on that, you cannot directly do from the filter. You'll have to go to sub-filter.
Okay, got it.
Can we have the list of values and the filters?
List of values in the filters, isn't?
Like if we want to include some specific set of jobs.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
ABCD.
Okay. You want to see. Okay, I got it. So say I have employee. Okay. This is a instance field. I will select and then I will put in the, now you see, as I told you in the previous class, that depending upon the field type you select, these operators, we were using date operator, it has equal to, not equal to, is not blank, greater than, equal to. Now since it's an instance field, only instance fields can do that. Like the employees there, if you want to select that from a selection list, I think we did this activity, right? But yeah, now you go, there's value specified in the filter, okay? Now in the filter, if you want to only Logan McLean or anyone whose name, like anyone who has a math in their name, so what you can do is select all. And one of the key tricks I would say for selecting multiple values, or say I want to select all these 4 values, is you put your control button, you select A and then you space. So all these values are automatically get selected. Okay. So I think this is what you were looking for, right? Like we can select values. Okay. Coming to the stay focus on this one, because this is very much important when you see, like, say you created a report and then you want to give it to someone to review, or say you have created a report for the end user, not for the integration purposes. Then this is where it comes up, like they will say, I'm not able to see the report because you have not shared the report definition or the report with. So what we have done is don't share report definition. Then if I'll share with authorized users, all authorized users and everyone who's authorized, who's having a domain access to see custom reports, could be able to see it. Also depending upon their access to different business objects and domains, the data will vary for them. And then we have the third option of share with specific authorized users. Say you want to share it with HR admins, you select the HR admin. Okay, you want to share it with the payroll team. So any kind of roles or groups that have been created in your tenant, you will be able to select in here and then authorize users. Say I want to share it with a particular person like Logan McNeil. So I will select it. All the specific users would go in, groups or the role-based thing would go in, and then this is report owned by. So it's currently my user is created in tenant as Tom Brady, and then this is the username. So that's why it is saying report is being owned by me. But later on, say I'm going off and I want to transfer my ownership of this report so that that person becomes the owner and has all the rights and access. So I will put their name and click it so it will go directly to them. And that report owner will change. I'm not doing this. So that's all the possibilities we can have from the sharing perspective of a report or a custom report. So what I'm doing is sharing this with everyone. You ask you guys to create a copy for each of you, each one of you can create a copy of it with your name extension or a suffix, and then do certain activities like we can try to filter, add more rows. But yes, I think that is not currently available. Okay, and I think someone asked me about the advanced tab. See what's there. Sharing, we saw advanced is something you need to see. So advanced is the first thing is on the report performance. If you want to have a optimized report like an index data source only and index fields only, you put the index optimize for performance tick on, and then these are for view purposes. Like these are first column. Say we currently have only 3 to 4 columns available to him, but say you have 20 selected and there would be 20 columns. So you'll not. So like we do in Excel, we freeze the first column so that employee ID remains constant while we are reviewing the data. That's there. And then for web service options, this is the only option which we have like enable as a web service. And the other thing you can do is like, since this is an automatically generated web service name, maybe you can use any custom name for your purposes or for your ease of selection, and then put in here for the same thing, report. That will become, or the URL of the report that will come as the URL of the report. As we saw, like the notepad, right? We had this CR advanced report birthday employee coming in here, and if we change the namespace from the advanced tab, if I put Control Z, this was the name that was coming up. So if I'll change this namespace, that URL. Okay, so for our integration purposes, these are mostly the things that concern. Then there are other options like for Prism Analytics and Workspace. So that's not something we'll go with. And then again, this is a temporary report that was being tagged, really, when we created this. So since I told you that it is usually created for a temporary report, is something you do it for testing purposes or for demo purposes. So it will get deleted so the tenant is not overloaded. Otherwise, if it is a permanent report, say you are just doing for a testing purpose and then later on you forget to delete it, will stay within your tenant. So that's why we encourage, if you're doing anything for a demo or like just for testing and you think you won't be needing it after a certain period of time, after a few days, you should use a temporary report on, so that the definition is automatically deleted and you do not like mess up your tenant with so many names and reports being populated. We'll start with the PPT for module 7. Okay, I think for module 7 we are on advanced report types. Basically, most of the part we have covered around this, around the sub-filtering options, prompts, populated undefined prompts. These we have covered. The differences between sample and advanced reports, advanced filtering options and prompts. We have seen how to get a user-based prompt, how to get a dynamic or a static prompt. And we have covered all of this, how to change an advanced report, the edit options available to us once we have already created an advanced report, like how we can change the data source or a data source filter, how can we add certain kind of fields or prompts once the definition has been created. Okay, so
we didn't see anything about calculated.
Yeah, we have not. Yeah, even in this PPT you will not see, but yes, we'll cover that.
It's, I think there in the PPT, I think slide 20 since Last, I think slide 20 says about calculated fields there.
It just says about, yeah, it's like
20.
not, yeah, it will say about calculated fields, but yes, in detail, I think it has not covered anything. So I will be covering this during our class. So like the different types of calculated fields that are available for you to create, and
in fact,
the operations
field relationship, the next one also, I believe.
Field relationships. I think field relationships is something we saw, right? In the last two sessions, the dependency between primary business object and a related business
example.
Oh yes, address example. So yeah, how we relate a primary business object to a related business object and derive the links and get the links from the related business objects. Okay, that's field relationships. Okay, so let me just log into tenant. So for you guys as well, I think tenant will look similarly. You will not have credentials. You will just log into the tenant and it will automatically put in your credentials. And I think one of the key things we were not able to do, then I told you that I'll figure out my access. So it was an access issue only. So it was about scheduling a report. So I'll start from there and I will try to proxy someone who has access. Okay, because I think there was a question that can we schedule a report directly from the report definition. So this report by employees. So this was the report we created, and since my access was limited to certain things, we were not able to see the schedule option. So this is where you can ask. Sorry, 1 second. Give me a second. Okay, yeah. So this is the thing where you can go and schedule a report. Otherwise, there is also one task which is available to you. Schedule a report that you can use. This will have options of selecting first the report, then the run frequency. But I'll encourage you or suggest you to go from the report definition itself, and then you go to the schedule task, and you'll see the report name already been pulled up. Now on the run frequency, we'll have a lot of options. The first one is run once in the future. So this is only for running once. Say you have created a custom report or thing and you want to test it after creating certain test cases. So in the next couple of days, you create some certain test cases, and those are like having different kind of effective dates and entry dates. So once the transactions have been completed, you want to fetch the data. So you will report once. Then there are daily occurrences. If something needs to be done on a daily basis, if you have scheduled it and want the report output to be available in your inboxes daily. Then weekly, monthly, dependent, and custom recurrence. Custom is something within the tab you can select how the frequency would look like. So I will go ahead and select, say, weekly recurrence, and I'll click on OK. Okay. Now you see from here, we have the same kind of prompts which are available when we run the report, right? So there were 3 default prompts, one of which we marked as do not show at runtime. So that prompt won't be available for you or wouldn't be available on the scheduling thing because we do not want to prompt that. And then we have a determine value at runtime for start date and end date. So this is where we select dynamic values from calculated fields. Okay, say we select, or even we can provide static values as well. Like if it is just for a particular period you always want to run. So we'll say current date minus current effective date 2 years ago. So what we can see is from the related action, we can also see what this calculated field does. So if we have any doubts like what it is doing, it name says it is looking 2 years back, but we want to see how it is happening. So this is a calculated fields, and once you create calculated fields, it will look like this, and there will be based upon the operation selected or the type of calculated field selected, which is as increment or decrement date, the related fields will pop up. First will be the date field, like the date which you want to take as a base. So they have selected current effective date, which is basically the system date. When the report runs, it will be data based upon the server configuration, and then there would be date creation using subtraction or addition from the year, month, and days. And you can also go down to the levels of hours, minutes, seconds, milliseconds. Okay. So what they are doing is they are just looking back 2 years from now. So I will select this date as the starting point, and I will select today or current moment. Okay, so this is something you already know when you run a report. We saw from the EIB as well, but this is something new for the scheduling part on a report for you guys. So if you see recurs every week, it will tell you like how many times you want to run it. Like say you want to run it 2 times in a week, it will give you 2. If you want to give 1 time, days of the week, you'll have to select the days. Okay, so if it is 2, then you'll have to select, say, we'll give 2 here, and I will select, say, it will run on every Wednesday as well as Fridays. Okay, then we'll have to select the time based upon the server, what time zone you want to run. I want to run in late time on around 5 a.m. And then within 5 a.m. we have an interval of 5 minutes, like 5, 5:05, 5:10, 5:15. I want to run it on 5:30 a.m. So catch-up behavior says one, like say if a tenant is not available or something, then it will run once, or it will run again and again. It will none or run once.
Can you go a little up?
Yeah.
So here you say run frequency weekly, and
right.
On the top, because you selected before coming to this page, but when you are giving the parameters for a recurrence, I don't understand. I was in an assumption that the weekly recurrence will have all these parameters, that what time it has to start, when it has to end, something like that.
No, that's where we have this level of customization. It can be like you want to schedule it weekly, or you said schedule it weekly, but you want to run twice a week. Okay, so this comes handy when you want to run more than once in a week. It says weekly recurrence, but you have this level of customization that even in the weekly, you can run it multiple times. You can have a similar setup from daily recurrence as well, but then yes, those options will differ. If you want, I can
So that weekly recurrence is a delivered option, and we cannot create anything.
Right.
Deliver object, right?
Yeah, those drop downs, what we saw in the previous screen, like, that is delivered, like daily, custom, everything is delivered. So you'll have to select accordingly. Say you want to do a monthly, but in the monthly itself, you want to do like run on particular days, like on 15th and 30th. So you can do that, or maybe on the custom creation, you can do that. Okay. Yeah. We'll have to give a start date. So start date would be today's, and say I want to end this scheduler at the year end, and then later on maybe you want to just go ahead and terminate this, so it will automatically get terminated. This schedule would get terminated on the last day of this recurrence. Okay, then after the start date, 1 second, I think the date parameters are here. Okay, then you want to report it as a PDF, an Excel, or a text file to be deleted after 5 days. This is like the output file retention policy. How many days output file will stay for you to be downloadable, and then do not output at an empty report. This is something like if the data is not there, you do not generate a file. And I think that's it. At least one value specified for days of the week must be the day of the week associated with the start date. Okay, so the day of the week we started is Tuesday, or maybe since we started Wednesday, I'll select 29th. Okay, so whenever there is a red prompt or a red error, you cannot proceed, right? So that's why we need to clear all those red errors. And if there are orange highlights or warnings, if it is something you want to review and remove, you can, but yes, you can proceed ahead with the orange ones. So we have cleared out all the warnings. So once this has been created, you see a view schedule future processes there. And on the additional info, if you'll go ahead and see the frequencies it has been created for. So it will firstly run on 2901 5:30 a.m. PST. Then later on, it will run on 3101. And the third occurrence will happen on 12th of February, and then 14th of February, and so on. Okay. Any doubts on how to schedule or how to view, or you want to see any of the other kind of frequency setups for me to demonstrate, or you want to explore it yourself?
So what is the
Aryan,
basic?
go ahead.
Yeah. So what is the basic purpose of this scheduled reports, Aryan? And the other question is like, you can schedule this report. Output is in this report itself, or are we delivering to any other people and any other resources?
So output would be like anyone who has that share. If you remember the sharing options with this during the report creation, so that would be shared. So basically, I would say this is something the HR admins or the end users will use. They do not want to go ahead and see every month's hires or terminations by running the report every time. So what they will do is like go ahead and schedule their report to run on the first day of every month. So they will do it, and whenever they log into the first day of every month, it will be available in their inboxes and under their My Report sections, and they can just review the data instead of running that every time, or maybe they do not have this technical things to schedule or run the report every time. What we will do is like set up this for them, and so that they can just view the data going forward.
So it's basically these reports are for HR admins.
Right, like the basic purpose is because what we are doing is scheduling it, and the output would be available within tenant. So anyone who has access to the tenants and or the end users, they will be reviewing this data.
Okay.
For integration purposes, so we have a different kind of scheduling, which is through the integration, which we saw, right? Like EIB has been scheduled. EIB would be scheduled, and there would be a delivery associated with the EIB. So every time the EIB would run, based upon the run frequency, it will deliver the output file based upon the delivery. So say the delivery has been configured to SFTP, it will deliver the file directly to the third party or the vendor's SFTP. So that is an advantage, or that is something, a use case which is more relevant to us in terms of integration.
So Gautam, if we want to send the report to third party, it's always through integration.
Right. You do not have a mechanism to directly send the report, or even what you can do is like we saw the URLs or the web service enabled feature, right? You can share that URL and then they can run the report based upon the URL. I'll call the report from a RAS report from a Postman or a third party tool.
But that is just with the report, correct? If you are integrating with EIB, for example.
Right.
So there is a downstream application or a program need to run after this report. So the scheduling has to be done here or in EIB in that case.
Right. So in the scheduling needs to be done on the EIB in that case. If you want to schedule and deliver the output report to the third party vendor, then the scheduling needs to be done on the EIB level, where you will configure the delivery options, because I'll show you once we have those EIBs.
Yeah. Thank you.
And if we want to have a report parameter like last successful run, right? Like if I run this report 2 times and the second time it failed, so it should pick up the first run time stamp, right? So how can we configure that?
So I would say that is a different kind of report where you can do. So all these reports, all the examples we see, we do not do a changes only kind of setup. Whatever is there in the tenant, it will come up. But what you are asking is, say, get a changes only kind of transaction. So those are based upon business data, like different data source, which is BPT reports, business process transactions, which like derive the data from the worker event. Like the worker history I showed you, like all the events or the changes for a worker or a person in Workday are showed as or displayed as events, or the transactions are displayed as events. So once we create a report based upon those events, then only we can do that from last effective run date or from last run date. So I will show you once, maybe if we have an option here, the report you wanted to, or the field you wanted to see, right? 1 second.
So that is done on report itself, right? Or it's done on the integration?
No, that you can do it even in the scheduling part, like where we have these prompts, right? So the dynamic prompt will say the start date would be from the last effective run, and then the end date would be current effective run or the current date. Okay. And then you can schedule it accordingly. But you cannot do this on the start date. We'll have a effective moment date or effective date kind of field available to us on which we can do that. Okay.
You can show that.
We want, but that would need to be created. A whole together a report needs to be created.
But we can do it in our future class.
We can do it. Definitely, I will, because that is something I usually wanted to give you guys an assignment or a demo on to do. Like, I just wanted you to have a use case where we want to report all the hires since the last month or since the last run. Then a BPT report would come in handy to us, because that's the only report or only data source we can have that effective changes or the changes only set up on.
So what did you say? BPT report? Business
BPT,
process?
yeah. Transactions. I will show you the temporary open. Get this business. You see this data source? It says action accesses the action event as a primary business object and returns business transactions for all the business process types, includes optional prompts like business processes, completed date, event effective date range, initiated date range, and transaction status. Workday highly recommends to use business process transactions and date range, initiated date range, and completed as required prompts, because that improves performance. So once you go ahead and try to create a report from here, okay, and populate the default prompt. So you see you have different kind of date parameters available to you automatically. One is completed date, on or after, complete date, on or before, event effective date. So these are the parameters that is helpful, or that helps you to run certain kind of scenarios where you want to see something that has come up only since the last run and not the full file or the full setup of the transactions.
So how do we define what event if it's kind of a higher event?
So in this business process, okay, you will go here and determine value or maybe specify value. Okay. Say you want to have hire. Okay. You want to select change job, like anyone who has got a promotion or a change job has happened. Okay. If you say you want to report on terminations that has happened, so you will have termination. And then transaction status, you want to highlight only the transactions which have been completed, not like who have been initiated and not been completed all this while. So you can say successfully completed. You want to see anything which has been like a termination which has been, say, taken place successfully, but later on cancelled or rescind. Rescind is something like you roll back the business process, you roll back the termination. So then you'll have to select rescind. So this depends upon the use case or the business requirement we have, what kind of business process you want to select, the transaction status you want to select. But yes, this is the basic or the main data source I would say you should take a note on if you want to create a changes only report. Okay. Yeah.
I have a question. I have a couple of questions. First question is, if there is any report is failed, so where can we see that logs, like why it is failed? And
for any report or integration as well, you have this thing called process monitor. I'm not sure if you have had or worked on PeopleSoft as well. So there was a similar thing for process monitor. And process type would be, say, report. We will see like since 26 till now to this maximum number of rows you want to output, and you will click OK. So since this tenant is not widely used, so if there is any, say, reports which have been scheduled and run, it will capture in here, and you can go and see the status it has been like successfully completed or not, or error out, and if there is anything that action event, I will show you. Maybe
so is it just for schedule or any run?
No, report runs will not capture, but the error will pop out on your screen, because that is like going live or in real time, right? I will show you maybe from an integration perspective, how this will look like. And again, I will start from January 1st. I hope this comes up with certain values. Okay, great. So you see, we ran the integration or schedule the integration with a test schedule. So you can go to the process. That process will show you the definition of the integration directly. So we were using an EIB with a custom data source, and delivery was a Workday attachment. We were not delivering anything outside of work. And then if you want to see if this is successfully completed or not, the status will show in here. If there are errors, it will come up on the event or in the request. If you see, if there would be errors, it will say status completed with warnings or errors, and you will be having the error logs in the messages. Okay, and the output file would not be there if it is an error. Output file will not get created. If it is a warning, output file will get created, but the warning will also be highlighted.
Okay, got it. And I have another question. So if the report, if we want to send to a particular department, like for example, if you want to send to a finance department for the report inside the Workday itself, so those people only they have to see the report, then how can we make it?
In the share tab, what you can do is go and custom report. I think this is coming because I'm proxying this person and I'm the owner of this report. I've not shared this with the person I'm able to, I'm proxying with as. So you see, this thing happens if you do not have access to it. The report definition, you won't be able to edit the report definitions. But yes, second, I'll show you this main trick. So there would be many instances that you won't be seeing more options, right? To transfer the ownership, we had one. To edit the report, we had one. So in such cases, you say, someone says, there is this report, I want to do this action. But you are seeing that you are not able to view this report. So as implementers or developers, what we have to do is not go to the security admin to ask them to give access, but we will go to this task, view custom report, and look for this report, the same report, right?
Yeah.
Then from view custom report, now we are able to see the view custom report. And then I think this is not coming up right now, but if you are an implementer, like I'll show you from the other one, if you're an implementer, then you will be able to see the definition from here, and then edit option will come. So say if you want to see a EVC report, they said they want to, and you are entering it on the search bar and it is not coming up. So all you need to do is go to this task, view custom report, and look for the definition from there. And thereon, from there, you can go and go ahead and edit the report. And on the share tab, you'll do the first thing is share it with you. On the specified users, you will put your name for the purpose of saying to show to you, like on the based on the user group. I'll just stop proxy. So RD is the, I would say, the keyword to search for report definitions. Advanced. So it will directly open the advanced report definition. Since I was the owner and that is shared with me, either of these options are available. So you will see the edit button. Okay, from here, say this is the share with authorized users and groups.
Okay.
So say you want to select with HR admin. Sorry.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, then I think I just wanted to do an activity, but yeah, we do not have your tenants right now. So what we will do is look for certain kind of calculated fields on this report itself. Or maybe first, let me go ahead with the things that might be there, and the filtering is there. I think, yeah, calculated field is something.
I have a question here. Can we have parent child in the report? One report is completed, and then we can schedule other one. I mean, kick off other one, something like that.
I think that might be doable from a business process perspective, but not from a report. If you want to, I'll show you the business process context later on when we develop integrations. So there is a thing called business process, which sets up the flow of the events you want to do. Say you want to first run the core connector, okay, or maybe run the report first, and then from the same process flow or trigger, you want to run the studio integration. So in those manner, you can do that, or set up a sequential chain of if events, be it any kind of integration or report you want to trigger, but not directly from the report.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So we will come to cal fields. So what are cal fields? Cal fields are custom fields. Like, don't confuse yourselves with the custom field. Like, we have the word custom field within Workday associated with custom objects. That's a different field. But yes, cal fields are advanced fields or custom fields with something which is not already delivered by Workday, but you want to fetch the data directly on this worker business object, or you want to do any arithmetic calculations, then you create cal fields. So there are two ways to create calculated fields. One is from this place where you see create cal field for report. So what it will do is like create a report specific calculated fields. Report specific as in this will be available only for this report to be used. But in real time, whenever we go for, say, implementation projects, what we have to do is try to create as many as possible tenant-wide calculated fields so that you are doing a similar activity and that cal field can be used in any of the other integrations or reports as well. So that becomes handy and you don't end up creating similar or duplicate objects or fields and like putting a load into your tenant. So just to decrease the number of duplicate objects, we encourage everyone to create global cal fields instead of report specific cal fields. So how do you create a global cal field or a tenant wide cal field? Is use a task called create cal field. Okay, yeah. Now you want to put a field name. So for calculated fields, we have CF mostly as the naming convention. We will put, say, the work. We want to create a worker business object, and then you will say want to put a full name kind of thing. You want to concatenate because you see there are fields first name and last name. We did not had any field on our report which will put up the whole name together. So we want to put something like that on our report. We'll select the work this business object similar to the primary business object or the object we want to add the field on. Otherwise, if you would say create on an action event, you will end up creating the cal field, but you will not be able to put it on the report associated with this business object because the business objects are different. Okay, so now you see there are so many options available for us as function. So what is function? Function is basically defines the property or the nature of the cal field. Like if you want to do arithmetic calculations, if you want to do a concatenate text, if you want to convert a frequency, if you want to build a date is something like which we saw from the current event -2 years date. You want to have a date constant, you want to have a text constant, text length, true false. There are a whole lot of options available. I will walk you through like most of the important things, starting with a very simple example with a concatenate text. But one of the key cal fields that you will get to create during your real-time projects is a lookup related value, which is to look for a particular field that is not directly available on your primary business object, or you cannot derive it from a related business object. Then you will have to go back and create a cal field which says lookup related values. What it does is like extract something which is not directly available on that business object using a calculated field. Okay, and the other one would be extract single instance. Say like you have multiple instances of, say, phone numbers or email IDs, but you just want to report on the primary email ID or primary phone number of the worker. So you will, from the multiple instances or the multiple values of these fields, you want to report on one. So thereon we use the extract single instance. Another one would be, a critical example would be lookup value as of date. So what lookup value as of date does is like look up for a value as per the date. Say your compensation was 100,000 till 1st of January. Now it has increased by 10% or 20% or any amount. So, but you want to see like what it was before the change has happened. So you will look up at the basic salary of the employee based upon the effective date in the previous transaction, before the transaction was done. So you will look up the base salary on as of date. That would be like, say, before 1st of Jan. So we'll look on the 31st of December, what was the value. So it will give you the previous value as well. So these are like very critical or important calculated fields. Apart from the basic ones, I would say you will get to explore it yourself because these are like doing certain kind of date calculations or creating a constant or a field. So we want to concatenate a full name. First name. I think this is the field. This is Workday delivered, but yes, we want to say put something as custom, like first name and last name, as in many of the places we have last name comma first name. Okay, so we want to do a similar thing. So what we will do is put last name, then we will have a constant global fields text. Okay, and then we will try to get a constant which is comma. So these are Workday delivered fields, and this is where I would like you guys to follow up. Like what I did is like I wanted to create a name format in the full name as like last name comma full name. Okay, so we will not be going ahead, or we cannot put a constant, and that constant needs to be created first. So first what we will do is like go to the global fields and look the thing what we are like eyeing on is available or not. We'll go to the text and we'll see like we wanted a comma. So these options are available. There are so many global fields which are available. So we'll see anything like this is available. We'll put it up and we will save. And what we will do is copy text. Since this is a global cal field which has been created, or a tenant-wide cal field, it will be available for us to select in the report. If it was created for a specific report, a different report, not this one, you cannot access this cal field, and then you might need to copy this same cal field or get the cal field changed to do the similar function, and that would be rework. I think what it is giving in as an error is the CF is invalid based on the sort. Okay, I think one of the things I did was while testing it later that has happened is this concurrence request. Okay, this is a Workday error. I'll try to save it or maybe refresh the page. At times you face certain situations where server might get impacted, but this generally happens in our training sessions or training tenants like DBT in the implementations or live tenants. For customers, this kind of things do not happen. Like you'll have a server timeout or a concurrency event, because these are like downgraded versions in terms of capacity or effectiveness. Okay, desktop. I'll try to open the again. Then okay, so this is the cal field we created as this. So yeah, one of the handy things to copy the name, I would say, is for you to just like, these are the tips I would suggest you to follow. It's like instead of copying the name like from this URL, maybe at times a URL will get copied. You just click on the object, like move your cursor on the object, do a right click, and then you will have options like to open it in a new tab, copy the URL, and then copy the text. So once you copy the text, only the name gets copied, and you can put it in here and full name as the header. Now you see, since we enabled this report as a web service enabled, there is something coming up as column or column heading override for XML alias. XML alias is nothing like, but I will show you with XML open right now. Maybe I'll show you in a notepad what XML will look like. So for XML, you will have a worker object on the output. Okay, this worker object will open and then close like this. Okay, and then you will have different namespaces or different tags for each of the fields. So for F name, it is coming name. So maybe it can be changed. So that's the flexibility it provides with this field, like override the XML alias. So if it is saying as F name, right, and it will have this value, say ABC, or maybe we'll have Aryan, my name, first name, it will look close like this. Okay. And then we have, say, I change the XML alias to be a different thing from the column header. So I say last underscore name. So this would be similarly coming up on the XML alias. On the XML file, it will have, say, or, and then it will end up like this. Get, I think, on the employee ID again, MPL ID, and then it would be some number. Will end up like this. Okay. So the main purpose for me to just show you this kind of XML output is whatever you put in here, like you want XML or you are exposing this XML directly to the vendor, and they want that field headers or the XML alias of these columns are to be in a specific manner. They want something like full descriptions with underscores or with camel casing. You can do it in the report itself, and then from there on it will directly output as in the manner specified on the report. Okay.
So this report output can be in XML?
Right. It can be. So whenever you run this in an integration, right, like in an EIB, when we'll see in the future sessions, there would be an options to get it in an XML, or if you remember that initial or the test schedule I created for this report just to demonstrate how a scheduling would look like, the output came up on XML, right? So if you see the output, this was the output file, right? And if I open with, say, Explorer, so since the parameters we gave for this report was like something was not producing any data, but still the namespace of the report would come up. So even the blank report would come up like this XML version or the basic tags of the XML document and then the report definition. So this
was EIB, right? So,
right.
So if we have a simple report like what we have this advanced report, right, that will not be in the XML. It has to be in the integration format, and then we can have that.
Because a custom report or an advanced report, yeah, if you are scheduling, it will run on the tenant itself, right? So you will have Excel available to you, or in a table you can specify. But this comes handy when you are doing it through an integration. If you'll give a XML to someone, say an end user of Workday, she might not be able to identify or read this XML. All they want is a graphical representation of data, and then I believe a tabular format or an Excel format would be the best one.
Got it.
Okay.
I have a question. So, is the calculated field is associated to one primary object, right?
It is not one primary object. It is associated to the business object you create the calculated field on. If you remember, when I was creating this cal field, I mentioned the object I want to create this cal field on. So if this field has been created on a particular business object worker, I can use it only on the worker business object and not any other business object.
Okay, so the cal field can be associated to one business object.
Yes, particular business object, and can be used only on the same business object.
Okay. I have a question. So can we send like this particular report through to emails? Is there any option in integration or any in Workday itself?
In emails, in integrations like from EIB, we can have that, but not directly through a scheduling a report. Okay. In EIBs, we have that, like we can have the output as CSV or an XML. We can have different kind of deliveries available. I think there are around 4 to 5 deliveries available to us. Okay. I will show you that, right? Okay. So now we are good. It is just a orange one. It is saying that it should be limited to a 16 character. It's a warning. It's not something I need to correct. But yes, I will encourage that you do not have longer namespaces or XML alias for these column fields. So what I'll do is like pull this off and full name. Okay. And then run this report from, let's say 0101 1900. I want to get a lot of population this time, and then run. Okay, maybe we have set up a filter. So yeah, nevertheless, you see the full name as like being concatenated as the last name, McNeil, Logan. I hope you are able to visualize how our calculated field performed, right? Any doubts on this, on the calculated field I just showed you? Okay, I'll take that as a no. Okay, one of the other things I would say for you to note is, say we created a cal field. So whenever we are creating an object in Workday, there would be certain things like category and default areas, authorized users would come. But one of the key things you want to focus as integration developers is these reference IDs, because later on these come in handy while migrating from one tenant to another. Say you are HCM consultant or HCM integration, you are working on HCM integrations, and that is happening in one tenant, and parallelly finance is also being built in another tenant, and they also create certain things, similar kind of calculated fields, and the default value of reference IDs has been left in here. Then it will say a duplicate ID, and then it will not allow you to migrate these business objects in from one tenant to the another tenant if the target tenant already has this reference ID. So what we encourage is to put the kind of reference ID that is specific to your use case, and you will say similarly to the name, you can remove this underscores from the name just for demo purposes and use this similar kind of. Okay, so whenever someone is going to create a similar kind of, I would say, calculated field with the same name, it will definitely give them an error that this name is already used, and they will end up creating a new name for the calculated field, and depending on that, their reference ID would also change. So that's why we will always recommend you to have custom built reference IDs for your any of the objects you create, be it integration, be it calculated field. You just put up a custom reference ID so that it does not give you a headache while migrating from lower tenants to higher. Okay, the next thing I will show you is, let's say, a report specific calculated field, and then we will try to see how, or if it is possible. Say I created a report specific calculated field, but later on I'm seeing that I want to use it in any of our different reports as well. So can we convert this report specific calculated field to a tenant wide calculated field or not? So I will create calculated field for report. It will pop up in a new window. So what it does is, like, when you create a report specific calculated field from the field column, it will automatically populate the business object you're trying to create the field for. Okay. And this time what I will do is get the higher, put the business object as a naming standard if you want to follow, and then the name field, hire date, and say you want to get it in ADMMYY format. Build date, all day, different date, constant. And this is where it comes in handy with your experience, like what kind of operation we will be using. So I believe build date is something we should look forward to if we want to build a specific type of field, and then specific extract year from date field, and of the other type is date and time, and specify year. Okay, I think this will not work in our case. So what we will do is go back, try to create a specific calculated field again. F occur hire date DDMMYY, and then I will see if we have something like format date. Okay, so build date is something you want to build a date from a specific date, like choose the current year or a current month, and then format date is like getting the available fields, like a date fields in Workday, and formatting is as per our business requirement. Date, hire date, and then we will specify the format. Okay, and there's a guide for each of the fields if you're going to create, like, see what this will do. If you just hover your cursor over this format mask, it will say like what kind of different values it can accept. It will show you that if you want to get the year, then put a small y. If you want to get the month in the year, then put a capital M. Okay, and if it is small, it will take minutes. So what I did wrong was, if I will go ahead and take this, it will pull up minutes, but instead I want the months, so I'll put up capital M. Similarly, For day in the year, it would be this. Day in the month would be small d's, and you have like a whole lot of list that is available for you. Additional info. I will go ahead and with the name, remove this reference ID. Okay. Now you see this has been created, and if I go ahead and save this report, it will allow me to save it. And if I run this report again with the current date, you see the higher dates are coming up. This is 0101 1900, because these are like basic tenant users that have been created. So they will have a 1900 in the starting of the workday dates. Then we have or YYS 13. So whatever format we wanted, if we wanted the full year, maybe we'll put up 4Ys and it will give you the details. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to show you is, say I want to create a report.
Meanwhile, will there be a scenario where you need to use one custom field inside another one?
Right, it is. There can be a situation like you wanted to create a LRV, then LRVs or lookup related value works only on single instance fields. So what you will do is, like, if your source field or the field you are looking for is a multi-instance field, first you will create a ESI or a extract single instance kind of calculated field, put up inside the LRV as the condition, and then get the value. So that will be like a nested calculated field. In other case, if you say there is a evaluate expression, there can be custom conditions like true false conditions. So based upon each of the conditions, a particular output will follow up. So within that also you are using multiple calculated fields. So I'll give you an example of evaluate expression maybe. Okay, after this one.
Do we need to enter reference IDs every time?
I would recommend you change the reference IDs. It will get automatically populated, but all we want to do is not put up the default values, but say because you're doing a similar kind of work and someone else is doing at the same time, and the names end up appearing similar on the different tenants, and while migrating you might have a conflict and it will not allow you. So that is one of the biggest headaches, I will tell you, in terms of experience, that reference IDs mismatch or duplication is the biggest headache when we are implementing a new Workday tenant and then migrating. We are individually working and within our tenant, say functional tenant would be, integration tenant would be separate. But when we go into SIT, the system integration testing phase, we want to combine everything into one tenant, and that's when we migrate our objects or integrations, right? So at that time, the toughest challenge for us is to just clear these reference IDs so that our integration objects are able to migrate. So that's why we encourage or say as a principle that you maintain or follow a naming standard as well as the reference IDs needs to be unique.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question. So how do we know like what are the calculated fields are there in this tenant? For example, if we have already created one, like for example, developer one already created and the developer two wants to use existing calculated field, not to create a new one.
Right. So there are two things. You can either go with view calculated field. Okay, maybe this page is getting timed out. I'm not sure why. I'll take up the fresh one. In the meanwhile, I'll just finish up the activity I was doing to show you how report-based calculated field will behave. So you see, I created this and then I want to use it here, and it is not popping up, right? So since this is a report-based calculated field, it is not popping up, but this is a tenant-wide, right? So this should pop up, right? Since it is available for everyone to select. So you see the difference between a report-specific calculated fields and a tenant-wide calculated field. So that's where we encourage to develop everything in tenant-wide levels so that this can be reused, and that's why we have this tab. If you see, once a calculated field has been created, you will see an additional tab. These are already there when creating the cal feed, but then where used is something, it comes up. So since I have used the same kind of custom report into integration, it will give me two dependencies where it has been used. It has been used in the custom report and it has been used in the integration system. How in the integration system is because this integration system is referencing to this report only. So that's why it will give you all the instances it has been used. If there are multiple fields, save this one. Since this is also using the same calculated field, it will pop up the name as like custom reports and it will give you 2 usages.
But where do you specify that it is report level or tenant level?
I showed you, I think, Prabhu, while creating, if we create it from the custom report, right? If I'll go ahead and from this report itself, if I'll go ahead and create from here, you see, create cal field for report.
For report, okay.
Right? And if I'll go from the tenant, tenant task, like create cal field, now this becomes okay. So what we were saying is the other one is not available for us to select, right? But there is one thing we can do. We just need to get the name handy, and there is another task which says convert calculated field, convert a system-wide calculated field to the specific report that references it. No, this is the other way around. We want to convert calculated field for a report, okay, which has been created for a report. All you need to do is maybe put name here, put OK. Now it has been changed to a global field. Okay, now if I'll again try to search in the report, this time it should be available for me to select. You see, now it says coming up. Earlier it was not popping up when I put the name and press here. So that's how you change the definitions from a report specific cal field. If you're seeing a report you have already created, but by mistake or maybe knowingly at that time you created a report specific cal field and then later on you want to use it in another report, then this is how you change the report specific cal field to a global cal field. And if you see now, it will say cal field. Otherwise, if there is a report specific cal field, it will show you calculated field for report and the report name. Did you get this task, everyone? Like how to change the different types of cal field? Because this will be a very handy task for you, like whenever you are creating multiple reports and maybe using the same kind of calculated field, this will be a crucial thing for you. Okay, so I think we did this, and I think it was you, right? Like you told me to do an activity, or someone was asking, and I said like I will show you in a while. I'm sorry.
The cal field, nested one.
Okay, yeah. Create calculated field. Okay, I will create a CF eval. Okay, worker, and let me think of an example of what this eval would do. Say, based upon the comp grade level or something. Let me see if that is directly available or not. So for this example, we are using another cal field or the function of the calculated field as evaluate expression. What a evaluate expression does is like have multiple set of conditions, and based upon the set of conditions it will give you a return value. It can be a constant, it can be a text. So first you'll need to define the type of return value you want. So for my case I'm selecting as text. Okay, so default value for this would be, say, I want to default anything which is not falling in this use case as a, or maybe it has to be a constant. I cannot directly use condition. Now you create a condition. So if there is a condition available, you can use that, or maybe you want to create a condition again. If worker comp grade is 1 to 4, and since this is a condition, this needs to be a true and false condition. We will see grade if it is compensation grade operator in the selection list. So again, and just moving slowly and seeing all the options available. We have a lot of options available based upon the field we have selected, right? So say if I'll show you the mean or the frequently used ones, since this is a single instance or a instance field, the kind of options available for you is to in the selection list, not in the selection list. What not in the selection list would do, like anything you will specify later in the comparison values, it will do the opposite of it. It will just take everything excluding those. it is empty or not empty. I want to like put a condition that the compensation grade should not be empty, then I will use this. So I will go with the in the selection list, and I think this is usually compensation grades are based upon numbers, but this is management level. They have created a lot of
these values that you're right now are populated directly from the compensation grade field.
Right. This is like something which is available in your tenant. This has been right. This is available for like or being configured by your HCM or the compensation partners. Like we want a different kind of compensation grade. Say instead of naming it 1, 2, 3, they are putting different names, right? So whatever is there. So even assigning it to a worker, I would say. I'll show you once. Yeah, what's great for this worker. So I showed you, right? Like if you want to see how any objects would look like, you can go to the worker profile and see the different values it has. Compensation grade, and then I think they have not.
It's on the top. Management.
Yeah, page. Yeah, this one page and okay. So if you want to say use the same kind of, see if the management is there or not. Sorry, I will search for management, and since this is one of the values available, it will be here, right? Management level 1 and 4. So if the compensation grade is management and management 1, say I would put this condition, right? Now we have selected it is management 1 and management 1, and we want to say create a custom constant worker text constant as say MAN, or maybe I'll give it a name or a number. I will give it X, constant X. We'll use the same business object. We'll use the calculated field as text constant. The text constant will give the text constant X. Okay. So you now see we have within a evaluated expression, which is itself a calculated field. We have two calculated fields just in one of the evaluate expressions. One is checking for the conditions, which is a true and false. So I showed you true and false as well, how to create a true and false. And then there is a text constant cal field. Like anything you want to represent as a text constant, then that can happen here. And say you want to create another condition where say F worker grade is, we selected 1 on 4, I will say from 5 to 8, anything. Just don't go with the name because I'm not sure what all the values are available, but usually if the comp grades are between numbers, say 1 to 8, so we'll create different kind of true and false conditions based upon the levels we want to divide it into true and false condition. Okay, great. I will select now this time not in the selection list. So whatever we did last time, right? Management and management 1 did we select, or I think management 01 is the one we selected. Okay, just go ahead and check it. Management 1, this is not management 01, this is management 1. Ooh. So you can also edit calculate fields. It's not just like you created once and if there is a mistake, you cannot go ahead and all you need to do is like look for that cal field and put the option and go to the related actions and select edit. Similarly, what we did for custom reports. So you go from here, go to cal fields, you see there are options available for you. Is copy a calculated field. So say you don't want to convert it, or maybe since this is the definition of another person and he said I don't want to convert it into a global cal field. So what you can do is like create a copy of this cal field. It will come up something like this. The definition will be copied, everything, and then you can give it your name, any XYZ name, okay, something. And then if you save it now, since that cal field would have been used somewhere in the where used, it will show you the integration objects it has been used in. But then since you have created a new copy, it has not been used here. Now you can make any edits or changes to the existing cal field and not to the original one, so that their reports or their integrations do not get hampered. Okay. Again, we'll go ahead and create text constant as CF. Constant as text constant. We will put it as that. Okay. Now what we are doing is like anyone who has the comp grade as management or management will come up as X. Anyone who doesn't, like who has a management excluding comp grade, excluding the management or management will come up Z, and anything which is not falling in these two categories, say like something like a comp grade is not being entered, that will be defaulted to a A value. So evaluate expression will always have a default case, like what we have for if-else statements or any conditional looping. We always have a default value, so that whenever a test case does not fall into any of the conditions highlighted by you, it will always go to a default value.
So based on this condition and calculated field, we can do if else this evaluate. And
Right.
can we do any looping?
Looping, I think for looping, in the cases of looping, can you give me an example? I'll try to. Because looping is something usually done within I would say, when you do that coding, right? Like you want to increment the number and give it. So we can do that definitely in XSLT, but not like this is something we are prompting or like outputting the values. For looping, we have like conditions within.
XSLT comes in Studio, correct?
No, XSLT can be used in EIBs as well. It can be used in core connectors as well. For EIBs, if you remember, I told you that an EIB is basically divided into three parts. One is get data. Get data can be a custom report or a web service. The second part is transform data. Transform data can be an XSLT or custom transformation, or you can have no transformation. And the third part is delivery. Delivery are multiple options like SFTP, Workday attachment, email, HTTP. There are a whole lot of options available there. So once you use XSLT within a EIB, then there would be a place where you can attach your XSLT, which has been created by you, and transform the results accordingly.
Is that XSLT part of this course?
XSLT would be there. I can see if there is any demo or thing available. Otherwise, once we come to EIBs, I will come up handy with some basic XSLT concepts and functions that can be used.
Thank you.
Okay, so we created this cal field, and I think we are already on top of that. So this would be the last example we will be using, and then maybe I can tell you the LRVs and the ESIs, as I told you, which are very critical or useful, or comes in handy in most of the cases. Demonstrate them to you. I created this comp grade and cal field, which is a nested cal field. And if I run this report, the same parameters, okay, what is happening here? We started, okay. The end date I did not specify, sorry. Okay, it has to be because the server is in Central Time Zone, or I think US time zone, so that's why. So you see, we saw the comp grade for Logan McNeil as management. So what we did is, for anyone who belongs to management or management 1, it will give you a X, but this person, if I'll go and search for his ID and look for this person.
So if at all I feel that this report is wrong, how do I debug this? Other than going into the definition and checking the definitions if it is created correct.
I think the only way is to like check the outputs, and then say if you are seeing any particular field is giving the wrong output, you will go ahead and see that calculated field definition.
So basically, you need to revisit the object and see if the object is correct.
Right. You do not have because this report or the UI will not have prompts like what is the correct interface. Whatever you have created, it will output accordingly. Okay. So I just wanted to show you, since we all know we have seen the Logan McNeil's comp grade as management. Now I want to see and go for this dual method, and I go ahead, see the comp, see the compensation. So if you see, the grade is team member, which is not management or management management 1 as created by us. So this has come up as it. Any questions on this, like the last one we did, like evaluated expression? Okay, I will take that as a no. And since we are on overtime for this session, we will continue from here regarding the different kind of cal fields we can do and the most important ones. Okay, so I think we had done till advanced reports, but there were few topics, we were left with on the hands-on part where we wanted to see certain kind of cal fields, right? So I'll just go back to the cal field, like to the report we were working on.
Ian, I have a small doubt. I tried generating a custom report, applied a data filter source, data source as or CM reporting
For
for
reporting, okay.
Yeah, and it took automatically the data source filter as all workers.
All workers, right?
Yeah, and I have inserted some of the fields and pulled the report.
Okay.
But when I would like to change some of the fields after running, will it trigger or we need to add from the modifying from the data source itself?
No, like if the field, say you have added certain field, say employee ID, and you want to add another field which is available on the same data source, then you will be able to add. Definitely.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you will have to maybe create some cal field or something. But if it is not possible and it altogether depends or comes from a different data source, then only you have to change your data source. So, if you can tell me in particular what kind of field you had added and you wanted to add, maybe we can try to replicate.
In the filters, actually, I applied eligible for rehire.
Okay.
Field name. Actually, in the previous data source, it took actually. And after running, I changed the data source. So again, it is not picking the data.
Okay. Maybe that field is not. So you were able to save the definition. You're saying like the field is there on the report definition, but it is not coming up. Okay.
Yes,
maybe that's why, since you had already added, like what you have done, right? You have added all the fields relevant to the previous data source, right? And then you have changed the data source, and then that relevancy or that linkage breaks. So whenever you have to change the data source, I would say like you change in the initial steps, not on the later stages, because this kind of issue will happen, that these particular fields might be dependent on that particular set of data source or data elements. And then when you change the data source, the linkages break and it will not get you the correct output.
So again, we have to insert new fields, right? From the first onward.
Right. Like
otherwise
whatever is
data.
Right. Whatever is not getting you data, I would suggest like you enter a new field. So in the prompts, you will be able to see only the relevant fields for that data source. And
it seems all the data is the same data is available in the other data source also, but it is not putting out the data.
Right. Because you have kind of break the linkage, right? The data source has been changed and the previous data source fields or elements were selected. Because I know business object is something would remain the same. That's why it is not erroring out, but the data source or the view of the table has changed, right? So that view might not have a linkage to that previous one.
So we had to again select the first name, last name, again everything.
Right. And then it will work.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much.
And that's why, I would say, whenever you want to just be want to be sure of the data source, I would say initially, whenever you have not added certain field, go to the data source, look at the fields available to you, maybe do some testing before creating altogether the filters or prompts. Just try to add those fields, whatever you think are the most critical fields for your report, and see run it for everything without any prompts or filters. It won't take much time. And then when that's done, you are assured that the data is coming fine, then go ahead and set up any kind of filtering, sub-filtering, prompting. Okay.
Actually, this is a request from one of the customer actually, but after running the report, everything is fine. But again, they added some more fields to be, additional requirement they asked for.
Okay. And then that requirements made you change the data source.
Yeah. At that time, I would like to change the data source, but again, this total report is not coming again.
No, not coming. Yeah, it won't come. So I believe the same fields would be available because the primary business object will remain same, but you just have to enter the fields again, select the fields again.
Okay. Yeah, it may be from the fields which they are requiring is from different data source.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. So I already scheduled the report, everything I given to them. But the thing is, at that time when I about to submit the report, it is not pulling out.
Yeah. I just I think it won't take much time of yours. Just on the same fields, even the headers would remain the same. Like if you have selected this, go on and select first name again, and then use the same reference. It will work. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think that's the thing happens when you have access to tenants. You try different things and you will come up with different kind of issues or shortcomings. Sorry for the inconvenience. I think the team is working, but I hope this gets sorted as soon as possible. Okay, so what do you have to do? We wanted to create different kinds of cal fields, right? Okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
I have a question. So if we don't require a calculated field already created by somebody, if we want to delete it, can we delete it, or what is?
Yes, it can be deleted, but the only thing I would just cancel this question or this action which I did right now. Okay, so you say this cal field is already deleted, right? Like already created.
Yeah.
Okay, and you want to delete this cal field. First, I would say, why do you want to delete this cal field? Is it like you do not require it or have been created wrongly? Okay, then first thing you will go and see is where used. Okay. If you see it's being used only in your report reference, that is like you are creating or you are doing, and it does not purse any of the integration objects other than your things, like whatever particular object you're working on, and it's not being referenced with another, say it's being referenced by another reports. So then you cannot, and then you should not delete it because it will say that it is being used in somewhere. I think even second report field view. I believe I'll have to proxy 1 second. Otherwise it will give you this thing. There is an option to delete. Okay. Not having to get access to the report first. This is not coming for this.
This is report, right?
Yeah, this is the report, but I just wanted to see what are the options available, because for me it is not coming. Otherwise it will come up like edit and delete here.
Okay.
Yeah, from here it would come up edit or delete definition. Just stop proxy. Okay, so the thing I told you, like if it is not being used, what you can do it from here, you will get this option calculated field, edit, copy, and then there would be a delete option as well. From there you can delete this calculated field. Okay, but the key thing is that it should not be used by any other integration objects or custom reports, so that say you are deleting and something stops working for the other person, because they will go ahead and see maybe what changes have been done. There's a thing called audit reporting for each of the objects. I think since this is a training, then we might not have those things, but as a developer, okay, you see view audit trial, and then from date to I'll say from the starting of this month till it will show you whatever changes I've done or who has done this. So you see the first transaction done on this report was on 703, and we created the definition that we gave the ID, we gave the field name, we gave the ad hoc alias, and by user, you see, it will give you your name. So these are certain things you can do within Workday. Say one of your cal fields have been changed by someone who might be a developer as well and has access to it, or got access to your custom report or field, and you're seeing why it's not working. I was working on it and now it stopped working. So you can go ahead, be it a report, be it a field. If you have access to the audit trails, you can go ahead and see the audit trails and see whatever changes that have been done for this report.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And another question, so can we get the list of calculated fields are present in the tenant? What are the calculated fields?
I think from view calculated field, you can select, but yeah, it will give you like all the relevant objects, but it will be a very large list. But you can select and try to use it. Otherwise, what people do in terms of creating or implementing systems is like they create a repository or a report to just for everyone to be available on a shared drive or something, and then you will create a cal field in this Workday tenant, and maybe that's how we maintain or proceed with the implementation projects. Is like we maintain it in an Excel shared with everyone, all the implementers who are working on it, and we mention the name and the reference IDs and what it is doing for our things. Otherwise, you'll have to do it like this. Like
Aryan, there is a function like all calculated fields, right?
Yeah.
It's a task.
If it is available, that's what. Like at times it is. I'm not seeing all calculated fields. If it is available, yeah, view all calculations and okay. Yeah. So it again now you have to give the business object, or otherwise if you include report specific calculated fields if you want to. Yeah, I think I forgot about this function or this task. Thanks. Otherwise, that's the thing also we do, because as we are working on different tenants, you can get calculated field only from this tenant. But if there are different tenants being getting worked, so that you can create or replicate the same. But that's the thing with this report. Say this is still a training tenant, it will have a reduced number of fields or objects coming up. But if it is a real world tenant, it will have like, it is still 18,000, it will go like 50, 60, 70,000 calculated fields.
Okay. Why I'm asking is because like if we already have a calculated field, we can reuse it, right? Again, no need of creating one. That's the reason I'm just asking whether we have anything.
That's the thing. That's why, like, I think maintaining it in a separate table where people like you are working is a best practice we follow in projects, because and from this also maybe someone else has given a different name, right? You might not be able to just clearly go into each of these fields and clearly see what it is doing or not. Otherwise, the option is to like export it to Excel. And yeah, if you want to really dig in and do everything which is available, say if it is a post go live tenant and you want to see, then yes, this
option. Okay, got it.
And then you open, you can download and open this in tenant.
Aryan, there is one more function like maintain calculated fields, right?
That's for deleting. No, maintain would be for deleting, or like if you want to see the calculated fields, say maintain cal fields. I'm not sure if it is available. Yeah, calculated date is, sorry, clicked on the wrong one. Like anything, if you see in general, I would say in the tenant, if there is a view, then only you can do the view task. And if it is maintained, then it will depend. Like if you have the access to edit or add, remove that values or things, then you will see a maintain task as well. So maintain is anything like you want to maintain in the tenant, then you will see a maintain task. And okay.
So are you saying if it is a maintain, if we can see that task, it will allow us to do edits on that calculated field?
Right, it will do. You see, it is directly giving you this option to edit this field, and it will take you to the edit field. And from view, what it will do is like just give you all the details. And from then you can add also, like if it is, you want to add tenant calculated field, you can do this.
I think I don't have that edit option, even though I can see the maintain calculated field.
Yeah,
but
maybe because this is a custom or a standard fee or report. Okay, this is standard report delivered by Workday. So you have access to all the standard reports. You see, it's a report. But when you go ahead and into this report, since you do not have that edit access globally, you will not be able to see.
What means globally means, is there any security on that?
Like it depends upon the kind of security setup in from your tenant to tenant. Like you see, I was not able to view delete option from the field, as well as like there would be action or a button here for deleting the instance or so. So that's why. So for this tenant, my access is not allowing me to delete anything or delete any calculated fields or objects.
So how can we see that who all can maintain this edit, delete of calculated
I would say go check with your security admin. Tell them that I want to do this operation. they would be the right person, because there can be custom domains that is restricting your access to do certain operations, and they have created certain domain policies, right? So if those domain policies are not aligned to your user account, you won't be able to do that. So if you have access and if they confirm you are the right person to get this access, they will enable that security to you.
So we can't see it right now, like...
I think that would be another something getting deviated from this.
Okay.
I think we are deviating too much.
Yes. That's what. Okay. So I would say create cal field. And then we wanted to create, say, I have all these birthdays coming up, right, on the custom report for the employees. I want this report as data source to send notifications or send a notification to the managers for people or employees whose birthdays are upcoming. So I want something like a manager's email address on this report. Okay, CR. And if I'll go ahead and show you on the report, it will have that manager field, but the manager's email is not directly available on the worker object. So, and lookup, or the best part for lookup related values is for, we call them LRVs. LRVs lookup related value. We'll just type in LRV, it will come up automatically, the function. Okay, lookup field would be manager. Okay. Managers, additional managers, position. Manager level 1, you're just like the immediate manager for workers position. This is the manager, worker, supervisory organization. So you'll go ahead and select the manager level 1. See if we are getting the email primary home or email primary work. So I wanted the primary work email for this person so that we can set up something kind of notification that goes to the managers based on this report, that if the birthday is in a certain date range, it will trigger or do certain actions within Workday. Okay. So this is just a data source. That related actions would be later on. So we do this, we copy and we use this CR managers. Okay. And if I'll show you why we did this, is like, if you see, manager would be there, or like the email addresses would be there, but that would be relevant to this worker. You won't be able to drill down to the level of their manager and get their email address directly from a field. That's why we go ahead and created a calculated field to look up into a related business object. Like it will look up into the manager. From there, it will again go to the worker profile of that manager and get that email address for you. So
in this case, like if you want to pull that manager email there in the report, so you need to link another business object. What is the business object?
No, so the worker is the primary business object, but the lookup field. So the lookup field, you want to look up at the level of the manager. Like the business object, as again I told you, right? It would be worker, because what will happen is worker is also saved as a worker. Manager is also saved as a worker in Workday, right? But it is not directly related to you.
Right.
It will go as the manager and then go to that related business object of the worker and get the field.
Okay, so worker to
manager
level 1, and it returns the manager's primary worker, primary email. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, and I think
this kind of items is going to be tricky, unless you work on
exactly, unless you have hands-on, right? And that's why, like, I think I know the curiosity to get the 10 and 10. I would have been doing the same if I were at your place, because until you go and explore certain things, like, okay, I want to get this situation, I want to get this data, how would I do? Is it available directly? It is not available. So these things, yeah, definitely. This is something tricky, and I would say really getting into the integration domain, really doing the work, because simple requirements are something people can do.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I came to the edit.
I have a question. So how can we identify it is a single instance or multiple instance? Like, is there any symbol? I can see there is a symbol.
That's what I think. I think you were not there on the initial class, right?
Okay.
That's why I showed people. I would say if I again just taking a couple of minutes maybe just to clear certain doubts. If I show you, sorry, this is worker. So this symbol, if you see a Venn diagram kind of symbol, I will zoom in, try to zoom in 1 second. Okay. And since I'm using the same worker in the worker business object, it will come as a self-referencing kind of, okay. This is worker, self-referencing. Another example, I will show you address. You see multi-instance, like one dot, there is one bigger dot and then 3 rays coming out of it. So it says multi-instance. If there is only one, you see like candidate address. The candidate can be only one for a particular, like candidate profile, only one for a worker. And then this will come as a single instance. So this is single instance. This is text. Anything with a number would come as a hash. You see, hash. Anything with a date would come up for the calendar symbol. I think is calendar. Okay. Or otherwise, also, if you want to just see or check what it is doing, it will give you the field type times. If it is available, it will give you the field type, like field type is this, field type is date.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, I will go back to original case. Yeah, what I've deleted is just to get more workers because we had selected only 5 to 6 workers coming out of the report. I've removed that so that we get more values or data for you to see. I will give this 0101 date and then okay. You see 535 items out of it, and now you see at workday.net whatever is saved in this. And one of the key things I would say, again, just to validate or during your unit test, I would say encourage you guys to is go to the worker profiles, check if it is really getting me the right data or not. So you need to be very sure. Once you have access, I will say, even before doing any of the integration stuff, like creating a custom field or a report, I would want you to explore the worker profile of a person. Typically take Logan McLean because this is like the top level of person setup in Workday. They would have data correctly set up for this one. So you can go ahead and see personal data. Okay, how can we see personal data? I will go to personal. Okay, I will go to personal information. Do you see it is coming up for me? Do you see any IDs? No, okay. It is not coming. Okay, so what you can do is like it will have a brief summary from this summary page or this left drop down section. So you'll just have a summary. But if you go to related actions and go to the relevant tab for personal information, personal data, you will be able to see a lot of options like contact information, emergency contact. From my experience, I can say like, okay, email ID would be something, email ID, address, phone number would be something sitting under a contact information. So that's why I will say this is handy. Like go in, see which data is sitting in where, so that you can able to identify, okay, if I want to go ahead and check it, how can I do it? Okay. So LinkedIn profile and everything is there. So this particular email address is worker primary. And since we used to, or we picked this the same worker primary in our, I think, here worker primary, is it different? User Workday email address, this is a public. Okay.
I mean, that's
the manager's email, right?
Okay, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's like you got me. See, when things, yeah, you will go to the manager from here. Summary, on the summary page, you will see the manager. Okay, Joe Banks is the CHRO, and then again from here you can go in and I think go to personal data section, view contact information. Okay, so I forgot that we are looking up on the manager's email, and then that's why. So yeah, now you see Joe Banks, and what was the value? Joe Banks it is. So you can like verify a couple of instances or data that is coming up before, I would say, going ahead and developing more, say, SSLT over it or integration over it. First, you verify the data with certain test cases for yourself, kind of do a unit testing on the report data source, and then go ahead. Okay, any more questions on LRV? I would again go up and show you the LRV kind of screen so that you will be able to get yourself familiarized with the different kind of options available, and this is how to do this. So Any LRV would have a lookup related field, like lookup field, like the field you want to look up into. Say you want to look up into the details of an organization, which is directly not available on the organization business object. Say there is an organization business object, but there are integration IDs that is sitting in a different kind of. So what you'll do is like go into the organization field, see the relevant business object will get populated directly, and then return a value which is corresponding to your requirement. Okay, and one of the key things I would say for you guys to notice, this is an lookup related value on LRV. This is limited or has a limitation that it can be looked only on single instance fields. You see, manager level 1 is a single instance field. If I'll go ahead and give you manager, so there is show you the field itself on the report. Okay, so if I'll go ahead and give you the manager for a work, it will come up with, so position level 1, 2, those will be single instance, but there is a field called as tenant also should have that field, manager's position, manager's default, my managers, past managers, all worker managers. Okay, something like all workers manager. Say you want to create a LRV on this, you won't be able to, because if you go ahead and put this field, it will not pop up because this is a multi-instance field. If you can see this field, it is a multi-instance field. So the only way possible is to like go to a particular instance and then get an LRV out of it. And that is one of the key questions I would say going for interviews would be, I want to create a lookup related value calculated field for one of those objects, and what do I have to look for the limitations of an LRV. So you'll see we can create LRV only on single instance fields. So if you want to do it really, if the requirement is there is a particular field that is available, data that is available only on multi-instances, first you will have to get the single instance out of it. I will show you how to get the single instance after this. So how to get the single instance out of it and then report or create the LRV based upon this same single instance.
So when you say instance, it's one-on-one relationship or one-to-many relationship?
Instances like you have addresses. Again, I'll go back to the basic example. You have addresses, you have primary address, you have work address, you have permanent address. Okay. So all these are instances of address. Okay. And if you want to get the single instance, you want to get your work address, then it will give you the work address. If you are going ahead and selecting that the work address to be picked up, then that becomes a single instance out of these addresses.
Okay. And you have only one manager for an employee, so that becomes single instance. Naturally.
No, there can be like multiple managers. Like on the managers category, they would usually have all the hierarchy. But if you talk about manager level 01, it would be only one on your
only one. Yeah. That makes sense. So what is that Venn diagram?
A Venn diagram is a self-referencing field.
Okay.
The instance, the same instance or a kind of like if I select worker on a worker, that would be a self-referencing field.
Self-instance. Okay, yeah, I remember that. The address by itself is self-reference.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, that was it. So coming back to the LRV screen, so you have lookup related value, you have return value. Do we have anything on additional information? I think we did not went ahead and looked for this category, but yes, this is just for like maintaining or reporting purposes within the tenant. I would say this will not really impact your integrations, but for your information, this is a description you can set. So what is the description? So if you see any of the Workday delivered fields, they really populate all this. This is said ideally, but you are going ahead and creating hundreds of calculated fields. You usually mess or do not end up putting all this information. But yes, I would say in the initial steps or in the initial things, you just go ahead and explore all these options put in the description, like what this cal fields is doing. So I would say gets the email, primary work email. So something like this will happen here, so that you from the description itself you would be able to read. So this is the best practices kind of thing you should follow. So gets the primary email for the workers manager level 1. Okay. This will say categories and categorize if you want to see different kind of categories. It's just like kind of tagging available for you. Categories, nothing but tagging. So you want to say put it on, if we see if you have the worker information tag, you want to put the worker tag, authorized uses, you want to restrict the uses, like default areas is like anyone would be able to see, and generally we keep the calculated fields to default areas so that whenever even a functional consultant is creating any calculated field, they are also able to see it, and your colleagues within the integration team are also able to see it. This is intermediate calculations, and this is do not. You do not use is something you have created already, but you do not want to say delete for reference for certain requirements. So what you do is like do not use and mark, and once you save it, you see the name will have DNU in the brackets. It will automatically populate. So this will help you to maybe signify that this instance is being maybe say you are doing for a testing purposes. So you will delete it, but you do not want within this 10 days period someone else to use it, so that later on you are not able to delete or do any editing on it. So you'll like generally mark it as a do not use, so that everyone knows that from the name itself, okay, I do not have to use this one. So these are best practices things. It won't impact any of these, I would say, outputs on your integrations or the actions you're doing on custom reports. Because even if you go ahead and use the DNU, it won't hamper anything or like won't give you. Okay, so it was a DNU field, but still it is giving you. I've marked as a DNU, but it's still giving you the data. So it won't do anything on the functionality or the actions it performs, but yes, it is. The label is there for you to identify that, okay, someone has marked it as for a DNU. Okay. Anything on LRVs, or should I go ahead and create?
One question in general. So any object that we are talking about, do not use. I understand, but in general, if I'm changing a calculated field or object, how do I do a fit gap analysis? How do I make sure that I can see where are these objects being used, but how do I know the impact of the changes? How do I analyze the risk?
Right. So say you want to change this. You have like reporting on manager level 1 email address. Something comes up. Okay, no, I wanted manager level 2's email address, right? Something like this has been come up. So came up and you see like where used is something different kind of custom report is also available. So what you'll do is like go to that custom report, see kind of a definition of it or the owner of it. You'll go to that custom report. Okay. Go to the share. You'll see who has created it. If it is an ISU, okay, then maybe you have to check with the integration team. I'll tell you what ISU is later on when we get into integration. So don't confuse yourself. ISU is like an integration system user. That's not a person, but it is I would say a dummy user created for the integrations, so that like you leave the organization, but as your access gets revoked, anything does not falls back. Like if there is something owned by you, it will fall back when your access is revoked, right? So for integrations, we generally create ISUs.
So basically, it's like what I understand is you need to cross-verify with the owner of the object. Is it a best practice? I'm trying to understand the best practice, okay? So is it something that you clone this object?
Exactly. So I would say you have so many things, right? And you don't want to go ahead and say check with everyone, right? So yes, that's the best practice.
So that's the best practice.
I told you, like you don't want to take so much headache. Like I want to, what you do, you copy.
So I'm worried. Then a question raises, like over a period, multiple will be created, and it's again a constraint of data performance.
Right. Yeah, that's why I told you. Like the first thing would be definitely check if maybe there is nothing being used, you can definitely go ahead and change. If there is something used in like highlighted in the where use, which is being actively used, you confirm with the owner or within your team, okay, this report, what does this do? Which application uses this? If that is something that is not used, has been created, it's sitting in your tenant just for the sake of it, then maybe you can change the definition or maybe mark that report as well as do not use and then change your definition.
And again, there is a specific, in PeopleSoft, we have a PS admin, right? something like that role, is it inbuilt within the application that someone, I mean, there will be a security admin for definitely.
Right.
So is there any people who owns this kind of fit gap analysis portion?
Right. This is like maybe most of your integration leads or just your project leads would. That's why I told you, right? Like while going in implementation kind of projects where each report might end up creating like 40 of the calculated fields and you have like hundreds of report to be built. So instead of going in just looking into the tenant like maintain or view calculated fields, you try to maintain a repository for yourself for all of the people working on it. See, okay, this has been created by this person. Let me ask him, what does that do? Because from the name, I can understand that this is doing certain thing, but I just want to go ahead and check. So that's why like a teamwork kind of comes in to reduce the instances of the same object you create, basically. Just to overload, not to overload your tenants.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I'll go back and create the other type of calculated field I wanted to show you was ESI. Okay. So I will give TR worker. The thing it does, ESI, I think on the LRV, I missed mentioning LRV, but usually what you do is like try to give the function from the, so that again, when we are seeing those calculated fields, if you follow these best practices, you will be able to, like say, when I created a eval, you will be able to see from the name, okay, this is an evaluated expression field. This is something similar I'm looking to. From manager's email, you're not able to see if it is a text constant or anything. If I'll give a name, say the correct way to do is like put the function in the name. I'm doing a LRV in it. Okay, then that's how you identify that this is an LRV field. Okay, ESI get, say, ESI get primary address. Object would be worker.
What is the limitation of this field name? What is the space max?
I think I'll have to check. Let me see if it is giving a pop-up. If it is too long, I would, let me put, if there is a limitation. I think around till 50 characters, I think it really I've done it. I will get into the Workday document and get you the answer for sure. Otherwise, it usually pops up, maybe after saving if it is there, show you. ESI worker home address, primary home address, extract single instance, click OK. Now if I go ahead and see if it is allowing me to, otherwise like,
don't worry.
What field would be addresses? You have addresses. Now you see the page differs from what a LRV page looks like. You have a condition to be created. So how will this know that out of your so many addresses, you want to pick a particular kind of address? Say, okay, cal field, it would be address. F is primary home. Then field we are working on was, okay. Types operator is any in the selection list. I use this. One more type.
So if you click all here instead of typing, it will show all the fields inside the business object.
Right. This one, right?
No, in the field usage types. So how do I know if the field is usage type?
So I would say this again, you want to see kind of, say you wanted to filter yourself or get a type of email address. If you'll go to, if you have Logan McLean or someone open already, you have Joe Banks open. Okay, perfect. Okay, sorry. If I'll go to the previous screen itself, it has addresses, right? So in the addresses you see address, then you have home.
Yeah, right. But my question is, how do I know that usage type is the field of this particular filter, right?
So what I'll do is like initially I told usage, right?
No. How do I even know it is usage? For example,
you have to, yeah. That's why I told you to explore this page. Like you wanted to see, that's the whole setup. Like you want to see how address. Like from my experience, I know that addresses in Workday are set up like
grid. You see the very second column after address, it says usage. Can we on the top?
Yeah.
On the top, yeah. Can we use that heading and search usage?
Yeah, that is, I would say that is a reporting, which is our next topic. If I'll say like you see
then
any
if it's
object,
coming, it's fine.
right? From you see any object from it, okay? Maybe from this one. Integration IDs. Like I'll show you the contextual type of reporting, what we can do. Like we see an object and you want to create a reporting or a thing out of it, then you will have that. Okay, so that we have created this sort field would be, we have already sorted on the this. It will pick up is true. Sorted would be the address line one. Maybe you want to put the address line one as a sort field. Okay, now it will give you options like sort direction, ascending, descending. What kind of instance you want to pick. You have sorted on it, like you want to pick the first instance, you want to pick the last instance, you want to specify the instance. You see, enter 2 to return the second occurrence, 3 to return the third occurrence, and so on. The number entered must have less than 100. So if there is certain requirement at times, I would say on the positions I faced it that the primary position is always being available on the one, and if you're reporting on any of the positions and you want to specify only the first position to be picked up, you will specify certain kind of number in here. So I'll leave these things as is. I will pick the first occurrence, then go to the report I created, go to edit, this field. I don't want it to all managers to be really there on my case. So there. I think that meters is 829. You see the whole instance, like since we wanted the address instance, so whole instance of this object, and from there on you can click on this and see the instance yours. I think it is not allowing me to click, maybe because this is set up in a certain manner that it gives you only the linkage but do not open as an object, because yes, address as a different page or an object will not exist independently. It will directly take you the worker page only. So yeah, the primary home addresses are coming up. Okay, so that's how we saw, like we created an ESI. What is an ESI? Like getting, from the name itself, it says extract single instance. So why you want to create or extract a single instance is because I have multi instances of an object listing for that field. Like say position, as I told you, positions can be multiple. You can be on an international assignment, but there will always be a primary position. Primary position would be just one. Maybe you are working on an additional role. Okay, so you are also being aligned or set up in Workday as having two positions, one in an additional position, one is a primary position. You just want to, on your reporting purposes, mostly you just want to report on your primary positions. So what you will do is, like, even the primary position kind of field exists in Workday delivered, but I'm just quoting an example. If it is what it was not there, so you will get to the instances of the positions, get the condition as is primary, check that the position type is primary, and then from there on get the primary position and report it on the field. Okay, and that's where we create an ESI. Say you want to look up something on the primary position. So first you will create the ESI out of the primary position, and then only you can create the LRV on it. Any questions on ESI or LRV?
So if we would have used a related business object as address, right, and we have used the field as address line 1, would have given us 2?
It would, yes. I think on the first day when we saw it, it will give you all the instances. It will give you the line 1 of all the instances.
Got it. So if address line 1, like it could be a primary address and a mailing address, something like that.
Mailing address, home address, work address, anything like the type of address usage.
Okay, so ESI would pick up something specific, like if we
Right. From this condition, it will totally depend upon this condition. The true false condition you set in here, it will go in here and just check for the primary address. One of the key things also available for is, like when I'm saying the positions are always sorted on conditions, or say everything is sorted already, you do not want to create a condition out of it. There is a field available to you is like is true. So is true will return all the instances, and then you can do the sorting and pick a particular instance using the downward fields, like the sort direction and the instance of the returned value.
So Aryan, what is that? How would we know if what sort we have to do, ascending, descending?
I would say you can try to get the addresses field first on your report. Okay, and then see all the kind of, say, what it is doing is giving the sort, like the field. So what it will do is like sort field will do a sorting on the address. So if address starts from a numeric, it will come first, and then A, B, C, D, and so on, like alphabetical sorting, right? It will do a sorting on the source field. So whatever the value
Okay, got it.
Yeah, it is for this instance. Say it is sorting on the positions. Okay, and the positions are into 1, 2, 3, or 6-digit number. So it will sort on the number.
Okay, got it.
It depends upon the type of field. Yeah.
Right. And that instance is to be returned, so it will just pick up any first occurrence. Is that something like that?
Right. Like say even after you have certain condition, I would say to return, I'm not getting an example right now. Say even your multi-instances has a set of set of things. Like say you have 4 instances of an address, just I'm telling you, and then home addresses also you have certain one, and then you are returning all those, and you want to pick a particular instance, even though we are able to mark only home primary as one address, but say it was available, and you have marked like 4 instances have the same usage type. So what this condition will return is like 4 instances instead of the single instance. So that's where the sorting and particularly choosing the instance of the field will come in handy. First, you will sort all those addresses in one line, and you wanted to pick the second instance for particular reasons. Then you will pick up the second instance, or you want to pick up the last one, like the last compensation event. You want to say, a good example would be you want to check for the compensation events that have happened. The last compensation event that has happened in a period of say 2 years. So what we will do is like get all the compensation events, get the conditions, like the effective date or the entry date, whatever the condition is as per your requirement. It falls under these, all the events that falls under these date range will be outputted, and then you sort them based on the effective date. And then from there, the occurrence, like you want to do the last one, right? Like that was done later on, like the last in the effective date range. Then you will pick that, you will select the last occurrence from here.
Got it. So like for this kind of requirement, we first need to go look at the profile, right? How it looks like. Based on that, we will get the output, like what output we need. Okay.
Right. And I would say for any ESI, if you want to create an ESI, I would encourage you to just like get the source field directly on the first report first. Okay. That you want to get the instance of this field, but you first want to see how many instances, how and it is getting reported. So you'll be able to see the different instances, and then, I want to particularly choose this instance. So you will do all this conditioning, sorting, and instance picking as per your requirement.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's it on the ES.
I have joined to the class. I'm having a query regarding the calculated fields. Yeah, in the calculated, when we are creating the calculated fields, if we want to test that calculated field is working correctly or not, whether there is any option to debug or something like that.
I think the best option is for you to get it on a custom report or maybe a test report you can create with the same kind of business object the calculated field belongs to. Like I would say, generally during your projects, what you will do is like create a custom report. The first thing you'll do is create a custom report on workers and set it for your testing. So any field or anything you are doing later on for integration or reports on workers, you can just test putting up these fields, be it a calculated field, be it a delivered field. You can add it on the report and just see how it performs. And on the report, instead of running it for the whole population, if I'll go ahead and say different options are available, there is a test. Okay. So what it will do is like not run for the entire population. For this tenant, the population is like 700 or something, and that's why it's running it faster every time. But say for your tenants, there are like lakhs or 2 lakhs of people on Workday. So it will take a longer time, and for testing, you do not want to wait every time. So what you'll do is like just pick up 10 instances using the test command and see the output.
That means every time we have to create a report and test it. There is no other way.
There is one way that maybe I think on the contextual reporting part, thing. In reporting, you can see like related reports and report fields and values, but the kind of values that had been created, data sources are there. And I think on the values, if I'll say, what did we pick? We pick addresses line 1, right? Something. So you see, these are the values which are coming up. But this is like, this list can grow up and can have a lot of things. So the best way to do it is get it onto a report. Otherwise, if you want to directly just see what kind of data sources this report is looking for, like having what kind of categories, what kind of values it is showing, is it a multi-instance field or not? These are the business object fields.
In the calculator fields, how much logic we can keep it?
We can have any like a number of nesting to be done. I think we showed one of the calculated fields. I would encourage you to go and look for the previously done sessions because rest of the team has already done. But yes, I'll just quickly show you eval, right? This is a evaluated expression cal field. Within this, we have like 4 calculated fields already created, right? So even the condition is a cal field and the return value is a cal field. So this you can do a number even inside a condition. If this is something you want to do, like a custom check or custom condition you want to do, the field here can be a calculated field again, be maybe a ESI or LRV, and then looking into it. So like it all depends upon the kind of requirement you have. I would say the best calculated fields are those without more level of nesting. Try to do as much less nesting as, because this hampers your performance of the report. Anything with a like 10 times nesting would work slower unless until it is really required and you do not have delivered options. Then you go for nesting, say there is a compensation grid already available, but no, you decided not to look for it. You decided to go to the compensation event, get to the related value of the grade from there. That is also a doable option, but that is not, I would say, appreciated because this will hamper the efficiency of a report. Okay. Yeah. I think I'll show you one more cal fields because this is a really good topic, I would say, and different kind of things that you can do. One would be
again, the calculated fields will be more difficult, or what I can say, we have to keep more logic or something like that, because I saw so many requirements. They will be asking about whether you have worked on the calculated fields or not.
Yeah, like if you want to say that it is a more complex topic for in terms of customer Workday reporting, yes. A report is very simple to be built, but it only gets tricky when you have this calculated fields, you have the prompting on the calculated field and all those things coming up. Then this becomes, okay?
Yeah.
VAOD, lookup value as of date. So one of the key fields that you will come across creating at times.
Aryan, so like I'm a developer, so I'm just relating this calculated fields with the database select. We have queries, right? Can I relate it to that? Like
maybe
nested
query
queries.
would be, yeah, like query would be a select on the like filtering on the table specific. But yes, like say you want to do a where clause and you want to have the primary address only, right? That where clause is like this calculated field.
Yeah. Okay. So I can relate to that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
LVOD, and then I want to get lookup date. I want to see change in addresses, getting an LVOD compensation, lookup value compensation, I would say. Base pay. LVOD base pay. Okay. So what I want to do from this field is like I want to look up at the base pay of the worker, which was there on that particular date. Say your kind of compensation changed on the starting of this month or the starting of the year, 1st of Jan. But you will be having a different compensation on 31st, right? So I want to see like on a particular date what the compensation was. So that will give you a value based upon that day, not on the like current date. Otherwise, report always runs on the as of date values. If it is only a like lookup value as of date, it will look into the date it will prompt to. So we'll see how it prompts and how it looks like. That's a basic functionality of a lookup value as of date, and that's come handy when you want to see certain data. Like say after termination, employee records like compensation and things are not visible for you to reporting, but you want to report the last compensation of the employee, right? So what we'll do is like put the date as termination effective date -1, so the previous day from the termination, and it will look at the compensation at that time. The position also gets blank, so if you want to see what position he was on, so those kind of scenarios, this comes in handy too. So I would say base pay. Okay, keyboard is not really helping me, but yeah, this we have. Again, there are so many values, and what to be chosen here is total annual base pay. Total base pay amount is something we will go with. Total base pay amount. We will put, say, effective date as category prompt. Something we can do, right? Prompt start date, prompt start date is, I want to look it from the start date effective and the prompt start date. Okay. Now I've created this. What it will do is, or create on the report is another prompt, since we have created a prompt on the calculated field, which is in turn is used in this custom report. So how will you prompt the user? So first you have to get this report or the cal field on the report. Okay. Go to the prompts again, populate and define prompts. So you see now start date prompt has been like is coming up, but we have the label as start date. Would say date for this way.
So basically, are you passing the start date to that
report run parameter?
I mean, calculated field?
Yes.
So this start date will display on the report as well?
Report, right. That's why we created it on the report. And it gave me error, prompt label XLAS must be unique. XML aliases are getting LVOD start date. I will put.
Whether we can differentiate between the report prompt date and a calculated field prompt date here.
You can see maybe from this one, it will give you a different thing, but just one, like if it is a, sorry, a calculated field prompt date, it will appear only after having your calculated field added on the report. Otherwise, what you do is like date of birth is the prompt you have created on prompts. For prompts, I think what we do is like create it on the filters. Okay. Starting date and ending date. These are the, so it will, that prompt date will have the field of the filter available to you, and it will come up with the prompt qualifiers or the prompt labels as you mention on the report. So that's why one of the key things while with using prompts always is to like, if you're having two calculated field prompts, two report field prompts, I would say like use the prompt inbuilt prompt values as always as unique for everyone. To save it, run. Okay, now you see a new prompt is coming. Otherwise, we just had these values yet to be used. It is. I want to look up at the start of December. Used to take date of birth must be on or before today's day. That's something that must be. Okay, let me see. This is not allowed now because we had not changed anything on the starting day prompt. Start date earlier. Did I change anything? I'm showing you starting point. Then shut down start date. What date? See, I don't know. We did not change anything, but still it is messing up. It does not work. I will take it like offline and get back to you instead of wasting your time. But yes, that's how we create a lookup value. It will always have two dates. Birth must be on or before. Why should it be in place? It will not put anything because date parameter is not right. Lookup value. Okay, I'll do this. I think there is some issue that has come up because adding this prompt, but I'll take it offline and not waste. But yes, showing you LVOD, I can show you another example on the next session, which I'll try to get it already working for me. But the type of different things available for you is the source field you want to get, the effective date. It can be effective date or entry date, any of the dates you want to get the LVOD on. And that comes us to the concept what is an effective date and what is an entry date. So I think many of you might be aware about basic concepts of HCM or Workday. So can you help me get the difference? What is an effective date? What is an entry date?
Entry date is when you enter the data, impose data into the system. When I think the effective date will be when it will be effective.
Right. So if I'll go to the worker, maybe I have opened already. I showed you how to get the different kind of, so any transaction on a worker profile or for a worker would come up as a transaction in the worker history. Okay. So if you see view worker history, you see two dates available to us. One is effective date, other is initiated date. Initiated on date is usually the entry date or the date it has been, like I would say, I think it would come up as a completed on date, but because it becomes entry, like the entry comes successful when it has been completed. But these things really get different because I would say is blank, is empty. So there are certain transactions, basically I would say any changes on the personal data, anything on the ID change information or things, they will not have they are not effective dated in Workday. Otherwise, most of the things, like 90% of the things in Workday are effective dated, be it your compensation change, your position change, your allowances, your let's say leaves, everything is effective dated, but your personal data for an instance is always non-effective dated. So if you want to create a LVOD on any of the personal data changes, you will do it in the entry moment. And if the field is effective dated, you want to look up for, you will get the effective dated transactions. And yes, like as the example said, like effective date is something like a hire is being entered, but the person is getting hired, say the first of the month, and it was entered on 15th. So entry moment or the transaction completed moment would be 15th when this transaction was completed and effective, but the effective moment would be first. So in between this period, say I am reporting on 23rd for all the new hires with as of date, it will not report you the 1st of February hire because it has not become effective right now. So only when you report on the effective date to look up into the future, then only it will give you that value. Otherwise, it will, for current date, like for as of date, if I run it on 23, it will not give you the value for the person who's like a future hire on 1st of February. Again, this is one of the key concepts for reporting, for integrations, or generally for the whole setup or even for finance setup, that get the difference how or what the effective date and the entry date in terms of integrations will look like and how they're different, how to get them. I would say once you get to the core connectors, right? So core connectors will definitely have for each of the transactions, it will give you entry date, it will give you an effective date, and even the core connector launch parameters will have certain things like the last entry moment, last effective moment, current effective moment, current entry moment. So these are the 4 parameters that the core connector will work on. And the main thing for us is to just identify or just to know like how in Workday these two things are differently set up, like an entry moment or an effective moment.
So one quick example if you can give, if I need to pick that maximum effective date.
Right.
So you put it as a custom field, calculated field.
Right. Like in this here, you will say based upon you do not want to prompt this, but you want to put up a condition that the compensation event or the salary event we are seeing, right? Okay, the effective date of the latest one is coming up, right? Or maybe the last one, like the first one is coming up. The latest one will always be coming up already. If it is running on the current moment, like we were running, it will always show you the current one. But if you say you want to pick up the last one, then from there you will get the lookup related value or the effective date or the first instance of the compensation change, okay, or the total base pay. And then for that, you will have to do an ESI, okay, from all the instances of those compensation. You will do the ESI to look for the and sort it accordingly on the based on the effective date for the
take the
right.
First instance.
Take the first instance, and from there you create an LRV because that instance will be the output file, right? But from there you create an LRV, and that's the like typical use case for an LRV. You have created an ESI, but now you want to get the date of that instance, not the whole instance. For you to create a certain field like this, so you will do a LRV, you will get the effective date of that instance and put it in here. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the calculated fields, we are creating a calculated field. Can we use another calculated field in that calculated fields?
Right. Like that's the nesting of fields I told you, right? Or
yeah.
The example I was giving you. You create an LRV like ESI for multi-instances and then use that ESI for this. So everyone, I'll just ask the team, like, are you already know since we have already demonstrated this, or you want me to just go and create the example I just gave you? Like get the compensation last event and get the effective date and get the date in here.
Also, based on the effective date that we pulled up through calculated field, the rest of the fields will be filtered for that effective date.
Right.
It's automatically
not rest of the fields. It will only hamper this calculate. Like if you're using for this calculated field, right?
Okay.
It will only output.
Yeah, I didn't ask the question right. Okay, so let's talk about hire. Okay, so the person or job data changes, right? We have 10 rows for the employee, for the worker, and I just want to pull the most recent row, one row. So it could be the effective date, it could be the current position, current manager, current compensation.
Anything. Right.
So if I do this calculate field, based on this result, will all other next fields will be filtered automatically?
No, so you want to say, I will say, but you want to do something like this, right? Let me know if I get your question right. So you have all these fields, right? And then you want to have a field which shows you the latest event on the worker history, right?
No.
Okay.
So take a job data. So you have employee ID, you have effective date, you have what are the changes in the job or compensation changes. Let's talk about it. So every year I have increment. I'm working for a company for 10 years. So I have 10 rows of in compensation. Right, from my first salary to current increment. Okay, so I need to pull every field in the first row.
Okay.
Just one row. I don't want to sort or something. So when I have a prompt, if I give my employee ID, I need to see only my latest row in the report. One row is good enough.
Okay. So all you have to do is like get the effective date using an LRV and an ESI and get that lookup value as of date field for that event, and then get that event just for that particular effective date you have filtered out, like the latest one, like we were doing from here. We were looking at the same thing. You were looking at the total base pay amount, say that was based on the prompt, but you want to just put up a condition in here. It picks up the latest one, even though, like I would say, Workday reports will usually give you the latest one itself. So you do not have to overcomplicate the logic for such kind of situations. But if you want to report on the latest one for something that is already giving multiple values, that you have to get the date first in here. Okay. Anyhow, like you derive a logic that I want to look at the line event or the event, or okay, for this particular person of this state, right? You want to look at this. So first you want to drill down to the level of this effective date. You have to get this, your source should be this effective date. Okay, then only you go ahead and get the relevant information on this date.
Okay, maybe we can talk about it visualize it. We are over time, I know. We'll see if we can talk about it.
So just taking this example, right, we have total base pay, we have a prompt. So whatever prompt we give, it will give us that total base pay amount, but rest of the fields would be the top of the stack.
Right. The rest of the fields, like you're saying, the rest of the fields on the report, right?
Yeah, so if there is a couple of changes on the address, it will still pick the top of the stack, but only for total base pay, it would be as of that date, what we have at the
prompt. And the key thing to note in here is because we have not changed anything on the filter here, right? The report output will depend upon the filter you have set up and not on the prompts. If the prompts are being used in the filter, then only it will change. Like say I put up a filter and effective date using that prompt where we are getting this date, or using that value we are getting this date from LVOD. For the same prompt, if I put a filter in here, then the report output will be hampered. Otherwise, it will not change anything on the rest of the report. That prompt is only associated with the particular field, and it will govern the output of this and this field only.
Yeah.
Any more questions, like for any kind of calculator? I'm trying to give you more time as much as possible for these calculated fields, because custom report is something you can grasp as easily, but it only gets trickier when you try to create different kind of calculated fields. I know in our course curriculum, we do not have material, because this is most of things are just hands-on things. You'll just have a couple of lines on cal fields, but on real time, calculated fields are the real deal for you to work on any kind of custom report.